Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
And there's no proposals for committees to meet. If there is no objection, we'll move on. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills, orders of the day. Order number 34, Housing Australia Amendment Accountability Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
And in continuation is Senator Whittaker, and I'll just hold on, Senator Whittaker. Just ask senators who are not participating in the debate to quietly leave the chamber. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm pleased to be able to continue my contribution from the 4th of February because lots has been happening since then. Lots of homes underway thanks to the work of our Labor government. And while some things have changed, like there's a new leader of the Liberal Party, what stayed the same is it's the same old Liberal Party, the same old shadow minister, the same bad housing ideas, and the same approach that will do nothing to get Australians into homes. Since Senator Bragg brought this bill before the chamber, under Labor's plan, more homes are being built. Not promised, not modelled, not talked about, not just funded, but built. And I see it every single day. I wonder if Senator Bragg drives around with his eyes closed, because what I can see in my community is real action on housing, and it's happening fast. On my drive into my electorate office in the morning, just down the road in the electorate of my good friend, the member for Swans, Anita Mascarenhas, there is a Housing Australia Future Fund project underway in Rivervale. It's 171 affordable apartments in the heart of Perth, very close to the CBD and in an absolutely beautiful part of our great state right on the banks of the Derbarl-Yerrigan. Homes for frontline workers, for veterans, for older women at risk of homelessness. This is what housing delivery looks like. And just across the road from that project in Rivervale, there are more developments as part of a pipeline of over 1,100 affordable and social homes across Perth, delivered in partnership with the Cook Labor government. This is happening right now, and I think this is a really important point for us to talk about in this debate. We should be honest about what this bill does. It doesn't just block the build of new housing, although it does do that. It creates uncertainty in a system that depends on long-term investment. Housing projects don't just pop up overnight. They require years of planning, financing and construction, and they require dedication from government. And I think it's important we remember why we're in this mess in the first place. And that's because under the former government, there was no commitment to building the homes that Australians need. After a decade of mismanagement and frankly of neglect on housing under the former government, Labor is getting on with the job. We are cleaning up the mess that we were left with, and that means there is catching up to do. But a bill like this would stand in the way of building more homes in communities like mine and the ones I'm privileged to represent in Western Australia. Developers, builders and community housing providers make decisions based on stable policy settings, and what this bill does is threaten to unwind those settings. You can't ask builders to commit capital, hire workers and start construction while also telling them that that could change at any moment. Housing supply depends on confidence, and this bill, the Liberal Party, Senator Bragg, undermines that. And I am sick and tired of Senator Bragg and the Liberal Party standing in the way of the homes that Australians need. Contracts are being signed, finance is locked in, workers are on site, projects are moving. I can see them going up around me in Perth, and this bill stands in the way of that achievement. It would stop it in its tracks. And these are homes that Australians are counting on. This bill wouldn't build a single home, but it risks standing in the way of thousands. And our government will not allow the Liberal Party to stand in the way of the homes that Australians need.
The question before the chair is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's no drama. Thank you. All right, thanks. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I understand no amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call Senator Bragg to move the third reading.
Tim. Thank you very much. I move the third reading.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Bragg be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill now be read a third time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
General business, orders of the day number 5, Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024, second reading debate.
So we'll move to the Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024, and Senator Dunningham, you are in continuation.
Yes, apparently, Mr. Deputy President, I am in continuation. Yes, and look, it is a great day when non-government bills pass this Senate. It shows that democracy is alive and well, and the world is alert and alive to the con that is this government. They call themselves the most transparent government in history. Well, of course, the rest of the world disagree. So I was pleased to see the passage of the last bill. But now to speak on the Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024, brought forward by my colleague, Senator Bragg, which of course is an important piece of legislation relating to the governance of the HAF and how those funds are to be used and distributed, and what they can use those funds to invest in and what they cannot. And the bill in essence limits, of course, the capacity for the HAF to invest in projects associated with or entities associated with the CFMEU, which I think is a very, very sound measure to put in place. We are talking about, by extension, taxpayers' money. Of course, we know how the HAF was set up. It was money borrowed, which is being paid for by the taxpayer of Australia, ostensibly to construct homes. And here we are a number of years on from the establishment of the HAF, and we haven't got many homes. And they've had to borrow money to set up a fund to build these homes that aren't being built. But putting all of that to one side, how the funding is used and which organisations are able to access funds is important. And we know across the country there are extreme concerns around the operations of the CFMEU. In the state of Victoria, nothing short of corrupt activity occurring when it comes to public infrastructure projects, and goodness knows what else when it comes to construction, that where prices have been blown out of the stratosphere because of this corrupt influence of an organisation of this nature. And when you have union super funds linked to this union, and of course a fund of this nature controlled by the government, we need to ensure there are appropriate safeguards in place to ensure that taxpayers' money, whether it be directly contributed to building homes or paying down the debt associated with the establishment of this fund, the HAF, the Housing Australia Future Fund, which has yet to properly build enough homes for us, given the government's target was $1.2 million over the 4 years that the target was set up. We need to ensure that, of course, they are putting in place protections, which is what this bill seeks to do. Now, of course, the government will no doubt oppose this legislation, but this is a government that, one, can't be held to account on its targets because they mean nothing. They were just promises made at election time, along with a range of other promises relating to cost of living, power prices, and the like. They don't care. They say these things at election time. There is no follow-through. There is no commitment to deliver on these things, because promises are just words, and those words are certainly not bonds, despite the claims by the Prime Minister to the contrary. This government is in denial about so many things. They are in denial about, of course, what's happening when it comes to fuel here in this country, which of course will have an impact on the construction industry. They're in denial about the impact that crisis that they have been caught flat-footed in responding to will have on Australian households and businesses, including those seeking to build a home. They're in denial about the issues facing anyone who wants to build something in this country, around labour shortages, around the cost of materials, around delays in approvals. They're in denial about the ineffectiveness of their own schemes, and they're in denial about the corruption associated with a union, one of their paymasters, who can access funds from this program as at today, unless these laws pass the Parliament. They're also a government that's all about blame. not responsibility. When there's a problem, look everywhere else. Former governments, overseas conflicts, things outside of their control. Always someone else's fault, and there is nothing this government can do or will do to address these issues. It's beyond our control, and it's lamentable that you're all paying the price. This is not what governments should do. So, along with denial and blame, all of this leads to, sadly, an outcome for the Australian people, which is being let down. Again and again, Australians are being let down by this government, a government that has lost control of what it is they need to do in Australia's interests. On housing, on fuel, whatever the issue confronting Australians might be, and there are many, they are let down by a government that's lost control and has no plan to address these issues. A government that is actually one of integrity, a government that is one that genuinely wants to resolve the issues that are at the heart of the housing crisis in this country, would support this legislation, would cut out the cancerous influence of this union and its proxies when it comes to projects of a significant nature or even minor in nature. That example of cost blowouts between $15 and $30 billion in Victoria, that's not just pretend money, it's not just some line in a press release or a news article. That is taxpayers' money that could have otherwise been spent on things that would be of benefit to the people of Victoria and the people of this country. Health infrastructure projects, public infrastructure, roads and rail, sports, public housing. All of those sorts of things could have been done a lot better, and a lot more of them undertaken and completed by now if the influence of this corrupt organisation was cut out of public spending when it comes to infrastructure. And I think that's why this legislation is so very important. Again, as I say, this government is in denial. They spend all of their time blaming everyone else, going deep into history. This government have been in power now for 4 years. We're approaching half a decade of Labor rule in this country, and of course it's still everyone else's fault in the past, former governments, overseas conflicts that started a long time ago. They've done nothing to offset the impact. And as I say, Australians are being let down. So that is why the opposition, and through our Shadow Minister, Senator Bragg, have brought forward this very sensible legislation to ensure that we can control a government that would rather put the interests of its union paymasters ahead of the interests of Australians who can't get into houses, who can't afford to make ends meet every day of every week, who can't put fuel in the car because, of course, they've been let down by a government that didn't think there was going to be a crisis despite the months of notice that the rest of the world seemed to have to put in place measures to address what is now a terrible crisis. So I really do implore this government to support Senator Bragg's bill because it is the right thing to do. There is not a good reason to prevent the government supporting this legislation in the interests of good outcomes for our country, for those people who want to access housing, for those people who just want a fair go in this country. If they don't vote for it, well, again, it shows what their priorities are and how out of touch they are with Australians doing it tough. I hope they support the legislation.
There being no further contributions, I will put the motion on the second reading. Those in favour say aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. It's on. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading on the Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Beg your pardon, in the negative. I call the clerk.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher, to make an explanation in relation to the Goods and Services Tax.
Yes.
Minister.
Thank you.
As was explained to the Senate when we voted on this attendance on Monday this week, the government has complied with the OPD. The documents relating to this motion were tabled last week on Wednesday the 18th of March, with a courtesy copy provided to Senator Smith at the same time as the documents were sent to be tabled. The government confirmed there were 3 documents in scope and tabled 2. In responding to the OPD, we stated one document is fully covered by public interest immunity and another partially covered and therefore partially redacted. As senators are aware, the distribution of the GST attracts vastly different positions across jurisdictions. Treasury's advice, which we agree with, is that disclosure of some material would or might reasonably be expected to damage relations between the Commonwealth and the states. Further, the Productivity Commission is currently undertaking a review into the GST. While this is a routine review legislated by the former government in 2018, the PC will do its job independently. We are conscious to not release material that could prejudice that inquiry, and the PC must be allowed to consult the states and territories independently. Thank you.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. I very much welcome the Minister's contribution
Senator,
just then. The Minister
Senator,
revealed
are you moving to take note of the Minister's
Oh yes, I'm moving to take note of the Minister's
Okay. Thank you,
I'm moving
Senator.
to take note of the Minister's response, and I thank the Minister for her brief but revealing response. Just to recap, the Senate has asked for the release of documents in regards to the GST distribution. The government, in its admission just a few moments ago by Minister Gallagher, has conceded that 2 of 3 documents have been revealed, but not the 3rd. In addition to that, the Minister has also confirmed that attitudes to the GST differ vastly across jurisdictions. That is not a surprise, but it's an important admission that what the government is now having to contemplate is to consider how will it respond to the concerns of Labor premiers and Labor treasurers that the GST is not meeting their needs. And that's code for doing the wrong thing by Western Australia. The key question here is, why is it that the government will not release all of those 3 documents? Why is it that they have chosen to release just 2? Because when we know it comes to the GST, we know that it's not a technical exercise, but one that is about fairness, that is about trust, that is about the economic future and prosperity of Western Australia. We know at the moment that the Productivity Commission is being tasked to review the GST arrangements that were put in place by the coalition government into the 2018. That task, which will include the release of an interim report at the end of August this year and the release of a final report at the end of December this year, could put at risk that very necessary GST deal that has kept Western Australians safe and prosperous. Like I said, a GST deal that is about fairness, that is about trust and about the economic future of Western Australia. Western Australians understand better than anyone else what happens when the GST system stops being fair, when the GST system stops being one that people can trust. West Australians have lived through a GST distribution system that collapsed so far that Western Australia was entitled to just 29 cents in the dollar, an extraordinary low, a low that was never predicted when the GST distribution system was first put in place. I think it's important to get some other statistics on the record. And here the West Australian Labor government has dropped the ball. The West Australian Labor government has been unconvincing in making the case about why WA deserves to retain the GST deal that the coalition government put in place in 2018. Some important facts. For the last 10 of the past 25 years, WA has received less than 50 cents in GST distribution. Meanwhile, New South Wales and Victoria have never dropped below 83 cents. Queensland has never dropped below 90 cents. This is not a marginal imbalance. It has been a structural failure. The GST system in our country has been in place for 25 years. It is an effective means of distributing income between the Commonwealth and across states and territories. But for that particular period, Australia was treated with great unfairness. Like I said, in 10 of the last 25 years, WA's distribution has never exceeded 50 cents. Meanwhile, New South Wales and Victoria have never dropped below 83 cents, and Queensland never dropped below 90 cents. So when the South Australian Premier, Peter Malinakis, criticises the WA deal as coming at the expense of South Australians, or when the New South Wales Premier Chris Minns calls for an alternative GST distribution model, what they are choosing to ignore is the gross unfairness that Western Australia and Western Australians have suffered for a period under the GST arrangements. So as the Peak Productivity Commission considers this GST review, the interim report in August, all eyes will be on the WA Labor government to make sure it's doing everything it can to protect our GST deal.
Are there further speakers on the explanation? Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Minister's response, and I commend Senator Dean Smith for bringing this before us and persevering in getting answers for West Australians. And I want to also reiterate how important this is for Western Australia, because for us, the GST is not a technical formula or a budget footnote. It is a reminder of the decades we spent being shortchanged, watching our wealth leave and not come back. Senator Dean Smith would agree with me that we have earned the right to demand answers. For too long, WA was treated as the Federation's golden goose. We dug the iron ore, we shipped the gas, we bankrolled the nation's prosperity, and then watched Canberra hand our money to other states while West Aussies went without. At the depth of the old system, WA received just 30 cents back for every dollar we contributed. At one point, we were $6 billion a year short of our fair share. $6 billion. Sometimes $1 billion is hard to conceptualise, but for West Aussies watching, that would build us 3 women and babies hospitals with a price tag of $1.8 billion with some change to spare. The 2018 reforms fixed that. Hard fought, hard won, and absolutely essential. And today I want to acknowledge Premier Cook and the state government and the premiers before him for continuing to stand firm. WA isn't asking for some special treatment. We're asking for what is fair, and we intend to keep it. Because right now, like Senator Dean Smith mentioned, the Productivity Commission is reviewing these very reforms, with a final report due in December of 2026. Now, every West Australian should be paying close attention. What was won can be undone. That is exactly why Order Number 304 exists, to demand that the Treasurer put on the table every piece of correspondence, every briefing note, every model and minute relating to GST distribution. No backroom deals, no more stitched-up arrangements negotiated over West Australians' heads. The sand gropers have been dudded before. We know what it looks like, and we will not be going back.
Are there any further speakers on the explanation? Okay, the question is that the Senate take note of the Minister's explanation. Those of that opinion say aye. Say aye. Against, say no. The ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Senator Farrell, to make an explanation in relation to the social media minimum age.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The government does not agree with aspersions cast by this motion. We do, however, acknowledge the keen interest in this chamber in the delivery of the Albanese government's world-leading social media minimum age. With regard to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that this information has been provided by the independent regulator, a regulator that is best placed to provide a holistic picture of the wider digital environment, not individual companies. Further to this, and as the Senator might be able to appreciate, disclosure of the specific information obtained by eSafety has the ability to prejudice the regulator's ongoing ability to appropriately and effectively investigate compliance. It's interesting to see the opposition repeatedly siding with big tech over our very own regulator, a regulator, I would remind the coalition, they appointed not once but twice. While this government delivers, those opposite have been focused on division and disinformation. At every opportunity, the coalition have talked down Australia's world-leading work to protect children online. In spite of this, we've stayed focused on the task of protecting children online and giving parents the tools to navigate an increasingly dangerous and complex online environment.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I take note of the Minister's explanation.
Moving to take note. No worries. Senator Payman.
Thank you. We are now 3 months and 2 High Court cases into the social media ban, and it all seems to be going swimmingly. The kids are out there kicking the footy. Youth in regional and rural areas have been cut off of their online support networks, and there's been a spike of young people ringing Kids Helpline as a direct consequence of this ban. In fact, Headspace have said that 1 in 10 young people have cited the ban as a factor in their seeking mental health support. In January, we saw the tastefully delayed figure of 4.7 million accounts paraded in triumph throughout the broadsheets and tabloids of this country that had campaigned so forcefully for this law. Since that number has come out, many questions have been raised about the accuracy of the government's data. According to the AFR, it included inactive accounts, duplicate accounts, and accounts that users had already closed. Senator Dean Smith, like many of us, has been interested in the origin of this figure, but the government has not complied with his order for production of documents, and eSafety has not released platform-by-platform data that we've requested. I was reading an interesting paper by the former clerk of the Senate, Harry Evans. In a 2008 paper entitled "The Senate, Accountability and Government Control," he wrote, and I quote, "In the Parliament of 2001 to 2004, there were 89 orders and more than half of them, 46, were not complied with. The reasons given by the government for not producing documents came to be increasingly remote from any recognisable claim of public interest immunity, and often consisted of simple assertions that documents were confidential and offhand dismissals of the non-government party's interest in the information." End quote. It seems that there is nothing new under the sun when it comes to governments that are determined to be secretive, even when it means defying the Senate and the powers granted to it under Section 49 of our Constitution. Everyone's got a story of how their little cousin got around the social media ban or how they didn't get kicked off at all. Even if the ban worked and kids under 16 all had their accounts taken away, they can still go on YouTube and watch brain rot shorts, and they can still go on Discord and get bullied and groomed. Consider the opening sentence in an article in WA Today from January, and I quote, "Underage Snapchat users are verifying their accounts by scanning the faces of people who are decades older and of a different gender, exposing a major loophole in the Albanese government's signature policy. This is one of the many issues that will be considered during the 2-year longitudinal survey of the social media ban." Now, this is the same very survey that eSafety has said will cost nearly $1.5 million. Why didn't they work out these problems before putting the ban in place? I mean, you wouldn't have to pay me $1.46 million to know that this wasn't going to work.
It was obvious at the time that this would happen. This wasn't a considered, refined policy, and it wasn't even a policy on the run. It was just the government having vibes to just ban social media. It was an idea designed to prey on the fears of parents, even though any considered analysis threw up a series of questions the government has never had to answer, and never has had an answer to. So how did the government address this? They stopped the analysis from occurring. Like Alex Jones, this government is conducting information warfare to stymie this chamber's ability to scrutinise its activities. In his 2019 speech entitled Labour and Democracy, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Building a better future for our country starts with a full-blooded assault on the culture of fear, censorship and denial that the Morrison government is trying to foist upon us." End quote. The assault on the Morrison culture never happened. The culture was simply put under new management.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, I rise to take note of the Minister's attendance in this issue today. What we have seen since this government brought in the social media ban is virtually nothing else done. Nothing else done to make sure our social media companies are providing safe places for not just young people, but for people of all ages, for those who fall through the cracks and for those that are legitimately all still online, for those that access YouTube without having a logged-in account. And that's how most kids are watching YouTube these days. Without an account, you can access anything you want. We've just had a landmark ruling in the United States today that has found that Meta and Google have deliberately used their platforms to target people with addictive algorithms that causes them harm. These big multi-billion, trillion-dollar companies are making massive profits off a product that they know that they have designed to be deliberately harmful and addictive. Just like pokie machines. The gambling industry and with pokie machines have designed these machines to be addictive. And that addiction is harmful. And it is exactly the same with these big social media companies. These platforms are harmful and dangerous. And today, in the United States, the jury has just ruled that they're so harmful that these big social media companies now need to pay and that they are liable. What is the Australian government going to do about this? Because yes, they've brought in the social media ban, and that deals with knocking some young people offline, but it does nothing to force these platforms to provide safe spaces for their users, for the public. And we are now in a world where social media is effectively a service that everybody uses. It's how people engage with government services. It's how people engage with access for information in their community. It's how people stay connected to their friends and family. It's how people trade and make and run businesses. It's how people connect with their educational institutions. If you're not on social media, it's very hard to be an active member of our community. There is no online and offline anymore. It is the same. And the rules need to be the same. There needs to be responsibility targeted and held at the feet of these big social media companies that if they're going to engage, they're going to offer products and services, they must do it in a safe way. They've been making mega profits off harmful products, just like the tobacco industry, just like the gambling industry, and they need to be held to account. The Labor government, the Albanese government, promised well over 18 months ago that they would introduce rules and laws to force these companies to have a duty of care to the people who access their products. 18 months later, and we've seen nothing from the Albanese government. The minister has been asleep at the wheel on this. These products, these platforms, these big tech bros continue to make money off Australians from products that they know are harmful and deliberately designed to be addictive. Doom scrolling is not by accident. Doom scrolling is a deliberate design feature. The tech companies have known this for years. They've sold their advertising and their data access on that basis. It is part of their business model. That needs to be tackled head on, and we've got to have a government who has the guts to take on the tech companies properly and force them to have a duty of care to the Australian people.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I say shame on the government because after more than 100 days of the social media ban being in place, it is very clear that this policy is not delivering as promised. Families were assured that this would be a practical and enforceable safeguard. Yet what we have seen is confusion for parents, uncertainty for platforms, and real questions about how this works in practice. We know this is not working. We know this is a ban riddled with defects. We know that the implementation of the ban was flawed from the very beginning, and yet the government has not been upfront about what is working and what isn't. And that starts with the really dubious claim made by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Communications that 4.7 million social media accounts have been deactivated, restricted or closed. Now, this claim was made in January, and the Prime Minister claimed that 4.7 million accounts were shut down within days of the social media ban being put into place. Now, this claim is now under investigation by the eSafety Commissioner because the numbers don't stack up. We know that 550,000 accounts are being closed by Meta, 415,000 by Snap, around a quarter of 250,000 by TikTok, a long way short of 4.7 million accounts. And this number should have been corrected by the Prime Minister, by the Communications Minister, but we have heard nothing but silence. Now, the Coalition is determined that young Australians must be protected from harmful content online. This social media ban is not doing the job. The circumvention rates, based on my advice, are extremely high. And I do take the point that the government, it's a bit of a whack-a-mole type of approach, where the government hasn't addressed a number of quite harmful platforms because it doesn't seem to be concerned about what is actually online, the safety of material online, full stop. And as we've just heard from Senator Hanson-Young, there has been a decision just handed down in New Mexico which has found Meta liable for exposing children to harm on its platforms. So we've got this social media ban, but we've got the government missing in action when it comes to safety of children online, because these platforms demonstrably are causing harm and yet the government has not taken the appropriate action to address this. So what is the government going to do now after this decision has been handed down? This is a damning decision on Meta. This demonstrates that the whole design of its platform is to keep children addicted. The doom scrolling is a massive issue, and one of the most concerning elements in this case is the role of algorithms and the fact that these systems actively shape what young people see and who they are exposed to online. So Australians deserve transparency, and platforms should not be allowed to operate black box algorithms when children's safety is at stake. So social media companies, the big tech platforms, must be held to a much higher standard. So I say to this hapless Minister for Communications, what is she doing to address the known harms on these platforms, including the damning decision that has just been handed down in the United States? We also, Australians deserve to know, young Australians deserve to know what the government is doing to fix the multiple number of defects with the social media ban, because currently, as it stands, this is simply not working, and young Australians are paying the price.
Are there further speakers? Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Well, it's nice that the Coalition now wants some data on their policy, because let's remember who came up with the social media ban in the first place. It was a Peter Dutton policy, cheered in by News Corp, pushed aggressively by the Coalition, picked up like some sort of pulled out of the microwave, reheated by Labor, and then rushed through in a God almighty rush without any evidence base. And you know, you don't have to be a genius to work out that a smart online 14-year-old is going to find a way around whatever social media ban comes out of an unplanned rush by Albanese and Dutton. Like, you know, I'd put my money on a smart online 14-year-old over Peter Dutton or Prime Minister Albanese any day of the week. So what we want is we want the data. Show us what's actually happening. And we don't want data that is being recycled out of the platforms. And you know, and it's nice to hear the Coalition in here all sort of, you know, hot under the collar about the social media ban, and good they've decided to pay some attention to it. Maybe they got a phone call from News Corp editors to tell them it was time to go again on this stuff. That's good. That's good. You know, I'm glad they're finally asking for that, and we're actually supporting them in this to say, let's get the data. Let's show us what happened. Now, if the government really wants to stand behind their social media ban on kids, why are you refusing to produce these documents? Why are you refusing to produce the evidence? And you're left with this absolutely firm conclusion that they knew there was never an evidence base to support it. They know that the data they've got is showing that kids are smarter than them and are getting around it. And, you know, my observation of young people is they normally have, you know, they had one account to show mum and dad, another account for one group of friends, and another account for another group of friends. And tell me which of those has been banned. You know, no doubt the mum and dad show and tell account has been banned, but show us what's happening to the reality on the ground with young people. Because again, I'm just going to repeat it. My money's on young people being smarter, cannier, more online native than whatever policy was cooked up by, you know, the dregs of Peter Dutton and through a News Corp editorial office and then implemented by a follow the crowd Albanese government. My money is on young people any day of the week getting around that. And so why won't you show us the data? Why are we having this sort of bizarre push? It's no doubt because the data is crazy embarrassing. It's showing that what we all thought, that a half-baked plan that came out of some fetid dream of Peter Dutton was never actually going to be a way of keeping young people safe. You want to know how to keep young people safe? implement a digital duty of care, an online duty of care. Hold platforms to account. Let people opt out of toxic algorithms. That's how you keep young people safe. You make online safe for everybody, and it turns out that is going to make it a hell of a lot safer for young people. That's how you make young people safe online. Don't cut them off, isolate them socially, drive them to parts of the online world where there's even less supervision. You know, that's how you make young people safe. You make online safer for all of us. But you didn't want to do that job because you didn't want to take on the big platforms. You didn't want to get them to have to put an option in so people could opt out of their toxic algorithms. You didn't want to put in place laws that would hold big tech accountable. Why not? And it comes back to what we just keep seeing with this lot. You're scared of Donald Trump. You're scared that if you actually put any regulations in place, then are going to hold big tech to account. You're going to get some cranky phone call from Uncle Donald who's going to say, how dare you do this? How dare you act in the Australian national interest? You have to give priority access to major online US tech platforms, and if you don't, he'll come and hunt you down. That's what this is all about. You are just continuing to surrender any sense of what's right for Australians because you're scared of an attack from Donald Trump and his right-wing, aggressive America first. Well, I say Australians first, not Trump first.
Thank you, Senator Rich. Time has expired. Anyone else seeking the call? If not, I'll put the question. The question is that the Senate take note of the explanation. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1, Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026 and 2 related bills, continuation of second reading debate.
Senator Roberts is not here, he was in continuation, so we will move on then to you, Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to make a contribution in relation to the Appropriation Bills 2025-2026 number 2, 2025-6 number 3 and 25-26 number 4. I mean, the main point to make is that the nation's finances are no longer within the control of the government. We are now looking at a situation of a almost $40 billion deficit this year and $100 billion, well over $100 billion of deficits over the forward estimates. And the reality is that public finances in Australia are completely broken. They're completely broken because the government has decided that it wants to spend at beyond pandemic levels on an ongoing basis at 27% of GDP, and as a result it has needed to find new tax revenues. The other point to make is that the government has completely debased the integrity of public finances with its commitment to significant off-budget funding. So when you look at the overall position of the Commonwealth government, we can talk about the deficit. We talk about the structural deficit. We talk about the spending. We can talk about the over-reliance on a small number of Australians, a shrinking number of Australians for the tax base. But I think one of the biggest problems is this issue of integrity, that this government has sought to provide all sorts of different boondoggle funds, the Future Made in Australia, the Housing Fund, the Rewiring Fund, the Reconstruction Fund. I'm still not sure what we're reconstructing from, but all of these funds are off budget. None of them come into the main picture when the Treasurer hands down the budget. And so it's a pretty sad state of affairs that at one level you look at the budget deficit and you think, well, that's a pretty bad position. $40 billion this year, $100 billion over the forwards at least, and we're approaching $1 trillion in debt. So the budget itself, even in the way the government presents it, is extremely sick, extremely sick. But then when you build into all the picture the off-budget items, then you realise that it is actually beyond sick, that we are never going to recover our position unless we are able to significantly rebalance the budget. And I think it's reasonable to say that the Australian people are rightly frustrated with politicians. I think they're frustrated with the fact that the offerings that they get at elections look more like bribes than proper stewardship of an economy. And if you go back in time, I think it's reasonable to say that the Liberal Party in the early 90s with its Fight Back program was at that time very committed to putting together a program which was going to address some of these underlying structural problems. The question is, what is the leadership of today going to do, the leadership of all parties, to arrest the decline the nation is in? Now, you can measure the decline that we're in by virtue of looking at the absolutely busted budget. You can look at the way that the Australian people are struggling because the government has failed on the supply side in relation to energy and in relation to housing. I mean, the fact that Mr. Chalmers says he's read this book Abundance is clearly not, it can't be true. It can't be true. Because if he'd read the book Abundance, he would have discovered that supply side reforms are necessary in this country if we're going to unleash the energy abundance that we need and unleash the housing abundance that we need. We need to see a position where we get more of everything. So we need to see more housing, more energy, all forms of energy, because we need to have more stuff. And so I think the Australian people are rightly frustrated that they look at the position that we are in as a nation and they say, well, can't get a house, can't get fuel in the car, the federal budget's stuffed, it will never be fixed, I've got to pay higher taxes, maybe I'll have to pay more taxes if Mr. Chalmers, or Dr. Chalmers, whatever he calls himself, wants to fiddle around with the tax settings. And I think they're rightly frustrated. And I understand that leads to people feeling, well, the political system is broken. The political system is broken, and so we're going to try and do something to shake it up because we can't get anything, we can't get even basic stuff right. I think the fact that a person on an average income really has no realistic prospect of being able to buy a house in some of the capital cities is hugely disappointing, frustrating, upsetting, and people would feel anger about that because you've done the right thing, you've trained yourself as a tradesperson or you've been to university, you've worked and you've saved and you still can't make that happen. And then beyond that, in this current fuel crisis, I think this has completely exposed the frailties of the nation. The fact that we are so reliant here at the bottom end of the supply chain, here in the South Pacific, with an abundance of resources we haven't bothered to dig out or suck out of the ground. And so I think that these are some of the things that people quite reasonably say, well, why are we paying you people to go to Canberra and argue amongst one another, sometimes argue amongst ourselves? And I think that's a reasonable question. And so the job for all of us is, in a debate on an appropriation bill around the quality of public finances, is to reflect on that and to think, well, are we doing everything we can to put forward the most ambitious program that we can muster? And I think the answer is invariably no. I think the answer has been no. I mean, the government, although it has some well-meaning nice people in it, I think it effectively runs on the basis that the people that they're sort of close to, at the unions and the super funds and all the other people that they're mates with, they kind of write the policies for them and they say, oh, this is a good idea, we'll do that. But there's no broader vision about what they can do for the country. There doesn't appear to be any ambition. I mean, Dr. Chalmers has been in the Treasury for 4 years. He gave a speech last week and he said he'd done tax reform. This is one of the funniest speeches I've ever heard. His idea of tax reform is bringing back bracket creep, increasing taxes on small business, fiddling around with Future Made in Australia, which is a boondoggle, and increasing the tax compliance burden. I mean, what tax reform has Jim Chalmers done, the Treasurer? What has he done? I mean, I'm none the wiser. I don't think anyone knows. But certainly he had said that he likes Paul Keating. And I think Paul Keating did a lot of good things for this country. I think he was very brave and he had ambition for this country. And I think if Mr Chalmers wants to model himself on Mr Keating, then he needs to study that actually that former Treasurer did some actual reform, did some actual things. Yes, he was good at politics. And I worry that when he read Paul Keating's memoir, all he learnt is how to do the political spin. That's what I think happened, Acting Deputy President, that he read Paul Keating's memoir and all he was able to retain was the political spin, not the economic reform. And that is ultimately what the country is going to need if we are going to recover this position. Now, in the spirit of a debate or a contribution on the appropriation bill, of course the appropriation bills are the government's expenditure, and I think there's no question that at 27% of GDP and already living in a country which has got a high tax burden on people in particular, that the government is spending too much. And so the question will be for all the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives over the next couple of years as we get closer to the elections is, you know, is the Parliament or are members of the Parliament going to be honest with the Australian people about the sustainability of public finances? Are they going to be honest about that? Because now after 4 years of Labor, the budget trajectory is never going to recover. It's never going to recover. They have broken the budget. Public finances in Australia are stuffed. And that's why the high taxes have to be considered in the budget. That's why. So the only way to get the country back to where it needs to be, which is on a sustainable basis, is to also look at spending. And I get the idea that politicians are very scared about the idea of people won't vote for me if I say I'm going to cut something. But, I mean, this is the lowest common denominator stuff. The fact that we don't have more means testing, the fact that we don't consider doing things like restricting programs that are available in Australia just to Australian citizens, I think there are a lot of things that we can do to rein in spending. And I commend anyone that is prepared to make a serious policy contribution, even if I don't agree with that, because I think that's the job of being a parliamentarian, being a policymaker. And look, I commend the member for Wentworth, Allegra Spender, for at least doing something. I mean, she's done at least a terrible tax policy, but at least it is a tax policy, and it's more tax policy than the government has done in 4 years. So we are living in a period of low ambition for our country. And you can see it in the budget trajectory, which is completely cactus, and you can see it in the quality of the tax debate. I mean, fair income. You've got people in this place who'd say, well, we can fix the housing crisis with more taxes, and we can fix the energy crisis with more taxes. It's absolutely insane. And for people who are members of the Labor government who say they've read the book Abundance, they are lying, because that is completely against the grain of the supply-side theory that is expounded by Klein and Thompson in their book. So ultimately, it comes down to a pretty simple equation. How are we going to reduce the amount of public spending below 27% of GDP? How are we going to have that honest conversation that the country has its backside out of its pants and cannot afford to spend at this level on an ongoing basis? That we cannot continue to run on the basis that our budget deficit will exceed $1 trillion. $1 trillion it will be very soon, and Dr. Evil will not be here to save us. Right? We'll have to bail our way out of this in some way. It is a tax on future generations. The younger people of today, those people who are under 40, take notice when we tick over to $1 trillion of debt next year under Labor, this year under Labor. They should take notice. Younger people of Australia should be very aware. They should switch on and keep a close eye on this, because when we tick over to $1 trillion of debt this year, that is a tax on them. They will be paying higher taxes in the future unless we restrain spending and get back on track today. It's that simple. And the broader question about the tax system, you also have to look at that very seriously, because the burden on people who are working is absolutely unbearable. The idea that the working person in Australia has to pay such a high degree of their ordinary salaries and wages off to the taxman is absolutely soul-destroying, and it cannot be sustained. So it is a hard country to do business in. It is a hard country to be a worker in. And unless we get serious about these facts around the sustainability of public spending and the broken tax system and the necessity of supply-side reform, if you want to fiddle around with the tax system, fine, but you've got to do it on a basis where you're actually going to reduce the heaviest burdens on people and companies. And we've got to be realistic that we are living in a market, in a world where there is competition for capital. And so if people can mine things in other jurisdictions at a lower tax rate, they will, and that's where those jobs will go, right? If a company can build houses and make money out of it in another jurisdiction, they will. So these are the facts. We cannot pretend that we're living in some socialist utopia where we can continue to tax the backside out of the country and effectively run programs which are unsustainable and unaffordable. So these are the questions for the Australian people, I think, to ask their parliamentarians. What ambition do they have for our country? Where do they see fixing public finances on the list of priorities? Because surely we can do a better job than running a $40 billion deficit, $100 billion over the forwards, and a never, never, never return to surplus, which is only going to result in high taxes on future generations.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I too rise to speak on the Appropriations Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2025-26, the Appropriations Bill number 3, 25-26, and the Appropriations Bill number 4, 25-2026. Collectively, these bills, these appropriation bills provide legislative authority for additional funding to Consolidated Revenue Fund for the government. Obviously, they are part of implementing the decisions of both the budget and MyEFO, and there's a significant amount of money attached to these bills. They seek approval for $12.5 billion in appropriations, including for ordinary and non-ordinary services and for parliamentary departments. And let's be clear, in offering our support for these bills is the normal practice of the opposition when it comes to appropriations and money bills or supply bills. It doesn't mean to say that we agree with everything that is contained in these bills or the policies that have driven the need for these appropriations. Because as Senator Bragg has just quite articulately put on the record, we are at a stage in this country where the spending of government is completely out of control and is driving our economy to a place that is going to be a place where our children and their children are going to wear the consequences of the recklessness of this current government's attitude to taxation and its attitude to the economy. Since coming into government, this government has added $100 billion to the national debt, which is now heading towards $1 trillion. I mean, that's $1 trillion that's on the credit card. That's $1 trillion that is going to have the interest repaid on it. That is $1 trillion that future generations are going to have to wear the consequences of. Because as we sit here at the moment with the instability that we're seeing in our domestic economy, courtesy of the actions of this current government, with the added implications of a volatile international situation, we are in a very precarious position. Most other times when we've headed into times of uncertainty and times of crisis, there's always been a buffer in the bank. There is no buffer in the bank because this government has already spent it. And so we head into uncertain times, rising interest rates, and global uncertainty, a fuel crisis that is still being denied by those opposite, that is quite frankly impossible to deny when you drive around and you want to fill your car up, or you speak to a farmer who is trying to fill their tractor up or getting a fuel delivery onto their farm. It is not a crisis that is to be ignored. But the point of these bills today is to provide additional funding to the government. And the point that we and the opposition will continue to make, and that is the fiscal management of this country is what number one objective, policy, priority of every government after keeping its citizens safe. That is the other job that a government has to do, is to manage the economy in the best interests and the best welfare outcomes for Australians. So spending growth at the moment is actually running at 4 times the growth of the economy. Now, anybody who has got any idea about economics knows that that is going to be a problem when it comes to stimulating inflation in the economy. And this is the highest spending rate outside of a pandemic in over 40 years. So quite frankly, right now, inflation in this country is too high, and there is only one place to lay the blame for that inflation being too high, and that is the high levels of government spending. Responsibility sits with the government. The ABS has confirmed in the last 12 months to January 2026, inflation was at 3.8%, and it's rising, with trimmed mean inflation at 3.4%. Both these figures are well outside the band that is stated as appropriate by the Reserve Bank as the target band. So the result of this is everyday Australians are just seeing everything that they rely on, everything that they have to pay for is going up. Everyday costs, whether that be the increasing cost of housing and the fact that we now are seeing a generation of Australians actually fearing whether they will ever be able to own their own home. Something that previous generations, my generation and generations before, have always almost taken for granted, that if you worked hard, you would always be able to afford to buy your own home. That is not something that the younger generation feel anymore. But the everyday immediacy of your food, the cost of your food going up, the cost of your health going up, the cost of your insurance going up, and quite frankly, the incredible increase that we've seen in the amount that people are paying to actually pay for their houses, those of us who are lucky enough to be able to have been able to buy one. And these are hurting everyday Australians because the cost of living pressures are singularly the most impactful thing that is happening in the lives of everyday Australians right now. But the government is refusing to accept in everything it's saying, it's in complete narrative, it refuses to accept the fact that the actions of it are actually reducing the living standards of everyday Australians. And it's really quite terrifying when you hear authoritative figures saying that the next generation will be the first generation of Australians whose living standards will be worse than the previous generations since the Second World War. So every generation since the Second World War has been the beneficiary of the productivity and growth and responsibility of successive governments in managing the economy. This next generation will be the first to inherit a worse living standard than the last. The other thing too is that we have seen an absolute propensity of the spending of this government to be focused very much on things that exist in terms of the increasing in size of the government. We on this side of the chamber don't believe in bigger government, we believe in better government. We believe in a government that supports Australians themselves getting ahead. We believe that Australians should not be bearing the burden of government policy. We believe Australians should be the beneficiary of government policy by them being able to get ahead, by them being able to work hard and be rewarded for what they do. This is not the policies of this government. But there's one area that I just want to focus a little bit more detail on, and that has been the absolutely explosion of not just costs in the healthcare sector, but accessibility and the implications of the policies of this government in health in terms of the outcomes of the health of Australians. There is absolutely no doubt when you speak to Australians that they are concerned about the cost and access to healthcare, and we have seen over recent years an increasing level of concern about the accessibility and affordability of healthcare, and the result of that is that people are actually not seeking to engage with the healthcare system because they say they simply cannot afford to do so. There is absolutely no doubt that at the last election campaign, the Prime Minister sought to try and avoid his responsibility for the burden that he has placed on our healthcare system by successive policies, by running around telling Australians that the only thing that they would need when they went to the doctor was their Medicare card. Well, the lived experience of Australians is very, very different to that, because right now Australians who have out-of-pocket costs when they go to see their doctor are paying in excess of $50 every time they turn up to see a doctor. So it's never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor than it is right now. As I said, out-of-pocket costs are in excess of $50. That is higher than it has ever been before. And so this is forcing Australians to make the really hard decision as to whether they're going to go and see the doctor or put food on the table. They're choosing to put food on the table, which is a quite reasonable response, but as a result of that, they are finding themselves getting sicker and sicker and sicker, and the result of that, obviously, is they are entering into our health system at a much more acute stage of illness, which is where it is more expensive and why we are seeing such a burden being placed on our hospital system. We also know that the increased incentives that have been put in place, and we obviously welcome, absolutely welcome, anything that is able to get Australians more affordable and easier access to healthcare. But the reality is we are not seeing a change on the ground. And then when you have a look at the impact of the more acute stages that people are actually entering into our healthcare system, we're also seeing our hospital system completely and utterly overburdened. We're seeing ramping around the country at the worst it's ever been. In my home state in South Australia last year, we saw the worst level of ramping that we have ever seen, double what had previously been. Elective surgery waiting lists, and we probably shouldn't use the term elective surgery. These are surgeries that are essential. They're just not life-saving. It could be somebody who has been living with chronic pain for many, many years. The wait time for elective surgeries in this country is completely and utterly blown out, and that's before we even start talking about the aged care system. And we see over 3,500 older Australians stuck in hospital beds because of the failure of this government in relation to preparing appropriately for aged care. We've seen private health premiums go up again. Next week we will see an over 4% increase in health premiums across the board for those Australians, those 15 million Australians who choose to insure their health in the private system. That is going to be the biggest increase in over a decade. And the most disturbing thing about that is what is the likely implication going to be on Australians in terms of their ability to maintain their private health insurance, because it's their private health insurance and their access to the private health sector that takes the pressure off our public health sector, which we saw just recently, the government having to chuck another $25 billion, $25 billion extra dollars to the states and territories for their hospital systems because they are overburdened because of the policies of this federal government. And we've seen the spending on the PBS, and that's the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, at some of its lowest levels. We're seeing the government use cost containment mechanisms at the moment by rationing care and access to healthcare to try and help their budget bottom line. This is an absolute indictment on this government, because if you listen to what they say, everything is okay. I would say to Australians, don't listen to what the government says, actually look at what they are doing. What they are doing is they're sending you backwards. But as I said, in the aged care sector, we have seen some terrible, terrible changes. We've seen wait lists blow out from just on 28,000 people waiting for a home care package to over 130,000 people as we sit here now. And that's with not accounting for the over 100,000 people that are waiting to even be assessed for a package. We're seeing older Australians stuck in hospital beds because they can't get into the aged care, they can't get residential care, or they can't get the home care packages that would enable them to go home. We have seen wait times blow out from probably around, they got down to around 3 months. We're now seeing 10, 11, 12 months waiting for aged care packages. And when they do get their aged care packages from this government, eventually they're receiving them at 60% of the value that they have been assessed as needing. So that means older Australians who've been assessed as needing a level of care, this government is giving them 60% of the care that they have been assessed as needing. This is just another broken promise by this government, a broken promise to older Australians who are having their care rationed by this government because the budget bottom line seems to be more important than the health and well-being of older Australians. And to add insult to injury, we now find out that the government has introduced an algorithm to assess what kind of care older Australians are going to get, an algorithm that is proving to be throwing out some of the most unkind, unfair and terrible results for older Australians. I mean, we've seen people who have had massively deterioration in their level in their health have sought to have their aged care packages reassessed for greater support, have their packages decreased and in some instances removed altogether at the whim of a robot. So right now we have got a government who is more focused on headlines and spin and not in delivering. We see a government that's more worried about their budget bottom line than worrying about Australians who have got health challenges, but particularly older Australians who are assessed as being needing care and have been denied it because of the rationing of care by this government. So this is, in the health and aged care, a national crisis of the government's own making. It is their responsibility and they will be held to account by the Australian public. But to use older Australians and the care and access to care of older Australians as a budgetary tool, I think has got to be one of the cruelest actions I've ever seen of any government ever. But these bills here today highlight the scale of government spending and the consequences of poor fiscal discipline. And whilst I said we will be supporting these bills as is practice, it goes no way to suggest that we support the actions of this government.
I call Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I too rise to speak on the appropriations bills. And appropriations bills, for those listening along to this debate, are very important bills as to the framing of a government's priority and agenda. And as with previous appropriations bills from this government, unfortunately what we see here again is a government that has its agenda and its priorities all wrong. It's a government that has not been upfront with the Australian people for 4 years. We have seen over that period 14 interest rate rises. We have seen over that period a government that has been using its monetary policy, its fiscal policy, in direct contradiction to the monetary policy outcomes sought by the Reserve Bank. We've had a government that's been pouring money into the economy at a time when the Reserve Bank has been seeking to put downward pressure on inflation. And as we enter this period of global turmoil where inflation is on the rise, Australians should absolutely always remember that inflation was already trending up before the conflict in Iran started to affect the markets. Inflation was well above the Reserve Bank's band and trending upwards. So we had a government that was pouring money into the economy, fuelling inflation, fuelling interest rate rises, with no serious plan on how to rein in its own spending. In fact, when we question the government's on its spending priorities, all the government is capable of saying is, oh, well, what would you cut? Well, I'm sorry, Labor, but you are in government. It's actually up to you to determine your priorities and determine how to manage the Australian economy to the benefit of Australian families, to the benefit of Australian small businesses, and to the benefit of the Australian economy as a whole. And Labor simply cannot be upfront with the Australian people in that regard. The economy is fundamentally weak, and that's what we now see with the pressure being put on it by external events. External events happen. Global shocks happen. A good government prepares and makes the Australian economy resilient in the face of those events. A good government prepares and makes sure our spending is sensible, contained and responsible. A good government doesn't come into this place day after day after day when it was obvious, bleedingly obvious to every Australian that there were issues in our fuel supply market and say, oh, there's nothing to see here. A good government, when it recalls diplomats' families from the Middle East on the 25th of February, starts to think about what potential conflict in the Middle East, the impact of that conflict might have on Australia. And one of the blindingly obvious things, even well before the 25th of February, was that an outbreak of conflict in the Middle East would have an impact on the availability and the price of fuel, both diesel and unleaded petrol. And yet, day after day after day in this place, when asking the Minister representing the Minister for Energy, we heard the same thing. There's nothing to see here. The opposition is merely stoking fear. The opposition is encouraging panic buying. Australians were blamed. The government blamed Australians for panic buying. Well, I'm sorry. If my business runs on diesel, then it is not panic buying to try and protect my business by filling up a tank. If I'm a farmer in the wheat belt of Western Australia and my business is getting the seed in the ground this year to ensure that I actually have cash flow, that is not panic buying, Minister. If my business is driving for whatever reason, and many, many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Australians rely on driving for their income, and they decide to make sure they fill up their tanks and perhaps even have a little bit of reserve on hand, that is not panic buying. That is risk management. That is decisions, businesses and individuals making decisions for their business and their family that are entirely sensible given the global situation, given it was bleedingly obvious that there was an issue coming with the Australian fuel supply, and given that the government was asleep at the wheel, sitting on its hands, doing absolutely nothing, in fact saying there is nothing to see here. How is it possible that we had a minister who for so many days in this place, in the other place, in the House of Representatives and being represented here, effectively said there is no issue, there is no issue? Well, that simply wasn't the case, and it was obvious. It was very obvious that it wasn't the case. So this shock, and yes, there are factors outside this government's control. I'm more than happy to concede that. Every Australian is more than happy to concede that. But it came in the face of a government that had bad priorities, was overseeing a weak economy where inflation was already on the rise, where interest rates were already on the rise, and where the government, the Labor government, had not prepared the economy. Now, fuel is just so fundamental, particularly diesel, is so fundamental to the Australian economy. It was whether you want to talk about the mining industry in my home state of WA, the agriculture industry in my home state of WA, whether you want to talk about filling up the supermarkets, whether you want to talk about moving goods back and forwards across the Nullarbor, which is very, very important. Diesel makes Australia run. It is literally required by every single industry in Australia. And without diesel, Australia stops. So the first obligation of the government in the circumstances where it is obvious that there was a risk of a conflict in the Middle East was to ensure that that requirement for diesel was maintained and strengthened. And there is absolutely no evidence on the table that this government did a thing to strengthen and increase our reserves in the face of an imminent shock. And Australians are hurting as a result. I think in the latest release of information, something like 500 petrol stations across Australia have run out of at least one type of fuel. Obviously, that is one sort of pain. The other sort of pain is if you are a business reliant on fuel to make your business run, then you are now paying for diesel over $3 a litre. Speaking to an earth-moving contractor in the south of Western Australia, I've been speaking to him regularly over the past few weeks because his business runs on diesel. If he cannot get diesel, then his business stops. He is generating no income. He has no income to pay his employees. Luckily, overnight he did get some fuel to keep going. Literally, he was down to his last day of fuel in his machinery. And last night, thank goodness, he did get some fuel to keep people on the job, to keep people working in this country, to keep his machinery moving. So that's great news. The difficult thing, the very, very difficult thing for his business is that rather than the around $1.80, $1.90 a litre he was hoping to pay for that diesel, he was paying over $3 a litre for that diesel. Now again, this is a business, as so many businesses do in Australia, that energy input costs are a key input to the business, are a key cost to the business. And so you now see the economics of this particular business, as so many businesses, are fundamentally altered by the current situation, where if you are paying $3, $3.10 a litre for diesel, the economics of earth moving is vastly different. He still has employees to pay. He still has insurance to pay. He still has maintenance to pay for on his vehicles, and one of his key input costs has gone through the roof. And that's why, from his point of view, he would have liked to have seen a government that was much more proactively responsive to the risk of this when it was very, very clear. People have been talking about the risk of this oil shock if something happened in the Middle East. We've seen it before. We've seen it so many times before. When there's conflict in the Middle East, there's an oil price shock. Everybody knows that's a risk. And so we've got Australians hurting. I've spoken to so many farmers over the last few weeks, worried about how they are going to manage their season. Now, seeding is underway in Western Australia, and that is proceeding, and that is good. But the lack of certainty, particularly around fertiliser, is now becoming a very, very serious concern in terms of particular application of nitrogen through the season. So we have risks to overall yields. I mean, Western Australia has done an amazing job in terms of yields over the past 4 years. 3 crops in excess of 20 million tonnes, 3 record crops over 4 years. When I worked in the grains industry back in 2009, 2010, an average crop in Western Australia was considered 10, 11 million tonnes. And now we've had 3 crops over 20 million tonnes, one of them 26 million tonnes in the last few years. That is extraordinarily efficiency, extraordinary productivity gain from our farming sector. And yet this year, Farmers are completely uncertain as to the ability to generate income. It's their ability to get key inputs like fuel and fertiliser, and therefore their ability to feed the world is under question. Because that's what the farmers, the grain farmers of Western Australia do. 95% of the West Australian grains crop is exported to help feed the world. It is a key part of so many international supply chains, and I have spoken to so many farmers who are dreadfully worried about the year ahead. And what did they hear from this government? For week after week, we sat in this place, we asked questions about the fuel situation, and we heard that there was no issues at all. This is a government that has lost control. It had no plan. It is now racing around trying to formulate one, and it is a government that has let down the Australian people.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. In accordance with arrangements made with the whips of the major parties, I seek leave to continue my remarks and express my regret that I wasn't here at the start of the debate.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator
Thank
Roberts,
you.
you have the call.
Thank you. I'll continue my speech from the other night. Decarbonisation now extends right through the bureaucracy and agencies. There are decarbonisation officers in every government department, plus the net zero reporting, government grants to industry and academia to research this made-up problem. It really is a fabricated non-problem, a monstrous calamitous fabrication that's costing the Australian people dearly. Some of these grants are substantial, including $444 million to the Great Barrier Reef Authority to counter the effects of climate change, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. The further we get into the pointless, disastrous transition, the more the burden of funding these measures will fall on the taxpayer through direct payments, loans and sovereign guarantees, not to mention the inefficiencies. Siri's trying to talk to me.
Siri doesn't have the call, Senator Roberts.
I'll pay that one.
Yeah. So back to you, Senator Roberts.
You've got a fertile imagination. Conspiracy theorist, is it? These measures will cost so much in the years ahead that ultimately the government of the day will be faced with a choice between social security, free health and education, or saving the planet from a natural trace atmospheric gas that's essential to all life on Earth. One nation does not worship the sky god of warming. We know the climate varies naturally.
Order, Senators.
And inherently, and nothing in the current data suggests the variation is outside of normal cycles. We have 24,000 data sets from around the world, including CSIRO and BOM, and they prove no change in climate at all, just natural inherent variation superimposed on cycles. A one-nation government will terminate net zero measures and withdraw from international agreements, which provide the heads of power the requirement of our government to spend this money. It's not necessary. We will immediately suspend all government activity associated with net zero and review all expenditure and loans to see what can be clawed back legitimately under the contract terms. I suspect non-compliance with contract requirements, especially around supply agreements, is widespread, so it shouldn't be too difficult. We will terminate all ongoing subsidies where that option is available under the contract, and we will renegotiate contracts where it's not. This will save around $10 billion a year in recurring expenditure, which we will put towards eliminating the deficit. $10 billion taken out of this year's budget figures. I foreshadow my amendment number 3662 in committee stage to return these bills to the Treasury, to have net zero spending removed and ask for the Senate's support. It's time to call out this parasitic net zero nonsense and get back to the real business of government, making people's lives better, not harder, as net zero measures currently do. Thank you.
Just before you resume your seat, Senator Roberts, it would assist the Senate if you would move your motion.
It's in
Your
committee
second
stage.
reading amendment.
No, it's in committee stage.
You want to move it in committee stage, not
Yes.
as second reader? I believe it's been circulated as a second reading amendment. So if you could move that now, Senator Roberts, that would assist the passage.
Sheet 3662.
Second reading amendment moved by Senator Roberts on behalf of One Nation.
Yes.
With regard to the appropriation.
I move my second reading amendment on sheet 3662.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Roberts. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I thank all senators for their contribution and commend these bills to the Senate.
The question is that the second reading amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. The noes have it. Aye. Is a division required? Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion move to the right, those no to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 5, noes 40. The question is resolved in the negative. Minister. The question is that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Let me just be very clear about this. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion will aye, no. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. I call Senator Grogan for the ayes and Senator Roberts for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 40, noes 5. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026. Appropriation Bill number 4, 2025-2026. Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2025-2026.
Minister. Minister?
No.
Third reading.
Second. Sorry, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Is the division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a third time. I appoint Senator Grogan for the ayes and Senator Robert for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 40, noes 5. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk. And ask senators to leave the chamber, if they can, in an orderly and quiet manner. Thank you.
Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026. Appropriation Bill number 4, 2025-2026. Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2025-2026. Government Business Orders of the Day number 2, Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes number 1 Bill 2026, continuation of the second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. I rise today to speak to the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes number 1 Bill 2026. The opposition will not oppose the bill. However, we do hold concerns on some aspects of the bill which is before us today. So, Mr Speaker, it's not Mr Speaker. I think I've been given the speech from the other place. President.
Very unlike you,
President.
Senator
Yeah, exactly. It just goes to show. President, the Coalition has always taken the view that Australia must maintain a strong, fair and sustainable social service system as a safety net for all Australians. Few countries in the world provide the same level of support for Australians as for people who are out of work, people who are facing hardship or experiencing family breakdown. And that's something Australians, I think, should all be extremely proud. However, we must also never lose sight of the fundamental truth. Our social security system is a safety net. It is not a bottomless resource. It's built on the sacrifice of millions of hard-working Australian taxpayers. It exists because Australians go to work, they run small businesses, they invest, they take risks and they contribute to the national economy. We therefore have a responsibility to manage this system carefully, responsibly and through responsible and disciplined economic management. We have a responsibility for future generations as well, who will be left to shoulder the long-term fiscal consequences of the decisions that we make in this place today. At its core, a well-designed income support system must provide a robust and sustainable safety net. It must protect the most vulnerable, it must support people through genuine periods of hardship, and it must enable pathways to independence and self-reliance. Our focus should always be on helping more Australians move into work and contribute to the strengthening of our economy, not on keeping people permanently connected to our welfare system. Our welfare system must be fit for purpose today and properly equipped to meet the challenges of tomorrow. While in government, the Coalition demonstrated that it is possible to strengthen the safety net while managing the public finances responsibly. Through disciplined economic management, the Coalition delivered the largest permanent increase to job seeker income support payments at that time. In April 2021, the Coalition increased working age payment rates, including the job seeker payment, by $50 a fortnight and permanently increased the income-free areas to $150 per fortnight. These changes were specifically designed to support job seekers as they secured employment and re-entered the workforce. During the height of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, the Coalition Government also provided $32 billion in emergency support payments to protect Australians through an unprecedented economic shock. That support was delivered quickly, responsibly and at scale, while maintaining a clear focus on recovery and economic participation and being temporary. President, the Coalition also recognises the integral role that the Child Support Scheme plays when families have a breakdown. Child support exists for one reason: to ensure that no matter where children live or with whom they live, children affected by family breakdowns remain financially secure. The Coalition makes no apology for supporting strong and, where necessary, tough measures to ensure that child support is paid. When parents shirk their responsibilities, they are not just hurting the system, they are depriving their own children of financial support that helps them live a better life. At the same time, we recognise that most parents do the right thing and meet their obligations. Since the scheme was introduced in 1998, more than $33 billion in child support payments has been transferred through the government scheme. When parents do not pay their child support on time, the impact is real and immediate. It affects the financial security of single parents and their children. For that reason, the Coalition will always support practical measures that improve the administration of the child support scheme and strengthen its compliance. President, during the bill, turning to the bill before the chamber at the moment, this legislation is technical in nature and consists of 3 schedules. Schedule 1 amends the Child Support Assessment Act 1989 to clarify and validate child support assessment arrangements. Part 1 of Schedule 1 adjusts when new child support periods start after updated tax information becomes available. In some circumstances, commencement will be delayed by an additional month. This is intended to help parents manage financial challenges that arise from updated income information. Part 2 of the schedule, Schedule 1, confirms that individuals have less than 35% care of a child, whether they are a parent or a non-parent carer, are not entitled to receive child support. Importantly, this applies retrospectively from the 1st of July 2008, while validating past decisions and leaving historic assessments unchanged. This schedule is designed to clarify technical legal aspects of the current operation of the child support scheme. The Coalition recognises that Schedule 1 also addresses unintended consequences arising from previous legislative amendments made under both Labor and Liberal and Coalition governments. It restores the original policy intent of the child support framework. In particular, it clarifies that a parent who provides less than 35% of care of a child is not entitled to receive child support, and this ensures that eligibility settings accurately reflect actual levels of care and responsibility. Schedule 2 of the bill amends the Social Security Act and Social Security Administration Act to provide clear legal authority for urgent payments to eligible recipients outside of the normal fortnightly payment cycle. This schedule establishes a legislative framework for administering urgent payments. It abolishes the current limit of 2 urgent payments per year and introduces safeguards designed to ensure that welfare recipients have sufficient funds to enable them to cover regular expenses on their usual payment day. It is important to note that urgent payments are not additional assistance. Urgent payments allow eligible recipients to access a portion of their regular fortnightly entitlement in advance in circumstances of exceptional and unforeseen financial hardship. The Coalition accepts that there must be a lawful and transparent framework for these payments.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. You'll be in continuation. It being 11:15, we'll move to other business. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator Grogan?
Yes.
Yep, sure.
So I missed what you said.
We're on notices of motion for another day, if you have any of those. No. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. I give notice that on the next day of sitting I will introduce a bill that will allow individuals to choose what is in their social media feeds, to control their algorithms. That bill will be debated in this chamber and the government will have to act.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. There being no other matters, I'll call. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. I present the 4th report of 2026 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Grogan.
I move that the report be adopted.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move the amendment as circulated to the Selection of Bills Committee report.
Thank you. I'll do Senator Duniam and then Senator Shoebridge. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. If I could also move an amendment as circulated in the chamber relating to the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I move the amendment circulated in Senator McKim's name. Well, isn't this extraordinary? We're now 4 weeks into your war of choice, Labor, the One Nation, Liberal war of choice in the Middle East, the war of choice that is being felt in across the Middle East with thousands of deaths, wide-scale destruction, and it's been felt across the world with the economic chaos, and it's been felt in the homes across this country. Australians across this country right now are paying the cost for Labor, the Coalition and One Nation, the war parties, championing of this war of choice by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, and you don't even have the guts to have a hearing into a war powers bill that would give the Parliament and the Australian public a say before you go into your next disastrous US forever war. And let's be clear what's behind this. While Australians across the country are worried if they're going to be able to fill up their petrol tank, they're worried about the cost of it. They are desperately concerned about what it means for their jobs. They're worried if over Easter they're going to be able to go down and visit family and friends because they may not be able to fill up petrol to get back. They are worried about the world spiralling out into chaos. They're deeply concerned about the deaths they're seeing in the Middle East. And do you know whose interest the Albanese Labor government took into account? No doubt a phone call between the Prime Minister and Donald Trump. I wonder if they mentioned Donald Trump's thousands and thousands of mentions in the Epstein files in that phone call. You know, whose national interest is being advanced here? It's not the interest of the Australian people. The Albanese government is betraying the Australian people because they're siding with Donald Trump, a mate of Jeffrey Epstein. They're siding with Benjamin Netanyahu, who's running a war to get re-elected, putting the interests of those two vile men ahead of the interests of Australians, throwing our economy into chaos, throwing people out of work, all because the Labor Party, One Nation and the Coalition put the interests of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu ahead of the Australian people who elected them to this place. Not to serve the interests of the 1%, not to serve the interests of Donald Trump, not to serve the interests of Benjamin Netanyahu. You're meant to be serving the interests of the Australian people. Is it any wonder you don't want them to have a say on whether we go to war? Because you go to war for the 1%. You're going to war for the fossil fuel companies who are making record profits. You're going to war for Donald Trump and the Epstein class. You're going to war for Benjamin Netanyahu so he can get re-elected in Israel. And you do not give a rat's about the interests of the Australian people. It is an obscene betrayal that we are seeing. So when people across the country are there wondering if they're going to be able to afford to fill up their car, wondering if their job is going to be secure, they're wondering why this is happening to them. The answer is because Labor has a phone call with Donald Trump. Prime Minister Albanese gets on the phone with Donald Trump and says, how can we help? How can we support you? Because Donald Trump is of more interest keeping him happy, making sure he doesn't get angry, maybe cancels AUKUS, maybe says mean things about us. That's who you put ahead of the Australian people. And so is it any wonder you're joining up now, the three war parties are joining up now to prevent this bill that, if it got through, would make sure the Parliament had to have a say before you joined the next Trump war? Is it any wonder we'll see the three war parties join up to vote against it? And I see you at different times wrapping yourselves in the Australian flag and pretending you care about Australia. Why don't you just wrap yourselves in the US flag? Wrap yourselves in whatever President Benjamin Netanyahu gives you. Wrap yourselves up in whatever the 1% are giving you to betray the country like this. It is an obscene betrayal of ordinary Australians because you are frightened of Donald Trump. Or maybe actually it's worse than that. You identify with him. You identify with the 1% who he supports. You identify with the fossil fuel companies that are making record profits. It is appalling how you betray this country.
Senator Shoebridge, your time has expired. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, President. How extraordinary that a matter of weeks after Labor has joined Australia into the war on Iran, at the behest of the war criminals Trump and Netanyahu, the illegal war against Iran that Australia is now fighting on the side of the war criminals and the perpetrators of this illegal war. Just a matter of weeks after you signed us up to all that, you are now colluding with all the war parties in this place, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, the Nationals and One Nation, to prevent a bill just going to an inquiry that would actually require this Parliament to decide the next time Labor wants to lead us into another disastrous US-led forever war. You don't even want the bill that would allow this Parliament, the democratically elected representatives of the Australian people, to have the say about whether or not this country should go to war. This is a war that has resulted in thousands of people dying, women, children, men, everyone in between, has resulted in tens of thousands being injured and many, many, many hundreds of thousands, well north of 1 million, being displaced from their homes. in places like the south of Lebanon. A war that Labor, in the most cavalier way, signed this country up to because Donald Trump, under pressure from the Zionists, from the war criminal Netanyahu, in an attempt to distract from his complicity in the paedophilia of Jeffrey Epstein, launched illegally against the people of Iran. What an absolute disgrace, and how far the Labor Party has fallen from where it stood just a matter of a couple of decades ago on the Iraq War. Now, I also want to talk about the referral that the Greens are attempting to deliver through this amendment of the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for the ACCC Enforcement Bill. And I want to start by reflecting on the economic impacts of this war. Make no mistake, senators, there are no circumstances, even the massively unlikely immediate ceasefire, there are no circumstances where the economic impacts of this war will not continue for some time. And that is the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is a global economic black swan event that will change the nature of international geopolitics and the global economy forever. That is how serious the situation is. And it is time for Labor to come to grips with the impacts of this war, that they were one of the first governments in the world out of the blocks to say they thought it was a terrific idea. This is Labor's war. And the impacts of this war on everyday Australians, those impacts are the impacts Labor has delivered. And one of those impacts is petrol prices and petrol availability. It is the absolute barbecue stopper of an issue that is discussed everywhere you go in this country at the moment, whether you're picking up the kids from school, leaning on your back fence, talking to your neighbour, down the pub, in a place of worship, or in the supermarket. Everyone's talking about it. And what's Labor doing to stop petrol companies price gouging? Nothing. Because their bill, which they say will stop petrol companies price gouging, actually will not do that. They won't do that. And Labor knows it won't do that. And Labor knows there are no anti-price gouging provisions in competition and consumer law in Australia, because last year they moved to create anti-price gouging provisions only for the supermarket sector, and only after the Greens had campaigned for 18 months to get them to do that. Labor is misleading the Australian people, and instead of being honest, they are being deceptive, and they don't want to be caught out.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I rise to speak in support of the comments made by my colleagues Senator Shoebridge and Senator McKim. The question has to be asked, what is the government and the coalition afraid of in having the public have a bill to give them a say about whether or not this country goes to war being interrogated? Are you afraid that experts are going to come and say that the Parliament should actually debate this? Because if you were so confident in your position, then you'd be happy for this to go to an inquiry. So the question for the Australian public is, what is the government and the opposition wanting to keep secret about the decisions that they are making to put Australian troops in harm's way and to make the Australian public less safe by the decisions that they are making to tie us to a government that is led by a fascist maniac? You cannot take any of the statements that the President of the United States, that Trump has made since this illegal war has started, and have any level of confidence that we should not have been dragged into this unlawful and illegal war. Every time I hear that man speak, I am horrified. Every time other Australians hear him speak, they are horrified. And this is the government and the military that you have tied us to. So at the very least, at least have the courage to be up front and allow an open debate about whether this parliament should have a say in whether our country is dragged into war, and at least have the courage to send this bill to an inquiry so that people can see very clearly and plainly the evidence as to whether this should happen or not. And I also want to support Senator McKim's comments about the smoke and mirrors around the government claiming that they are protecting people from price gouging on fuel. This is a government full of smoke and mirrors. Yesterday, we had the ministerial statement on better and fairer schools. And this government loves to claim that they've fully funded our public schools, but everybody knows that's not going to happen, even by 2034. But you're still out there saying it. And now you're out there telling people that you're going to protect them from price gouging when you're actually not. If you're not going to do the thing, then be honest with the public about what you are doing. People have a right to know what is actually happening. And over the top of this, we're being drowned by mis and disinformation, and the approach that you take only makes that worse. This war started by the bombing by the United States of a school where over 150 young schoolgirls died. And last night in the chamber, both the government and the opposition stood up in response to the Better and Fairer Schools ministerial statement and said how much they value our young people. Well, every war is a war on children. And if the major parties in this place care so much about young people, if they really care, then you would be doing everything in your power to make the bombs stop. You would not cheer them on from the get-go. You would be using every diplomatic lever. You would stop sending arms to Israel, which you continue to do, because every war is a war on children, and the major parties and one nation in this place are continuing to perpetuate that war rather than doing every single thing in your power to bring peace and make the bombs stop.
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. So there are three sets of amendments, Minister Gallagher, Senator Duniam and Senator McKim. Because they all impact on one another, my intention is to put Senator McKim's amendment first, then Senator Duniam's, and then Minister Gallagher. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Senator McKim and moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by the amendment standing in the name of Senator McKim and moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Senator, I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the amendment as standing in the name of Senator Duniam. So the question is that the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report as moved by Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report as moved by Senator Duniam be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We'll now deal with the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher. The question is that those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I shall now move the amended selection of bills committee report as moved by Senator Grogan. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? No. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of general business notices 421, 435, 451 and 452, all postponed to the next day of sitting.
Thank you. I'll now move to, if there's no objection, the business is postponed. I'll now move to general business, dealing with 395, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 395 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 395, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 395, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I advise the chamber there may be further divisions and there will be 1-minute bells. I'll now move to general business 457, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Beg your pardon, 456. Sorry, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 456 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question, Minister
President,
Gallagher.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Minister.
Thank you. The government has tabled the response to this order this morning and a copy has been provided to the senator. On that basis, the government opposes the motion.
Thank you, Minister Gallagher. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 456, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Minister Gallagher.
Happy to have that, just our opposition to that motion recorded.
Minister Gallagher has asked by leave to have the government's opposition recorded, so we'll do that, so the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 457, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi.
We did 456, I think.
No, we've done 456. 457.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 457 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Faruqi and then ministers. Are you seeking? No? Senator Faruqi.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Minister Gallagher.
This on 457?
Yep.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Similar to the last motion, the government has tabled the response to this order this morning and a copy has been provided to the senator, and on the basis the government opposes the motion.
Thank you. So the question, order, senators. The question is that general business 457, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll now move to 458, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 458 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 459. Sorry, my goodness, sorry. So the question is that general business 458, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 459, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I ask the general business notice of motion number 459 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Faruqi.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 459, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 460, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I seek leave to amend General Business Notice of Motion number 460 before asking that it be taken as formal.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator. Oh, beg your pardon, Senator McKim.
Nothing's been circulated. If Senator Askew could just go through the amendments for the benefit of the chamber, please.
I understand it's been circulated, Senator McKim. Why don't we come back to it and give you an opportunity to have a look at it? Yeah. So I'll now deal with 461, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 461 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The government will be opposing this motion. This order seeks documents relating to surveys of Housing Australia staff. Despite the fact that the Senate's order gave a deadline some 4 hours before the motion was even agreed to, I'm happy to advise that the documents will be produced in response to this order imminently.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that General Business 461, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I only heard one voice. I'm going to put it again. So the question is that 461 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 461, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 noes and 27 ayes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go back to general business notice of motion number 460, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Yeah, we just start again. Thanks. Senator Askew. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 460 before asking that it be taken as formal.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Askew.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So, Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. The government will... I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The government will be opposing this motion and the amendments that have been circulated. Orders 27 and 119 are for entirely different documents. The attempt to link them together in one motion is a poor attempt from Senator Bragg, who has realised 4 months later that he got his own OPDs mixed up. In response to Order 119, the government has already provided exactly what Senator Bragg asked for. Senator Bragg continues to move compliance motions in relation to OPD 119, an order that specifically seeks any correspondence of documents relating to modelling done by Treasury regarding the contingent liability of the Home Guarantee Scheme. That modelling is laid out for him in the documents already produced. I'm happy to provide him with a copy of his own motion if he doesn't understand. Order 119 was not for home price impact modelling. Thank you, President.
Thank you. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 460, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, as amended and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 460, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, moved and amended by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 462, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 462 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move
Senator
the
Askew.
motion.
Minister.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is
Thank
granted for 1
you.
minute.
The government will be opposing this motion. This order seeks aggregate data of users accessing the Home Guarantee Scheme since 1st of October 2024. While the motion, as agreed to by the Senate, gave a period of less than 24 hours to produce more than a year's worth of data, about 230,000 Australians, including age brackets, individual income, household group, occupational group, property purchase prices, single or joint borrower status and loan-to-value ratio for more than 230,000 Australians. I'm happy to advise the documents relating to this order have been tabled this morning.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 462, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 462, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, that concludes formal motions. Are there any committee memberships? No. No messages from the House? No. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, order the day number 2. Resumption of debate on the motion of Senator Bragg proposing a reference to the Economics References Committee.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I will continue my speech on this motion from Senator Bragg, and I think where I finished up yesterday, and I am trying to recall, but the key is that we need some scrutiny on the Housing Australia Future Fund. We need some scrutiny on the Affordable Housing Bond Aggregator, on the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, on the National Housing Accord Facility, because this is a government that loves to have a slogan, a title, a three-word title particularly. You know, they love their home guarantee scheme. They love these things. Capacity building, help to buy, that's another three-word slogan from this government. And they put these schemes out there, one after the other, leverage off taxpayer dollars, often off budget, and this requires a level of scrutiny that there is scrutiny available through the estimates process, and Senator Bragg has certainly prosecuted that very well indeed. But it does require a level of scrutiny in this place because we need to confront this raft of housing programs which, quite frankly, have not delivered what the government promised. They have not delivered the houses on the ground. As I said yesterday, the Home Guarantee Scheme in particular needs examination in a current market where we have prices rising very rapidly, effectively young people being encouraged into the market with a 5% deposit scheme, house prices potentially falling, interest rates rising, where they're actually worse off than they would have been without this government's program.
Senator McKim, you have 49 seconds.
Well, thank you. I'm going to take less than that because I move that the debate be adjourned until 31st of March.
The question before the Senate is that this be adjourned to the 31st of March. All those in favour? All those against? The ayes have it. That's been carried. It now being moments before 12:15, I'm going to move to government business.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of legislation.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted, Minister.
Okay, I thank you. I move that a motion relating to the consideration of legislation may be moved immediately and determined without amendment. Oh, sorry, I just moved. Oh, right, I don't have to do any of that. I move the motion as circulated.
Okay. The question before the chair is the motion as circulated as moved by the minister. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes number 1 Bill 2026. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. So I wish to continue with my remarks on the Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes number 1 Bill 2026. And as I was saying, the Coalition accepts that there must be lawful and transparent framework to ensure that payments are being received appropriately. However, we have questions on how the removal of an annual cap will operate in practice and what safeguards will exist to prevent people from a cycle of repeated urgent payment requests and ongoing financial hardship. The Coalition welcomes measures such as access to financial counselling, social work services and alternative payment arrangements, including centre pay. We are concerned, however, that removing the annual cap on urgent payment requests risks encouraging greater reliance on what was previously a limited and tightly controlled program. Without effective safeguards, this change may deepen financial distress rather than relieve it. So, Acting Deputy President, we cannot consider these changes to urgent payments in isolation from the broader economic environment in which Australians are currently living. Under this Albanese government, Australians are paying more for everything, Insurance costs have increased by 39%, energy costs are up by 38%, rent is up by 22%, health costs are up by 18%, if you can get in, education costs are up 17%, and food costs are up 16%. These are not discretionary or optional expenses. These are not luxuries. These are fundamental costs of everyday life that all Australians use daily. And against this backdrop, it is hardly surprising that many welfare recipients are experiencing persistent financial stress and may be increasingly relying on urgent payments and other emergency measures simply to get by. We know, troublingly, that in 24-25 alone, 440,000 social security payment recipients were granted approximately 1 million urgent payments. That figure alone should prompt serious reflection by the Albanese government about the impact on Australians on its failed economic policies. Australians are hurting and Labor has no viable plan to change that. This impact should lead to serious consideration of whether urgent payments are being used to fill the systemic gaps in financial stability rather than serving their intended purpose as an emergency measure. As highlighted in the government's own explanatory memorandum for this bill, urgent payments are primarily accessed by vulnerable people. 45% of recipients of urgent payments are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, even though only around 6% of all income support recipients identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. With this evidence of daily struggle, it is clear that closing the gap is also becoming out of reach. This raises serious and legitimate questions about how these changes will operate in practice, particularly in vulnerable and remote communities. The government must explain what concrete measures it has implemented to prevent urgent payments from being exploited or diverted towards harmful activities, including gambling and excessive alcohol consumption, especially in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. It must also explain how it will ensure that the promised support, including financial counselling and access to social work services, will be available to all Australians who need them, regardless of where they live. The Coalition calls on the government to guarantee that the changes in this bill will not have a negative impact on most vulnerable Australians, particularly those living in rural and remote communities. Schedule 3 of the bill amends the Social Security Act to clarify how employment income is attributed when calculating a person's rate of social security payment. It expressly provides that income attribution rules may apply to attribute employment income paid to the social security recipient or their partner for the purposes of working out the recipient's rate of pay, regardless of whether the relevant payment is a social security payment or benefit and whether the partner receives a social security payment. It also ensures that the attributed income continues to apply for the full attribution period, including where a payment is cancelled or suspended. The Coalition accepts that clarity in income attribution rules is essential for both recipients and administrators. Clear language and certainty will reduce errors, disputes and administrative complexity and help ensure the payments are calculated consistently and lawfully. Acting Deputy President, taken together, these three schedules are designed to provide legal clarity, certainty to practices and policy intentions that have existed for some time. However, notwithstanding our decision not to oppose the bill, we will continue to scrutinise the government's approach, particularly in relation to Schedule 2. Urgent payments are being used at a scale because people are struggling under the weight of the economy and a government that's failing them. They are being accessed disproportionately by vulnerable Australians, and they're being relied upon in an economic environment where the cost of living continues to rise. The government must demonstrate that it has put in place robust safeguards to ensure that this change does not unintentionally or inadvertently increase financial stress or hardship for people who are already doing it tough. It must also demonstrate that it has effective systems in place to identify repeat use, emerging risk and patterns of vulnerability, and that it is actively intervening with appropriate support, not simply processing a higher volume of advance payments. Acting Deputy President, the opposition recognises the broader intent of the legislation and the need to clarify technical aspects of the social security and child support frameworks. For that reason, the opposition will not be opposing the passage of this bill. We do, however, put the government on notice. The government must follow through on its commitments. It must ensure that robust safeguards are implemented. It must ensure that financial counselling and social support services are accessible, timely and available to individuals and families who rely on them during periods of financial stress. And it must guarantee that the changes to urgent payments do not entrench disadvantage, deepen vulnerability, or create new risks for the very Australians our social safety net is meant to protect. Australia's welfare system must strike the right balance between supporting vulnerable Australians and remaining sustainable, responsible and fit for purpose so it can maintain public confidence and long-term viability. That is the expectation of the government, of the coalition, and that is the benchmark to which the Albanese government must be held.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to provide my support to this bill. Since the Albanese Labor government was first elected, we've been working to restore trust in Australia's social security system. And that trust matters, because without it, the system loses its legitimacy, both for taxpayers, for recipients, and also for the broader community. We all remember what happens when that trust breaks down. The legacy of robo-debt showed us what occurs when governments ignore legality, ignore fairness, and ignore the human consequences of administrative failure. The Albanese Labor government has chosen to take a very different approach. We've raised working age and student payments, increased the annual single rate of JobSeeker by almost $4,000. We've increased Commonwealth rent assistance by nearly 50%. We've expanded parenting payment single to support around 106,000 additional single parents. We're expanding paid parental leave to 26 weeks, with superannuation now being included. And we are increasing the small debt waiver threshold to $250, with around 1.2 million debts expected to be waived or not raised at all. We've also expanded debt waivers for victim survivors of financial abuse. All of this is about rebuilding a system that is fair, that is lawful, and that is humane. This bill is the next step in that work. This is a technical bill, and not just a technical bill, but an essential one. The bill makes targeted amendments across 3 schedules: child support, urgent payments, and employment income attribution. Each of these is about aligning legislation with the long-standing policy intent, improving administration and ensuring legal certainty. So first, on child support. This bill improves the administration of child support periods and fixes unintended consequences from earlier legislative changes. It also clarifies when a new child support period begins following a new tax assessment, where an assessment is made after the 15th of the month. The new period will not begin in the next month, but in fact the month after. This is a practical reform. It ensures that parents are not just given days to adjust the changes in their financial obligation, which is the difference between thriving and surviving for families in real time. Instead, they are given sufficient time to plan and manage their finances. Just as importantly, the bill corrects an anomaly that could allow a parent with less than 35% care of a child to receive child support. This was never the intention of the Parliament. The child support system is based on a clear principle. One, that the financial responsibility reflects the level of care. Where a parent has less than 35% care, they are not bearing the primary costs of raising the child and should not receive child support. This bill restores that principle across all cases and across all formulas. It does so by retrospectively applying the correction to ensure consistency since 2008, whilst preserving the validity of past decisions and maintaining certainty for families. Importantly, as set out in the Statement of Compatibility with Human Rights, these changes promote the best interests of the child and the support of the right of the child to an adequate standard of living by ensuring that child support is distributed fairly and appropriately. Secondly, urgent payments. This bill provides a clear legislative framework for urgent payments, a long-standing feature of the social security system that until now has not had a sufficiently explicit legal basis. Urgent payments allow people to access part of their accrued entitlement early when they are experiencing exceptional and unforeseen circumstances. This is not an additional payment. Urgent payments allow people to access part of their accrued entitlement early when they are experiencing those exceptional and unforeseen circumstances. This is their lifeline, enabling people to manage sudden costs like medical expenses, housing instability or family emergency. And within this bill, it formalises that system. It establishes clear eligibility criteria, clear limits on payment amounts and safeguards to ensure that people do not overdraw against their entitlement. It also ensures that the system can be delivered efficiently through automated processes while still providing human support where needed, particularly for those who rely on urgent payments frequently. And it sits alongside broader investment, including increased funding for emergency relief services and expansion of the no-interest loan scheme to ensure people have access to safe, fair financial support. These reforms promote the right to social security and the right to an adequate standard of living by ensuring people can access support when they need it the most. Thirdly, the employment income attribution. This bill clarifies how employment income, including a partner's income, is assessed for the purposes of social security payments. It is about ensuring that the income test operates as it's intended. It makes clear that employment income attribution applies to both the recipient and their partner, and that income continues to be attributed across the relevant periods, even where payments are suspended, cancelled or restarted. Again, this is not a policy shift. It is a clarification. It ensures consistency, it removes ambiguity, it strengthens the integrity of the whole system. This bill is about responsible government, and it is about identifying where the law does not align with the policy intent and fixes it. It is about ensuring that long-standing administrative practices have a clear legal foundation, and it is about continuing the work of rebuilding the trust in Australia's social security system after years of neglect and failure. This bill strengthens the fairness, clarity and effectiveness of the system. This bill also supports families. It supports vulnerable Australians, and it supports confidence in the rule of law. And I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak to the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Number 1 Bill 2026. The Greens will support the measures in this bill that align current practice with legislation. But let me be direct about what this bill represents. It's a government, finally and belatedly, legislating to make lawful what has for years been conducted without legal basis. That is not a routine technical fix. That is an admission of systemic unlawfulness. And the question this chamber must ask is, how did we get here, and what does it tell us about the broader state of our social security system? This bill does not exist in isolation. It is the latest entry in a long and troubling record of non-compliance with social security law, a pattern in which the major parties have, time after time, failed to administer the social security system lawfully. The Commonwealth Ombudsman could not have been more pointed in naming their most recent report, "Following the Law is Not Optional." That title is not a suggestion, it is a rebuke, and it is a rebuke that has been earned. The scale of known concerns is staggering. There are 144 identified issues of concern already on the record, and yet Schedule 3 of this very bill addresses a further issue that does not even appear on that list. It feels, in this area of law, as though every month brings a new revelation. And the specific practices addressed in this bill are not newly discovered. Services Australia was first aware of them 6 years ago. Labor has chosen to act only now, after the Ombudsman's report made continued inaction untenable. And let me be precise about what a 6-year delay in addressing known unlawful practice means. It means that for 6 years, the government administered parts of the social security system without a lawful basis. Practices without a legislative basis are not grey areas. They are unlawful, and the decision not to act on them in a timely way was a choice. And here is what makes this pattern so corrosive. The standard applied to the government's own conduct is entirely different from the standard applied to the people receiving payments. Under the targeted compliance framework, recipients face punitive and swift consequences for any perceived non-compliance: payment suspensions, financial instability, disruption to housing and food security. Hundreds of thousands of people face payment suspensions every single year. And these are not trivial consequences. For people on job seeker or youth allowance, a suspension can mean rent not paid, meals skipped, and debts compounded. And who oversees this system? A privatised network of job service providers, many of which are, it should be noted, donors to the Labor Party. This means that a system with almost no meaningful accountability, transparency or oversight is delivering life-altering consequences to some of the most financially vulnerable Australians, while the government presiding over it cannot even assure this chamber that the system is entirely lawful. Last year, Labor was forced to pause payment cancellations after it was found that thousands had been cancelled unlawfully. The government cannot assure us of the lawfulness of the rest of the system, and yet it continues to function unchecked. And beyond the question of lawfulness sits an even more fundamental problem. The mutual obligation system is built on a false premise. It treats unemployment as a personal failing, a result of insufficient effort, rather than a structural reality. Right now, we have the Reserve Bank raising interest rates because employment and inflation are too high. The Ombudsman's report addressed this directly and without equivocation. The evidence cited in that report found that the majority of the 652,300 current job seekers are in fact unlikely to find ongoing employment, no matter how hard they try, given that current employment in Australia is so close to the natural level with respect to the inflation rate. The Ombudsman observed that stigmatising unsuccessful job seekers as people reluctant to accept employment may contribute to limited oversight of providers and a narrow administration of the program, despite the evidence. This is a punishing, costly and largely pointless system. It punishes people for an economic reality they did not create and cannot individually solve. The Greens will be moving several amendments to this bill. Firstly, we will be moving second reading amendments, and I move those amendments as circulated in my name. Those amendments will seek to call on the government to abolish the parental income test for youth allowance, a test that punishes young people for their parents' income and treats them as dependents long into adulthood. The second reading amendment also calls on the government to abolish the partner income test for all social security payments. Every person in this country deserves to be treated as an individual with their financial autonomy and independence, not as an appendage to their partner's income. And there is ample evidence that continuing to insist on testing people's income support against their partner's income is a not insignificant factor in preventing women from escaping situations of family and domestic violence. We will also be moving some Committee of the Whole amendments, and they will relate to reinstating the 6-year limit on debt recovery, something that is an outstanding recommendation of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, And we'll be also seeking to remove the arbitrary limit on the amount a person can request as an urgent payment. People need those urgent payments for things like bonds when they get evicted because their rental is being sold, or they need those payments to get a new fridge when their fridge breaks down, and none of those things cost $200, and forcing people to go back day after day after day asking for $200 is not only inefficient, it is punitive to those people who need that urgent money when they are subsisting on an income support payment that is below poverty levels. Our current rates of income support, it must be noted, are not merely low. They are among the lowest in the entire OECD. There are virtually zero rental properties affordable to anyone on job seeker or youth allowance, and Labor's own Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee has told the government for consecutive years that rates must increase substantially, and not claiming indexation as a rise. And the government has not acted on this to the extent that it must. And the global economic uncertainty created by the Trump administration's war of aggression will have real consequences for the Australian economy. And economic disruption of this kind always hits those on income support hardest and first. Raising the rate of payments is not just a matter of compassion, it is a matter of economic resilience. And that is why I've written to the Minister this week calling on Labor to pause mutual obligations and raise income support payments. Even the Coalition took some of these steps during the pandemic. That was a precedent, and there is no excuse at a time right now of rising economic inequality. Our social security system should be administered lawfully. That should not be a radical expectation. It is the minimum. And yet issue upon issue continues to be identified year after year, suggesting that lawfulness is treated as aspirational rather than foundational. Our social security system should support people, not punish them. We have a political and media culture that too often stigmatises and shames those who rely on income support, as though poverty is a personal failure rather than a policy outcome. The people receiving these payments are not asking for much. They're asking for a system that operates lawfully, does not keep them in poverty, and treats them as individuals with autonomy and dignity. That is not a high bar. It is the bar that any decent society should clear without question. The Greens will continue to fight until that bar is cleared, and until every person in this country who needs support receives it lawfully, adequately, and with their dignity intact.
Senator Askew.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak in support of the Social Security Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes No. 1 Bill 2026. The Coalition understands the integral role of Australia's child support scheme. That is why, during our years in government, we strengthened and supported the scheme to ensure it delivered for some of Australia's most vulnerable, our children. The reasons families break down are complex, but it is never the fault of the child. That is why the child support scheme exists, to ensure that regardless of where or with whom they live, children affected by family breakdown are not financially disadvantaged and can be kept safe. This bill makes technical changes to the Child Support Assessment Act to clarify and validate child support assessment arrangements and includes 3 schedules. Schedule 1 amends the Child Support Assessment Act 1989 to clarify and validate child support assessment arrangements. Part 1 adjusts when a new child support period starts after updated tax information becomes available. In some cases, this delays the start by an extra month to help parents manage financial challenges. Part 2 confirms that individuals with less than 35% care of a child, whether a parent or a non-parent carer, are not entitled to child support. This change will apply retrospectively from the 1st of July 2008, validating past decisions and leaving historic assessments unchanged. Schedule 2 amends the Social Security Act and the Social Security Administration Act to provide clearer legal authority for urgent payments for eligible recipients outside the normal fortnightly cycle. It establishes a legislative framework for administering urgent payments, abolishes the current limit of 2 urgent payments per year, and introduces safeguards to ensure welfare recipients have sufficient funds to meet regular expenses on their usual payment day. Schedule 3 amends the Social Security Act to clarify how employment income is attributed when calculating a person's rate of payment. These changes will make it easier for child support assessments to be made and for children to receive the financial support they need to thrive, which is why the Coalition will not stand in the way of this bill. However, it must be noted that there are areas where further scrutiny of these changes is warranted. Few countries provide the strong safety net that Australian taxpayers fund. Our social services system exists to support those who need a hand. It is not a bottomless resource and should not be viewed as a long-term income prospect. The Coalition recognises that most parents do the right thing and fulfil their child support obligations. Since its introduction in 1988, the government scheme has transferred over $33 billion in child support payments. We understand how crucial this support is for children and single-parent households. That is why we support the changes in this legislation that facilitate the introduction of urgent payments. These situations are rarely linear. Circumstances change and payments can be missed or delayed. But when parents do not pay child support on time, it has a real and material impact on the financial security of single parents and their children. We must ensure we have a robust system that delivers assistance when it is needed, and sometimes that requires firm measures to ensure child support is paid. It is important to note that urgent payments are not additional assistance. They allow eligible recipients to access a portion of their regular fortnightly entitlements in advance in cases of exceptional and unforeseen financial hardship. The Coalition accepts that these payments must operate within a lawful and transparent framework. However, we have questions about how the removal of the annual cap will operate in practice and what safeguards will genuinely exist to prevent harm. Given that urgent payments merely bring forward a portion of an existing entitlement, further information is needed on the measures the government will implement to ensure recipients are not drawn into a cycle of repeated urgent payment requests and ongoing financial hardship. We cannot consider these changes in isolation from the broader economic challenges facing Australians. Families have experienced another interest rate rise, and global conflict in the Middle East has significantly impacted the availability and affordability of fuel and fertiliser, developments that are likely to have serious consequences for agriculture and, in turn, food security. Groceries, rent, insurance and other essentials of life have already increased to unmanageable levels under this government. Australians are paying more for everything: food, fuel, rent, insurance, healthcare, mortgage repayments and energy. These are essentials, not luxury purchases. It is therefore hardly surprising that many welfare recipients are experiencing persistent financial stress and may already be really reliant on urgent payments of the kind proposed under these changes. The Albanese Labor government must put in place a framework that ensures urgent payments are assessed properly and delivered to those who genuinely need them. Given the number of Australians who are doing it tough and Labor's failure to present a credible plan to address this, we must ensure urgent payments do not entrench disadvantage or become subject to misuse. The child support scheme exists to protect our most vulnerable and to ensure that, despite changes in family circumstances, children can fully participate in life, receive an education and thrive wherever they live. But we must also remember that our social services safety net is funded by the sacrifice of hard-working Australian taxpayers. It must be fit for purpose and capable of meeting tomorrow's challenges. We also have an obligation to future generations who will bear the long-term consequences of the decisions made today. A well-designed income support system must provide a robust and sustainable safety net, protecting the most vulnerable, supporting people through periods of hardship and enabling pathways to independence and self-reliance. The Coalition will support the practical measures contained in this bill and recognises its broader intent. For that reason, we will not oppose its passage. However, the government must follow through on its commitment to implement robust safeguards and ensure financial counselling and social support services are accessible, timely and available to individuals and families experiencing financial stress. It must also guarantee that changes to urgent payments do not entrench disadvantage, deepen vulnerability, or create new risks for the very Australians our world-class social safety net is designed to protect. Our focus must be on getting more people into work and contributing to a stronger economy, not on keeping Australians dependent on welfare. Despite these concerns, I am pleased to speak on this matter and to support my coalition colleagues in not standing in the way of this bill. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, I'll call the Minister.
Thank you, and I just commend the bill to the Senate and thank the senators for their contributions.
So the question now is that the second reading amendment as moved by Senator Ormond-Payne be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Ormond-Payne, be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmingham as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12 and 29 noes, so the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is now that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and child support and for related purposes.
I don't need to say anything about going to the committee. As amendments have been circulated, we will now resolve into Committee of the Whole. Thank you. Haven't brought us. Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bills stand as printed, and with the concurrence of the Senate, the statement of reasons accompanying the requests circulated for this bill will be incorporated in Hansard immediately after the request to which they relate. There being no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to move Green's amendment on sheet 3733. This amendment seeks to remove the $200 upper limit on urgent payments. There are several submissions into the inquiry into this bill, including from ACOS and Economic Justice Australia, that argued that the upper limit should be removed. To quote from Economic Justice Australia, Economic Justice Australia recommends removing the upper limit on the amount a person can request as an urgent payment, which the bill currently sets at $200. They go on to say, subsection 3DD in item 9 of the bill already limits how much can actually be paid, and there appears to be little utility in refusing to consider larger requests. The reasons a person may require an urgent payment are many and varied, and not limited to an arbitrary monetary value." End quote. Minister, I'm interested in understanding how the government arrived at the $200 upper limit, particularly in circumstances where we know, as many of the submissions into the inquiry noted, that the sorts of things that people need urgent payments for are more often than not more than $200. Things like needing to pull together a bond when someone is evicted from their rental. We're seeing increasingly people experiencing no grounds evictions because owners want to sell their properties and make a profit. We're also seeing people have things like washing machines break down, fridges break down, things that are essential to their daily lives, and asking, I challenge anyone to go and find a washing machine or a fridge on the market that's $200 or less. So I want to know why the government has put this upper limit on it. And I note too that this is in the context of people being expected to run down their savings before they can get access to income support. ACOS has found that 40% of people on income support have less than $500 in savings. So I'm keen to understand why the government is placing a $200 limit on urgent payment requests, A, when they don't really cover the things that people generally need urgent payments for, and B, in circumstances where ACOS, Economic Justice Australia, the Anti-Poverty Centre and other advocates and submitters have suggested that that should be the case.
I call the Minister.
Thank you. And the government won't be supporting Senator Orman-Payne's amendment, and I can deal with her question in my response to the amendment. This bill doesn't seek to change the upper limits for urgent payment requests. They've been in place. That has been in place for some time now. This bill is around ensuring the legal authority to provide urgent payments. So we do not. This bill hasn't sought to change the limits. I accept Senator Orman-Payne has a different view about the adequacy of those limits, but this bill is not about that. This is about ensuring the lawful payment of urgent payments.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you for that response, Minister. And I note that you said that this has been in place for some time. We have seen, particularly in recent months and certainly over the last couple of years, that costs for everything are going through the roof. Rents are out of control. People are getting smashed at the supermarket. We're now seeing people not being able to afford fuel. Does the government accept that it needs to take action on increasing these amounts because the current political context and the economic context demands that people actually need more?
Minister.
Chair, the government will always consider the adequacy of payments in every budget and every budget update that we do, and we've done that since coming to government. And I would point out to Senator Orman-Payne, we've increased the rate of job seeker by more than $4,300 per year to $817.50 per fortnight for singles. We've also delivered record increases to Commonwealth rent assistance, 25% increase in that. We've frozen PBS scripts for at $7.70 for people on concession or on pensions and payment, job seeker and youth allowance. So I accept there's, that we need to continue to engage and consider cost of living responses to the economic circumstances that we face, but this bill does not seek to do that. This is around the methodical response to issues around legal authority that Minister Plibersek and I have been working through in a careful and considered way. I accept the Greens have a view about adequacy of payments, but that is not what this bill is about. So I would just bring it back to what we're trying to do here, which is actually ensure that urgent payments are provided in a lawful way.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Minister, I think your answer goes to the biggest issue that we have in relation to social security, which is that, yes, this system continues to operate unlawfully. At the last few estimates, neither the minister nor the department has been able to assure me or the other senators asking questions or the public that the system is actually operating lawfully in its entirety. I take your point that this bill seeks to address some of the unlawfulness of the system, but surely, given the government has a social security bill before the Parliament, this is an opportunity to address the adequacy of payments. And whilst I note your statement that the government has increased payments somewhat, I really want to place on the record again that it is nowhere near what your own Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee has recommended for consecutive years. People in this country are still living well below the poverty line. 1 in 6 children are living in poverty. Women are not able to escape family and domestic violence because they are subjected to a partner income test, which we just had an amendment for in the second reader and you voted down. Is it the government's position that income support payments right now, in the current context, are adequate?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, the point I'm making is that this bill is not about increasing social security payments. I've said the way the government deals with that and consideration about that is through the budget process. This is not an appropriations bill and it's not, it hasn't been brought to the chamber in that way. This has been about working through some of the legal and other compliance issues that have been raised with me as a minister and with Minister Plibersek, and responding to that in the most urgent and timely way that we are in a position to do so, and we will continue to do so. So I accept Senator Orman-Payne around the legitimate debate that the Greens have around, and that we engage in and that we consider as part of our budget processes, but this is not the bill that seeks to do that. It's around ensuring legal authority, and this is urgent and serious because we want to make sure that those urgent payments can continue to be being made.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Minister, you say that this is urgent and serious, and yet the department knew about this unlawfulness. I know it keeps being framed as inconsistency with the law or unaligned to the legislative framework. Let's be clear, unlawfulness. The department has known about this for 6 years. You have been in government for 4. If it is so urgent and serious, why has it taken 4 years to bring this bill before the Parliament?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, when this has been raised with me, I've taken on this portfolio and issues around legal compliance were raised with me. I asked for Services Australia and Minister Plibersek in the same, in her appointment as Minister for Social Services, asked for all of the issues that were being raised and were continuing to being raised. This isn't, it's not just a point in time piece of work to be brought forward and addressed, including issues that required legislation, issues that required a procedural response, or issues that required further clarification. We've done that piece of work, and this is the result of that, bringing it forward in the way that you see. So I'm certainly standing here saying that we are dealing with this in an urgent way. I can't answer for the previous government. I can only answer for the time that I've been responsible, and I brought this to the Senate at the earliest opportunity that I've been in a position to do so.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In the interest of time, rather than us having to have divisions and then people leaving and coming back, I might move my other amendments and ask a couple of questions around those, and then everything can be taken together. The second amendment that I'm seeking to move is...
Seeking leave, you would require leave to move them in block. Is leave granted? Yeah. Leave is granted.
Yes, noting that you may wish to put the questions separately, but I just want to move in another amendment.
So which one are you, just to clarify that, Senator
So now the one on sheet 3734 in relation to indexation of urgent payments and the upper limit.
Thank you.
Minister, the reason that I'm moving this amendment is if my previous amendment that I've moved fails, that is, if the government does not accept that there should be an upper limit, then consistent with advocates, including Economic Justice Australia, it's the Greens' position that that upper limit should be indexed. I note that Economic Justice said in their submission the bill does not contemplate indexation of the limit. If an upper limit must be placed on requests, it should be indexed to account for inflation, and we've already heard the Treasurer say that we are looking at very high inflation, so I would suggest that this is quite urgent. Without making this change, further legislative work will be needed when $200 is no longer relevant. And given the extent of legislative change that is going to be required just to make the social security law lawful across the board, I've already spoken about the fact that there are 144 items outstanding. My submission to you is that this would save legislative work going forward. And so I guess my question is, if the government insists on having an upper limit of $200, do you accept that at the very least that limit should be indexed to keep pace with inflation?
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Allman-Payne for moving that amendment and for the question. My answer is very similar to the answer on the previous amendment. This bill does not seek to change settings for the amount that can be paid through the urgent payment, including in relation to any indexation. People can currently request an urgent payment of between $20 and $200. This limit has been in place, as I said, for some time now and will remain. It's not standard approach to index payments like the urgent payment in the social security system, unlike the permanent, the ongoing payments. The formula proposed in this amendment is not the same as indexation settings in the Social Security Act, and the payments and the $200 upper limit means people still have enough funds on their usual payment delivery day to cover their regular expenses, so we would be opposing this amendment as well.
Senator Allman-Payne.
I would also like, by leave, to move amendment on sheet 3702.
Is leave granted? Yep. Leave is granted.
So, noting that Labor has had ample opportunity since the Robo-Debt Royal Commission to implement all of the recommendations of that commission, the government is dragging its feet on reinstigating a 6-year limit on debt recovery. The Greens are moving this amendment to this bill because the government needs to act on this. Across other areas of the law, commercial law, etc., it is accepted that if you haven't chased a debt after 6 years, then you need to forego it because people need certainty. People on income support are already under enough stress trying to get by without having to be worried that a department who we know regularly makes errors in payments is going to come after them years down the track for debts that they owe because the government has made an error. And I would submit to the government that when you give an unlimited time frame to a department to chase debts, there is no incentive whatsoever to get the system right if you know that 6, 10, 15, 20 years after the fact, you can go after people for money because they stuffed up. That means that nobody in this country who has ever relied on income support payments can be sure at any time in the future, even when they're not using income support anymore, that the government at some point is not going to come after them for a debt. And that is a genuine fear that people who have been on income support and who continue to remain on income support have. You cannot underestimate the trauma and the harm of robo-debt and what that means for everyone now on income support. I have spoken to people who are running down their superannuation savings because they have either lost loved ones or been impacted by robo-debt, and they are too frightened to go into Centrelink and subject them to a system that may chase them years down the track for a debt. Why is it that there is a different standard for people on welfare compared to other areas of the law? And I've asked the Minister about this, and I've been told we're working on it. Well, it's a long time since the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. You have been in government for 4 years. This is a key recommendation of the Commissioner. So my question to you is, A, will you support this amendment to finally implement a key recommendation of the Royal Commission so that people on income support and people who have used the income support system in the past can have some level of certainty? And secondly, if you're not going to support this amendment today, when are you finally going to fix this?
Minister.
Thank you. We will be opposing this amendment, and as Senator Allman-Payne has outlined, we have agreed in principle to this recommendation and we are working through it. The Minister for Social Services is leading that work to examine how an effective statute of limitations would operate. The old 6-year statute of limitations was not as effective as it could have been and did not provide a meaningful limit on the recovery of historic debts. For this measure to be effective, it needs to be carefully designed and consulted on, and a process the government is carrying out carefully. I would also say that it was this government that established the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, and it's this government that is implementing the recommendations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, and I can assure those in this chamber that we would not in any sense ever entertain the unlawful scheme that was put forward by the former government, which actually wasn't about legitimate debt recovery. It was about pursuing Australians for debts that they didn't owe and hadn't incurred, and threatening them with jail if they didn't pay up. So there's a fundamentally different, and trying to, yes, a recommendation came out of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, which we will respond to, but the policy failure of robo-debt didn't have anything to do with the statute of limitations. It had something to do with a very bad, well, an unlawful policy where the government of a country pursued its own citizens for debts they didn't owe and hounded them and their families to tragic, the most tragic of circumstances for some, and has caused enduring grief and loss for too many Australians. So this is something the Minister is working through. It does have budget implications, you know, and I know the Greens don't have to worry about that. That's fine, but we have to respond to that and think that through, and that's the work that both Minister Plibersek and myself will continue to do. And I also object to just put on the record the comment that for I think Senator Allman-Payne quoted, for a department that constantly gets payments wrong, I think, or it was roughly that language. I don't accept that. I think if you look at the work that's done in Services Australia and the Department of Social Services or Social Security, the amount of payments going out, the responsiveness of those, the level of work that goes in at the coalface to support vulnerable Australians and low-income Australians who rely on payments to support them, I don't think you would come in here and make a claim like that. And yes, there are issues that we have to respond to in relation to legal compliance, but I strongly support the work of Services Australia in the work that they do every day to make sure that people who rely on Services Australia get the best advice and access to the payments that they're entitled to and that they deserve.
Senator Ullman-Payne.
Thank you, Minister. Just to be clear, I am not criticising the work of people in offices dealing with people on income support. What I am criticising is a department and a system that is not 100% lawful, and the government cannot assure people on income support that it is, and that is a problem. Secondly, it is not actually people in Centrelink who are the ones largely who are cutting off people from their payments. It's people sitting in job service provider offices, private offices, people who are not being overseen to the level that they should by the government. It is a government responsibility as to whether someone's payment gets cut off, and the government has continued the practice of the coalition to outsource that decision-making, and that is a problem. And finally, what I would say is, again, I am continually amazed at the level of understanding that the government has when errors are made by the department, and absolutely none of that is shown to people on income support when they make errors. And they are the ones who are at risk of losing housing, who are at risk of not being able to eat, not being able to get their kids what they need to go to school. Like, cutting off someone's payment, even if it's temporarily suspended, is catastrophic. And the level of and the difference between how we treat the department when they make an error and people on income support who you refuse to get above the poverty line. Like, honestly, do not keep repeating the line that no one should be left behind when you repeatedly leave behind people on income support. And don't lecture the Greens about having to make hard budget decisions. Maybe have one less submarine that you're never going to get. I mean, we are shoveling billions of dollars out the door to the US, to an essentially fascist regime that bombs anybody anytime they feel like it, come hell or high water, regardless of international law. You are giving over $360 billion to them, and it is not making us safer. And yet you say to people on income support, maybe next budget, maybe the one after that, maybe the one after that. Well, if you're not going to do it, again, don't lie to people. Don't go out there and say we're not leaving anyone behind, because you are. And frankly, I don't know how people making those decisions can sleep at night. And you talk to me about I need to talk to people in Services Australia. Well, go and talk to the people who are trying to get by on poverty payments when inflation is going up, fuel is going up, food is going up, rent is going up. There's hardly a rental in the country that they can afford. So don't stand here and tell me that I don't know or the Greens don't know how to balance a budget. What we know is that we need to look after Australians. We need to look after the most vulnerable. And no one is buying the argument that $360 billion of submarines and AUKUS makes us safer. And while the planet cooks, you continue to shove money out the door to fossil fuel companies, telling us that you're acting on climate while you're propping up fossil fuel companies. Well, maybe give some of that money to people on income support. Like, the hypocrisy of it. We are giving gas away for free, but we can't help people on income support to live above the poverty line. And if you don't like me yelling about it, too bad. Do something.
Senator Ullman-Payne, I'd ask you to address your comments through the chair.
My apologies. Through the chair. When is the government going to lift people on income support out of poverty?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Chair. And at risk of taking a fact checker to what Senator Allman-Payne has just shouted at the chamber. I mean, there are microphones in the place for the purposes of ensuring everybody can hear what you say. But the reality is the Greens have never had to balance a budget, Senator Allman-Payne. I don't care if that, I don't know what is factually untrue about that. Nothing. You don't. Nor do you. And I accept it's the Greens political party's position to diminish national security and defence of the country. That is the position you bring into this chamber on a daily basis. We have a different view. We think it is the Australian government's responsibility to keep its citizens safe and ensure appropriate resourcing for national security and defence purposes. I accept you disagree with that as a priority, and I accept that if you were putting a budget together, you would make different budget decisions, but you have never had to make those choices. Senator Allman-Payne, you have never, ever, you have never had to make them. You have never had to make them, and so you dance in here in the fairyland that the Greens political party lives in, failing to understand. I can't hear Senator Shoebridge, but I know he continuously interjects.
Can I just address those? Senators, at the end of the chamber, while Senator Allman-Payne was on her feet, she was heard in silence. Interjections are disorderly, and so I ask you that if you can't sit in silence, please leave the chamber. For the respect of the person on their feet addressing the chamber, I require silence. I cannot hear her to my right, and she's sitting very, very close to me because I can hear the interjections. Please remain silent. Minister, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and for your protection. And as I have said in the previous contributions, we have increased payments, including those on JobSeeker, including those on parenting payments single, including those who are in receipt of rental assistance. We have also taken a number of other steps that interact with the payment system. So our Medicare bulk billing, for example, is targeted and was targeted for people on concession cards and those under the age of 16 until we made it broadly more applied more broadly. Our medicines, to make medicines cheaper, again for concessions and people on concession cards, capped at $7.70 for the next few years. I mean, these are all steps that we have taken to deal and to provide support. Energy bill relief, including an extra payment that went to those on concession, was recognising that people on fixed and low incomes require additional cost of living support, and we have provided it. And as I said, we will continue to look at payments as we do every budget, and they are appropriately indexed so that when there are periods of higher inflation, that is dealt with through the way we index those payments. So I don't accept the analysis put forward by Senator Allman-Payne in any way. And the reality is the Greens political party don't ever have to make choices. You just have a list of demands, you're a party of protest, and you come in here and you exercise that protest on the floor of the chamber. But the reality is you don't have to think about the broader decisions that go into making a budget. And, well, that's fine, but I'm making a different point. And the point I'm making is we don't do it by a Greens amendment on the floor of the Senate. When we are looking at some of the changes to social security, including the adequacy of payments, we do it through a budget process because that's what parties of government have to do. Because at the end of the day, they have to work out how you meet competing and different priorities, whether it be national security and defence, which I know you would ignore and you think that that's not a priority, whether it's that, whether it's dealing with pressure in the education system, whether it's dealing with pressure in hospitals, whether it's dealing with pressure in payments, whether it's dealing with pressure in the energy system, across the board. That is the decisions that we have to make when we're putting a budget together. And I know you would just say, you would like to make it sound that you could just stop that, triple that, end defence spending and everybody would be happy, but the reality is that is not the world that we are living in. It might be a Greens fantasy world, but it isn't the real world. And the parties of government that sit in this chamber have to deal with the real world. And I know you can scoff Senator Orman-Payne. You can scoff and you can ignore the reality. You live in green fairyland, but we will govern from the real world.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Point of order. The minister has said that I scoffed. I didn't even open my mouth. I asked that she withdraw.
Minister, in the interest of... Thank you.
I saw something different, but I'll have you to withdraw. But we will not support the amendments that have been moved by Senator Orman-Payne. They are all of a similar type, which is seeking to change the nature or the amount of the payment as opposed to providing legal certainty for the payment, which is what this bill seeks to do. It is important that we get this bill done. I accept that we're not going to be able to do that this week. I'm hoping that we are going to be in a position to do that next week because this is, I guess some of the first pieces of work that we are pulling together to deal with those issues of legal non-compliance, which Senator Orman-Payne identified in her earlier remarks. There are a number of them. We will continue to bring those pieces of work to the chamber in an orderly way once the government has considered them and received the advice from relevant departments. But this bill does not seek, is not the avenue for the Greens political party to pursue other goals, or other policy ideas. This is about ensuring legal compliance around the ability to provide urgent payments, and the advice the government got on urgent payments is that we did need to respond in legislation to ensure that those urgent payments for the people that Senator Orman-Payne says she is concerned about and the government is similarly concerned about are able to lawfully be provided with those urgent payments when it is appropriate. And this is a series in a number of pieces of work that will come to this chamber to deal with that. But we don't support the Greens amendment or the contribution from Senator Orman-Payne.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Minister. Just to be clear,
did you want to finish that? No, wait.
The Greens said from the outset that we support this bill, but my question was, what is the time frame? Because we have been hearing for several years that this is happening, that the government is working on it, that they are consulting, and for the benefit of advocates and the people...
Senator Orman-Payne, it now being 1:30, the committee will report to the Senate. The committee reports progress. We will now move to 2-minute statements, and I call the first speaker, Senator Brockman.
Well, Labor has not been upfront with the Australian people. The economy is weak. It was weakening before the Iran crisis, and now we see fuel supplies which are simply not secure. And what have we heard from key ministers in this Labor government on this fuel crisis? Minister Bowen, the Energy Minister. We have as much fuel in Australia today as the day Iran was bombed. That's a quote. How about Claire O'Neil, the Housing Minister? Quote, we have the fuel circulating in the economy that we need. How about Infrastructure Minister Catherine King? You'd think the Infrastructure Minister would have some interest in how things move in this country. Quote, we have got plenty of fuel in this country. Well, today, the first West Australian iron ore mining company has reduced its operations on the basis of fuel availability. West Australians' great iron ore industry is now at threat due to the inaction and incompetence of this government. We have heard so many stories from the farming community, from business, from the mining sector, particularly first the gold sector, but now the iron ore industry, that says this crisis is real, and the government, sitting on its hands, doing nothing for week after week after week, exacerbated and failed to come to grips with this problem. Australians are hurting as a direct result of the inaction and incompetence of this Labor government. The government has lost control. It has no plan.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I rise to speak about an important event recently held at Parliament House, the launch of Australia's first national Parkinson's Action Plan. This plan represents a real step forward for people living with Parkinson's, their families and their carers. It brings together the work of researchers, clinicians, advocates and people with lived experience to set out a clear national pathway for better care, better coordination and better outcomes. A few weeks before the launch, I had the opportunity to meet with Richard Wiley and Harley Stanton from the National Parkinson's Alliance in my home state of Tasmania. It was a constructive conversation and I want to acknowledge their leadership and the work that they've done to bring the sector together was under a single united voice. That work has been significant. The plan has been shaped through extensive consultation, including thousands of patient and carer contributions, alongside input from health professionals and researchers across the country. We know Parkinson's is a complex and progressive condition. It does not just affect individuals, it affects families, communities and our health system more broadly. That is why a national approach matters. The National Parkinson's Alliance has also set out a clear plan for implementation alongside a modest funding request to support coordination and delivery over the next 5 years. The launch at Parliament House brought together people from across the sector and the Parliament. The room was full. It was clear that this is an issue that brings people together. We saw industry leaders, researchers, clinicians, advocates, MPs and senators all in one place, focused on improving the outcomes for people living with Parkinson's. This is an opportunity to make real progress. I welcome the work of the National Parkinson's Alliance and the Parkinson's community, and I hope this plan helps deliver better outcomes for Australians living with Parkinson's and their families.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. 4 weeks ago, Trump and Netanyahu launched a war of aggression against Iran, triggering a global crisis that it may take years to recover from. And instead of denouncing this act of madness, Labor jumped on board. Not only was Anthony Albanese the first world leader to endorse this insanity, he's since drawn Australia into the conflict, risking Australian lives in a war started by a delusional tyrant at the behest of a genocidal psychopath. Everyone will suffer from this, but some are going to suffer more than others. For people in regional, rural and remote Australia, the energy crisis is already hitting hard, with fuel prices soaring and shortages of diesel and petrol reported all over the country, including in my state of Queensland. When goods transport networks fail, it will be people outside urban centres who will bear the brunt of those shortages. When food and medicine prices spike, regional, rural and remote people, already overrepresented among Australia's poorest and most disadvantaged, will be the ones to cop it the hardest. People are worried and they're angry. But Labor, despite its enthusiastic support for the war that has directly produced this historic crisis, doesn't have answers for them. The Greens are calling for public transport to be made free nationwide, to provide immediate relief for millions and to free up fuel supply for rural, regional and remote communities. We've also called on the government to pause mutual obligations and raise income support payments, just like the Morrison government did during the pandemic. We need a 25% gas on tax exports to claw back wartime profits, and we need to withdraw support for the war. We need to bring our troops home and demand an immediate end to the conflict.
Senator Bragg.
Last month I was able to visit the Lakemba Ramadan dinner, and it was a great pleasure to be there as Ramadan finished last week. with my good friends in the Lakemba branch of the Liberal Party led by Mohammed Zaman, and it was a magnificent evening and an opportunity to meet with many members of the community, and an opportunity for us to remind all the people that attended that Ramadan dinner of our great support for Australian Muslims and acknowledge their patriotism and loyalty to Australia, which I have to say it sometimes has been tested with some of the public statements that have been made by people who should know better. And so it was a great event, of course, a very good evening, and a magnificent community there in southwest Sydney. Can I also acknowledge all the members of the branch and the many other councillors, members and senators who attended, including Senator Collins, Kovacic and Sharma, but also the New South Wales opposition leader Kelly Sloan. It was great to be with her and many other members of the state parliamentary team.
Senator Ananda Raja.
The data centre gold rush is on. Australia has around 250 data centres. About 40 of these are in Victoria, and there's a pipeline of around $40 billion in investment. The community, however, has legitimate concerns around water, energy and jobs. Nobody wants this industry to cannibalise our resources, and we certainly do not want this industry to lose its social licence before it even begins in earnest. So the Albanese Labor government has actually released a statement of expectations. We expect data centres to underwrite their own new renewable energy and not just piggyback off existing projects which are as part of our climate targets. This is important because in 24-25, data centres used about 2% of Australia's electricity, but that's projected to increase to 11% by 2035. We also expect them to cover their own transmission costs and to use water carefully and efficiently. Current water usage in 2025 was low. It was about 0.5% of total industrial water use. So we're encouraging them to recycle their water, use recycled water, non-drinking water, or reuse water in a circular kind of fashion. This is about getting digital bang for water buck. Then there are the shared benefits. We are expecting them to provide jobs like pathways for apprentices in the build-out of these facilities and privileged access to our startups to computing power, which can be quite expensive for startups. This is how we build responsible AI, and responsible AI is ultimately sustainable AI. If data centre operators follow these expectations, they will be channelled into the fast lane. Otherwise, they will end up in the road to nowhere as far as Commonwealth approvals go.
Senator Raja. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, Acting President. As a Senator for the ACT, I never expected to spend so much time here in the chamber speaking about international relations. But here I am again. What's happening overseas has an impact on our multicultural Australia. Many Canberrans are writing to me expressing their concern with the Australian government's position of apparent uncritical support for the actions of our US allies, regardless of their consistency with international law. I'm hearing from Lebanese Australians deeply concerned about what is happening in Lebanon, and I raise this today because we've again heard very little from the Australian government in the face of deeply concerning actions that on the face of it seem to breach international law. Earlier this year, we saw appalling attacks by the IRGC against Iranian civilians and thousands upon thousands of innocents brutally murdered. And while I know that many in the Iranian community welcomed the subsequent intervention by the US and Israel and the removal of the Ayatollah, many in the Lebanese community now watch on in horror and fear for loved ones as the conflict spreads to attacks in Lebanon. I want to recognise your fear and concern. There are reports of more than 1 million Lebanese people displaced within Lebanon. Human Rights Watch researchers say they have confirmed that Israel is using white phosphorus to scorch earth in southern Lebanon. I recognise that the Australian government earlier this week provided an additional $5 million in humanitarian aid to civilians impacted by the ongoing conflict in Lebanon, with the Foreign Minister calling on all parties to adhere to international humanitarian law and for the protection of civilians and aid workers. But the comments seem very muted in the face of what is being reported. We need more consistency as a middle power, and we need to call out these sorts of breaches of international law regardless of who does them.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, Australians have been let down by this government, and Australians are hurting because of this government's flat-footedness when it comes to our latest crisis. Of course, amidst a cost of living crisis, amidst a housing crisis, all situations, sadly, Acting Deputy President, this government has done nothing about. We have Australians left hanging in the breeze when it comes to the latest cost of living issue, and that is the fuel crisis, of course. When a government was caught flat-footed on an issue that anyone else saw coming, when we saw other nations putting in place measures to deal with what could possibly be about to happen in the Middle East, we stood idly by. And so here we are. In the last sitting fortnight, colleagues will remember we had ministers telling this chamber that there was nothing to worry about, that we had everything under control, that any suggestion that there was a fuel crisis in this country was sheer scaremongering and right-wing extremist misinformation. Well, here we are today, of course, and the government have admitted that there is a fuel crisis underway. But sadly, this government have lost control, and as a result of the inaction and ill-preparedness, Australians are the ones paying the price. And just to check on how fuel prices are going in my home state of Tasmania, in Hobart, downtown Hobart, you're paying $3.23 a litre for diesel. These are prices that we have not seen for some time, and Australians just cannot afford to sustain. And so if the government is in control of this situation, if the government do have a plan, it's about time we heard about it. Can they guarantee there won't be fuel rationing? Can they guarantee that there won't be a lack of supply coming into this country, or indeed that we won't run out? Can they guarantee that fuel prices will be reduced? These are the questions Australians are answering, and if the government can't provide answers to those questions, Acting Deputy President, then again, it is proof positive that this government have let Australians down, like they have with cost of living generally and housing. They're not up to the job.
Your time has expired. Senator Sheldon.
AI and automation are already changing how work is carried out across the country, including in our ports. DP World is now the world's 5th largest port operator and handles close to 40% of Australian container trade. From 2011 to 2024, DP World earned around $8.9 billion in revenue in Australia, but over that period paid only 1% in corporate tax. Now, you'd think they'd use that to provide increased support to their workforce, but no. The share of revenue going to workers has dropped from 54% to 35% in just a 6-year period. All this is happening at the same time port charges are going up across the system. ACCC data shows companies like DP World have driven a surge in landside charges, noting that, and I quote, keep increasing rates without any improvement in productivity. Now they're pushing ahead with an AI automation program that could threaten up to 1,000 jobs. Now they want to charge more, they want to pay less, they want to cut jobs. It's all a one-way street where only they take the gains and everyone else carries the cost. Now this week I spoke at the launch of the Maritime Union of Australia's report in DP World. The government is committed to working closely with the union movement to ensure that workers are not only benefit from the rollout of AI, but also that they're kept safe. Under laws in New South Wales, employers are explicitly required to ensure that AI and algorithmic systems do not risk the health and safety of workers. Workers and their unions also have the right to assess and inspect their systems where there are safety concerns. We are continuing to review our laws to make sure that they keep pace with AI-driven economy and properly protect workers.
Your time has expired. Senator Pocock.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to speak to our fuel crisis and how people working from home could help ease supply. Australians are really hurting. We want nothing to do with Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war, the war that the war parties in this place have endorsed, and yet here we are, suffering its consequences, fleeced by corporations, profiteering from death and destruction. While massive gas companies are making huge wartime profits, There are Australians who are paying $50 a day to get to and from work. I heard from them last week on an extended talkback from Sydney. $50 a day. This is a disgrace. It's a massive bite out of workers' incomes, affecting their families and their communities. And we all agree that working from home allows workers to save money on rising fuel prices and frees up fuel supply for those who can't work from home. But it shouldn't take a fuel crisis for workers to increase and look for flexibility in their workplaces. 2 days a week for those who can practically do it, is a real win for workers. And that's why we in the Greens have put forward a work from home bill in this parliament to do just that. Labor said they will always back your right to work from home. Well, this is Labor's chance to give workers some legal backing. Those workers who really struggle to get their boss to say yes to the flexibility that is practically doable and will make such a difference to workers in their doing their jobs. And it's a massive pay increase in terms of savings on fuels and tolls. That'll give immediate cost of living relief and take pressure off fuel suppliers, so those who really need that fuel in our regions, our farmers, can fill up and regional servos aren't running dry. The Greens will always stand with workers for flexibility and the chance to work from home where you can. This government needs to step up and help ordinary people with the costs that they're facing, the flexibility they need, and to meet the costs of the fuel crisis.
Your time has expired. Senator Payman.
Thank you. I was shocked but not surprised when I read this morning's Sydney Morning Herald headline, Chalmers Razor Gang Eyes Cuts to Legal Services for Domestic Violence Victims. It is a disgraceful headline. We are not 3 months into 2026 and already 16 women have been murdered. To even contemplate cutting funding for domestic violence victim survivors is reprehensible. Government backbenchers rightly celebrate on social media that this is a majority female government, but representation means nothing if these same Labor women turn around and vote for a budget that abandons the women, the victim survivors that this country is failing every single day. This government needs to not just speak about its commitment to supporting women, but act on it. The Treasurer says he'll be making some tough decisions in the budget. Well, let me tell you what this government apparently considers a better use of your taxpayer dollars than protecting women fleeing domestic violence. In December, Australia sent $1.5 billion to the United States for AUKUS submarines that we'll never get. And while I've been speaking, $30,000 of your money has gone straight to coal and gas companies. I'm not joking. $16.3 billion of subsidies a year, which is $30,000 a minute, handed to companies that are killing our planet and getting rich by doing it. This is what you get from the PM who describes women like Grace Tame as difficult. Perhaps all women-centred policies get that label from this government. A spokesman from the Attorney-General, Minister Rowland's office, told the Herald the government will not preempt outcomes of funding decisions made in the budget. Well, if the minister cannot do anything about this, she should resign.
Your time has expired. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the reason it's so important to get your house in order is because you never know what is just around the corner. And inflation data that was released just this week hammered home the point that RBA Governor Michelle Bullock made just a week ago, that inflation in this country has not been tamed. It is not mission accomplished. And that's why the RBA has been forced to deliver its 14th interest rate rise under Labor. The cost of living crisis that has been persistent for so long continues under this government. In 4 years, Australians have experienced the biggest fall in their living standards in the developed world. Inflation is higher in Australia than it is in every major advanced economy, and that inflation is being driven not by events overseas, it's being driven by decisions made here in Canberra. Government spending is at a 40-year high outside of a recession, and that spending is keeping inflation higher for longer, and every economist will agree. When inflation stays high, interest rates stay high. Higher government spending equals higher inflation, which equals higher interest rates, and Australians are paying the price. The government has no plan to deal with inflation. It has no plan to do its fair share of the heavy lifting to get inflation under control. Well, now we have a crisis in the Middle East, and that's feeding the fuel inflation fire. Here's the problem. The economy was already weak. In 4 years, Treasurer Jim Chalmers has failed to tame inflation. He's presided over a collapse in the standard of living. He's seen 14 interest rate rises, and Australians were already hurting. Well, now fuel supplies aren't guaranteed, and rather than managing the crisis, the government has lost control. Rather than delivering a plan, Minister Bowen, the man who's overseeing the 40% rise in energy prices, now has delivered more pain to Australians. Real pain for families, real pain for businesses.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Bell.
Labor is now holding its second national crisis meeting to deal with a fuel crisis it denied existed for weeks. And yet once again, Labor is showing it's too weak, too slow and too out of touch to do what is actually needed to ease the pain Australian families are feeling. And One Nation has been leading on this issue because we understand what is at stake for everyday Australians, for our farmers, for our transport workers and for the families who are already struggling to make ends meet. The federal government, the Albanese Labor government, already has the power under the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act to step in, as One Nation has called for, and direct supply, prioritise essential users and make sure this crisis does not spiral further out of control. Minister Chris Bowen should act now. Waiting until businesses are shut, supermarket prices rise even further and supply chains disintegrate is negligence. Regional Australians will be hit first and hardest. Farmers need diesel to harvest. Freight operators need fuel to keep goods moving. And small businesses cannot survive if the cost keeps exploding. When rural industries suffer, every Australian pays more at the checkout. Every family pays more for dinner. Everyone feels more pain. Now, Labor is talking tough by moving to increase penalties for misconduct on cartel behaviours from 50 to 100 million, which is great. But bigger penalties alone will not fix an immediate supply crisis because these large fuel corporations can treat these fines as just the cost of doing business while Australians are left paying the real cost. What we need is real action. The government must use the powers it already has, secure the fuel for essential industries, protect regional Australia and stop this crisis from getting worse. One Nation has put forward the solution. We have the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act. If this is not an emergency, it is hard to imagine what an emergency actually looks like. For farmers, this is an emergency. For people who cannot get the fuel they need to get to work, this is an emergency. For our hospitals who need diesel generators to run if the power goes out, this is an emergency. So please act like it's an emergency.
Okay, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I was so lucky this week to meet with 3 refugees from Iran who have been part of our community for years as our neighbours, workmates, colleagues and friends. And it shocks people to know that even with all the violence in Iran right now, the Labor government is refusing to give them permanent protection and saying that regardless of the danger, they must return to Iran. And today I want to read into Parliament their words. Wasem said, "We were held in Nauru for 5 years. It was such a hard and traumatic time because people lost their lives, children lost their education. I was sent there when I was 11 and was held there until 2018. After all these years, all I'm asking as a person that considers this country to be home is to have a permanent visa so that I can start to build my life like a normal human being." Ferdos said, "I arrived in Australia at 10 years old and now at 23, this is the only home I know. I remain on a bridging visa that expires every 6 months, living with constant fear of deportation. This uncertainty has placed my dream of becoming a human rights lawyer on hold. All my family and I are asking for is permanent protection, the chance to live with stability and dignity. We're part of Australia in every way, except on paper." And Rahman said, "After fleeing Iran in 2013, I was forcibly sent to Nauru for 3 years. I've now spent more than 10 years living in this community, yet I'm still considered temporary. I'm a father of 2. While one of my children is an Australian citizen, the other has no permanent status and faces the terrifying possibility of being deported back to Iran. There are hundreds of families like mine trapped in this limbo. All we are asking for is the security of a permanent home and safety of our children." Well, on behalf of the Greens, can I say I join with Wasem, Ferdos and Rahman. They are incredibly positive parts of our community, contributing in their workplaces, in their communities, and the Greens join with them to say to the Labor government, if you care about the people of Iran, there are hundreds right now you can help by giving permanent protection.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. In recent weeks, Israel has killed more than 1,100 civilians in Lebanon and displaced more than 1 million people. They are systematically destroying housing, roads, bridges, water systems and hospitals. They are killing health workers in double-tap strikes, just as we saw in Gaza. They are using white phosphorus, which causes severe burns that often reach the bone and can spontaneously reignite. Israeli ministers are openly calling for annexation. They want to colonise South Lebanon and turn it into the new Gaza. And how does this Labor government respond to this violence, invasion and clear breaches of international law? Minister Wong offers some meaningless words of concern while Labor continues material support for the Israeli military, supplying intelligence from Pine Gap and deploying Australian personnel and military equipment to support violence in the region. Meanwhile, IDF members are still being led into the country to holiday here, while there is an active case in the International Court of Justice on Israel conducting genocide, while Iranian people with legitimate visas are being blocked. Netanyahu acts with impunity because his allies, including this Labor government, refuse to take any real action. This comes as we hear horrific reports that Israeli soldiers tortured a 2-year-old in Gaza to extract information from his father, while strikes and killings in Gaza and the West Bank continue. Labor must immediately end all military cooperation with Israel and stop supporting this violence. I stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters in Lebanon.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you. I recently had the opportunity to visit Good Start Early Learning Centre in East Bunbury, and I want to take a moment to thank Karen, Sally and Jessica for showing me around their wonderful centre, and to the kids who so kindly gifted me a clock that they had decorated, which sits proudly on the wall in my office. It's not every day in this job that you get the chance to sit down and play some Play-Doh and talk about the tiger who came to tea with our youngest Australians, but it was an absolute highlight of my week. And seeing the absolute adoration that these kids had for their early childhood educators reminded me of that same love that I see in my own son when I take him into early childcare in Perth. And like so many families, my family well and truly relies on childcare and the amazing work that those educators do. That's why I'm so proud of Labor's cheaper childcare plan. We have guaranteed 3 days of early childcare for every Australian family, which means that kids at a centre like East Bunbury get the opportunity to experience that same education and care. And what is really clear to me is that early childhood educators right across this country deserve every single cent of the pay rise that our Labor government has delivered to them.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. The time has expired. We'll move to question time, and I call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Yesterday, as reported in the ABC, the S-Bend service station, which is 30 kilometres south of Geraldton in my home state of Western Australia, ran out of diesel. They made an emergency fuel request, with employee Wendy Butterworth telling the ABC, "We had to really plead to say that we're in the position we're in and the only outlet that can supply fuel in the 60-kilometre radius." She said the supplier was only able to provide half of what the fuel station needed. It will now be touch and go if the allocation will last, she said. This is happening as families across regional Western Australia prepare for possible power outages and severe weather events ahead of Cyclone Narelle. Minister, how has the Albanese government allowed the fuel crisis to get so bad that regional Australians are being forced to beg for diesel just to keep generators running in an emergency?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you. First, in relation to Cyclone Narelle, the government will continue to provide the support and assistance as necessary for natural disasters, and I know that my colleague Senator McCarthy may be able to say something about that later in the context of her communities. But what I do want to respond to is obviously what is happening on fuel and the station in question that the Senator refers to. We are dealing with a continuing and unprecedented shock to global energy markets. It is the largest in history. And the government is taking practical action, and we will take more. I will say, as I started to outline yesterday, that the conflict is likely, should it continue, to impact on our economy in direct and indirect ways. It's presenting challenges to regional communities, including the petrol station that you describe. It's presenting challenges to industries. It's presenting challenges to global markets. What we do say is we need to work together. And the government has acted already to release up to 20% of our diesel and fuel reserves to work to address regional shortages. We've amended fuel standards to keep more fuel made here in Australia for Australians to use. We've stood up a fuel supply task force in the Prime Minister's department, and the Prime Minister has convened National Cabinet to work together on fuel security, and that work will continue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you. Can the Minister guarantee that a tanker will be dispatched to the S-Bend service station today with enough fuel to meet their requirements? Yes.
Minister Wong.
We will continue to work with states and territories on...
Order. Come to order on my left. The Minister was on her feet. Minister, please continue. Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
We will continue to work with the states, territories and companies on distribution, and including, now that you have raised that, I will ensure that is communicated to the Minister's office.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Minister, do you still believe that the fuel crisis in Australia is nothing but far-right extremist scaremongering, as Minister Ayres has suggested?
Minister Wong.
Well, I certainly have seen a fair bit of scaremongering lately. That is true. But
Order on my left. Order on my right.
And
you're about to be hit by a cyclone.
I'm sorry, Minister Wong. Order. I've asked for order across the chamber. Senator Cash, I've called for order. And I'm waiting for order. Senator Watt. I don't intend to call individual senators by their names. If I've called order, there should be enough respect that you stop. Minister Wong.
What I hope is that all of us can have the sort of responsible, disciplined, adult approach to this that the country needs, and that is the approach this government will be taking here.
Thank you, Minister. Before I come to you, Senator Dowling, I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of the Australia Political Exchange Council's 16th delegation from the Philippines, led by the Honourable Congresswoman Charisse Ann Hernandez. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage, attacking or threatening to attack merchant and civilian vessels, and putting the lives of seafarers at risk. Can the Minister explain how Iran's dangerous and destabilising actions are impacting global energy markets and Australia's energy supply chains?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Wong.
Can I thank the Senator for his question? I'll also express my welcome to our friends from the Philippines. Whilst conflict in the Middle East is sadly not a new development, the world has never before seen the Strait of Hormuz choked like this. As we know, the Strait is one of the world's most important trade passages. It would normally carry around 20 million barrels of oil per day, but due to Iran's weaponisation of the Strait, we are now seeing less than 10% of that get through. 10%. The majority of Australia's refined fuel comes from the Asian market that is heavily exposed to Middle Eastern supply. This is how we are being affected through the knock-on effect from the reduction in supply to the refineries of Asia, from where we get our liquid fuel supplies. That is what we are feeling domestically. Many Australians have seen Iran's attacks on the Straits, its threats to set fuel tankers ablaze, and have rushed out to stock up on petrol. And we understand why there has been a huge surge in demand even before those knock-on effects fully arrive on our shores. And we've all seen the videos online of drums being filled up with petrol and of jerry cans flying off the shelves. And that is why the government has been urging Australians to try to only use what they need. That surge in demand, combined with logistical challenges across the supply chain, is now contributing to instances where petrol stations run out of fuel. We understand the scale of this problem. We understand the depth of feeling across Australia. It is why the government has acted early, and while we are focused on it, while we are determined to support houses and businesses through this uncertainty.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, first supplementary.
As the Minister has said, Australians are seeing petrol stations experiencing temporary shortages due to increased demand, and they are understandably concerned about access and affordability. What message does the government have for households who are worried about this unprecedented disruption in the Middle East, and what does that mean for their day-to-day lives?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. The Australian government is looking at every practical measure to shield Australians from the worst of this global uncertainty. And we understand that there are many Australians who are being impacted, particularly in regional Australia. The Prime Minister has advised that National Cabinet will convene again next week to further coordinate activity we are taking to ensure national consistency. Our refineries here in Australia are operating at full pelt, and we are making sure fuel made here is used here in Australia. We've released 20% of our diesel and fuel reserves to help address regional shortages, and we've amended fuel standards to get more into the market. And the new Fuel Supply Task Force is driving coordination across the country on fuel security and supply chain resilience. We know there is more to do, and our message to Australians is that the Albanese government will do everything we can to help you access the fuel you need.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, second supplementary.
Minister, as you've indicated, Iran's attacks and its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz is affecting global energy markets and our partners in Asia. Can the Minister provide an update on Australia's international engagement and what we are doing with international partners to respond to this situation?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, President. The government has spent every day since we came to office working to strengthen our international relationships, particularly in our region. And we're working together to respond to this unprecedented shock to the global economy, including by engaging with the Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, China, India and Japan. Earlier this week, Australia and Singapore agreed to a joint statement to strengthen energy supply chain resilience and to help ensure the continued flow of essential fuels. As Minister Bowen has outlined, the 6 ships he reported had been cancelled have now been replaced, and suppliers are continuing to secure more cargoes, with 3 more this week. The Albanese government is focused on ensuring Australia gets the supplies we need, including petrol, diesel and fertiliser, and that those supplies can get where they are needed.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. My question is also to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The ABC has reported that waste industry leaders across Australia, including the Waste Recycling Industry Association in my home state of Queensland, have warned Minister Bowen that hospitals, aged care homes, supermarkets and households depend on continuous waste removal, and that public health problems could begin within 48 hours if collections stop. They say being left off the priority fuel list is, quote, potentially catastrophic, end quote, because if they cannot fuel their trucks, the rubbish does not get collected. Why did Labor leave this essential public health service off the priority fuel list?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. To Senator Scarr, we are a fuel that issues with fuel impact throughout our economy. So there are first-round effects and there are downstream effects, and we know that our response to how we deal with what is happening in Iran has to reflect the impact that this crisis has on fuel throughout the economy. Now, we are very aware of that. So what I would say to you, Senator, I can give you an assurance that the government is working through not only how we seek to obtain more supply where we can, to shore up supply as much as we can, but also to understand the effects of this global shock throughout our economy, including in the areas that you have outlined.
Senator Scarr, first supplementary.
Well, Minister, these effects, as you call them, are being called potentially catastrophic. Will the Labor government fix this today by adding waste collection to the priority fuel user list immediately?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Wong.
I will. I'm obviously not the minister representing, but I will give you the answer that I can, Senator Scarr, and if I need to add to it, I will. If you're referring to the determination that is current, it does only include ambulance services, corrective services, fire rescue, police, public transport, state emergency service or taxi service. It was made in March of 2019 by Mr Taylor. If this determination needs to be amended, obviously we will.
I'm waiting. You have a senator on his feet. No, Senator Scarr, I haven't called you. I'm waiting for those on my left to show some respect and come to order. I shouldn't have to call people to order over and over and over again. Senator Scarr, second supplementary.
Well, Minister, we're talking about a fuel crisis in 2026, not what was the case in 2019. How can Australians have confidence in this government's handling of the fuel crisis when it has become so bad that even keeping the bins emptied and rubbish collected is now in doubt?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, again, what I would say to you, I've outlined in the answer to question from Senator Dowling some of the measures we are taking. I have indicated to you that we recognise there are more measures that will need to be taken, and we will deal with that responsibly and soberly. And we need to deal with both seeking to shore up supply, and I've described how we are seeking to do that, but also recognise the ways in which any disruption to supply flows throughout the economy, including the industries you outlined, and the government will be very cognizant of that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Communications Minister. I believe that's Senator Farrell. Today, a US jury has found Meta and Google liable for deliberately designing addictive social media platforms that led to harm for users. It is now undeniable that these multi-billion-dollar companies are making massive profits off products that are deliberately designed to be addictive, to generate division and to spread mis- and disinformation. Products that are used every day by millions of Australians of all ages and backgrounds. 18 months ago, your government committed to ensuring that these toxic platforms were prevented from harming users by legislating a digital duty of care. Yet we are still waiting. Why is your government failing to act to keep Australians safe?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Hanson-Young for her question. Senator Hanson-Young, I think the federal Albanese Labor government has been world leading in some of the issues that you've just referred to, and some of the issues that were dealt with in the court case that you referred to overnight. I am pleased to say that the leadership, or the early leadership on that issue, in fact came from the Premier of South Australia, Mr Peter Malinauskas, when he suggested that we needed to move in this space to protect young people from well, you've referred to the decision overnight. My understanding of that decision is that my understanding of that decision is that it relates to penalties against Google and Meta for addictive actions of their platforms, and of course the action, the world-leading action, which the Albanese government sought to take against these companies, and very much against the wishes of these companies, has now resulted in a whole host of other companies, other countries.
Order.
Well, you've talked about this decision overnight, Senator. You've asked that question. You've asked that question. You've asked that question. I'm talking about some of the things that the Albanese Labor government has done, world leading.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. When will the Minister start prioritising the well-being and safety of all Australians over multi-billion-dollar tech giants and ensure that all users can opt out of toxic algorithms and turn that hate off?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Hanson-Young for her first supplementary question. We've got an excellent minister in this space, Senator Hanson-Young. We have been leading the way in a whole host of ways in which we are protecting ordinary Australians, particularly. Well, I'm not laughing, Senator Hanson-Young. I'm not laughing. I'm taking your question seriously. So I would object to that reference to laughing. I should say Kumastar to my friends from the Philippines. Great to see you here.
Order.
Well, you know, my wife comes from the Philippines. I'm entitled to greet the people of the Philippines.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
That was like watching a boomer try and work out how to like and not like on Instagram. Minister, could you please explain?
Order.
I know.
Come to order on my right. Order. Come to order on my right. Order. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Wong. Order. Senator Hanson-Young, please continue.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Minister, that the reason your government won't take the action that's required on big tech, who are now the new big tobacco, is because you don't want to upset Donald Trump?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and I refuse to take advantage of your youth and inexperience, Senator Senator Hanson-Young.
Order.
I do, Senator.
Come to order. I do need to hear Minister Farrell. I do need to hear the answer. Minister Farrell, please continue.
I do take a drug, Senator Hanson-Young, for my diabetes called Ozempic, and amongst other things, it's an anti-aging drug. And I am now 5 years younger. I'm now 5 years younger than when I first started taking it. Senator Hanson-Young, we are not afraid of Donald Trump. The answer specifically to your question is no.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. Global energy markets and supply chains are disrupted due to the war in the Middle East, and these disruptions include the international market for fertilisers. The Middle Eastern production makes up a large share of the global total, and natural gas from the Middle East is a key feedstock for production elsewhere. In the face of these ongoing disruptions and shocks to global supply chains, the Albanese Labor government remains focused on our national resilience and sovereign capability. Minister, what is the status of Australia's fertiliser market?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Ayres.
Well, thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Stewart, for that question. Of course, the conflict in the Middle East is not just an unprecedented shock for global energy markets. There are a series of other commodities that make their way through the Straits of Hormuz or are affected by global energy markets. This is particularly the case for fertiliser-grade urea. Australia relies on imports of fertiliser-grade urea for more than 65% of our total demand. Industry has advised that near-term planting demand for urea is largely covered, but the risks to the Australian agriculture sector will increase the longer disruption continues. We have strong trade relationships and experienced fertiliser distributors with whom the government is working closely. Importers and officials from the government have been exploring over the course of the period since the conflict began contingency sources of fertiliser-grade urea, such as in Southeast Asia. But the global nature of this shock means that spare production is likely limited. We are less import dependent for ammonium nitrate and ammonia phosphate fertilisers. The purchase of Phosphate Hill has secured the future of Australia's only manufacturer of MAP and DAP fertilisers. My department is also engaging on the shutdowns at the Yarra Pilbara facility, which we've been advised will only last for 8 weeks, but will allow the firm to bring forward elements of a planned June-July shutdown. And the shutdown of Kooragang Island, which Orica has advised will be resolved shortly.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. The Albanese Labor government has been working closely with industry, peak bodies and the states since the war in the Middle East began. What engagement is the government undertaking with farmers, importers, producers and the states?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Ayres.
Thanks, Senator Stewart, for that question. President, I neglected to say that in the gallery representatives of Science Meets Parliament, scores of Australian scientists representing tens of thousands of scientists in Australia's research and development sector. You are so welcome. You are so welcome to the Parliament.
Order. Senator Whish-Wilson.
I do thank Senator Stewart for that question. Minister Collins met with more than 50 representatives yesterday from industry, including Fertiliser Australia and grain growers. Ministers Bowen, Collins and I have met the National Farmers Federation and fertiliser industry representatives, and Minister Collins' industry and the ACCC are working on allowing the fertiliser sector to coordinate to ensure that fertiliser gets to where it is needed. My department's engaged on all of these issues and is providing information to the Fuel Security Task Force. President, fertiliser importers, I'll get to conclude this, I suppose.
The time for answering has expired. Yes, Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government has prioritised strengthening Australia's sovereign capability. How has the government's Future Made in Australia agenda made Australia more resilient to global events?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Ayres.
Well, of course, the measures that we've undertaken in fuel mean that we have that shock absorber there in terms of the minimum stockholding obligation, and Minister Bowen has released 20% of that. Those options were not available to previous governments. So Future Made in Australia is all about making Australia stronger. The intervention to secure 3,000 jobs yesterday at Boyne Island in central Queensland makes Australia stronger. The intervention in Glencore at Mount Isa makes Australia stronger. That intervention and our gas reservation announcement securing the purchase of Phosphate Hill and domestic fertiliser production makes Australia stronger. The intervention in Near Star Hobart and Port Pirie, particularly for critical minerals and metal smelting, makes Australia stronger. Our intervention in the steel industry to protect the steel industry that those opposite never would have protected makes Australia stronger.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Minister McCarthy. I've seen that you are selling tickets to a Labor Party business event in Sydney on April 9, offering corporate bigwigs access to you over afternoon tea for a cool $4,000 a head. Research from the Australian Institute found a majority of people agree these cash for access events amount to corrupt conduct and that politicians should refuse to participate in them. Will you cancel this event to reflect community expectations and avoid public perception that the Minister for Indigenous Australians is engaging in corrupt conduct?
Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. I too was very curious to see the article in the Sydney Morning Herald this week about an event which I'm very pleased to attend in terms of meeting stakeholders in New South Wales. I think it's really important to move beyond the areas that I know really well in terms of Northern Australia to have some time with stakeholders in New South Wales. And I think it's certainly important to be able to do that. And we have talked about fundraising in this parliament, and we know that each of us need to look at that in terms of what we're trying to do to support those we are here to support. So thank you for the question.
Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
This event is priced at $4,000, intentionally just below the disclosure threshold, meaning the identities of your cashed-up guests will not be revealed. Will you commit to voluntarily publishing who you meet at this event so mob and the public can see who is being sold access to you?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you for the question, Senator Thorpe. I always do my best to work in with the disclosure rules. I think that's why we have it, in terms of being able to reveal what we need to transparently. And
Order on my left.
And it's expected of me as a minister in this government.
Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
We know that grassroots organisations often struggle to get a meeting with you. Will you use the time you've set aside on April 9 for this lobbyist meeting to instead meet with some of the many grassroots organisations and mob who are waiting to meet with you?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
President, thank you. Look, I think that's a really grubby imputation of your question, Senator Thorpe.
Just a moment, Senator Thorpe. I'll just wait for the Hansard reporter to get out of the way. Senator Thorpe.
Just point of order on relevance. Grubby, calling my comment grubby. You would have called it on me, just saying.
Senator Thorpe, it's not a point of order. Senator McCarthy, please continue.
Thank you, President. I certainly meet with as many stakeholders as possible, not just here in Canberra, President, but right across the country. And if I can't meet personally, I also try to meet online or with phone calls, and my staff, who are very diligent in trying to reach out to everyone who contacts my office. And I do appreciate the work of my team. But not only in my office, President, right across the Cabinet and my colleagues who try to assist with stakeholders, Senator Thorpe. And I think you know that very well.
Thank you, Minister. So we'll move to Senator Little.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Ports are warning trade could grind to a halt unless fuel is urgently prioritised. More than 200 electrical apprentices have been stood down. Vegetable growers are reducing production. Rural doctors are holding crisis meetings over fears patients will be left untreated. Public servants are being told to work from home where possible. Federal police have been directed to change how they drive and when they refuel. Minister, how did this government allow the fuel crisis to escalate to the point where it is now disrupting trade, jobs, food supply, health services and frontline operations across Australia?
Thank you, Senator Little. Minister Wong.
Thank you. As I outlined in my earlier answers, what we are facing is the largest shock we have seen to global energy markets. This is an issue that is reverberating throughout the global economy, and countries across the world are grappling with it, which is why we continue to call on Iran to stop holding the Hormuz. Senator, I will take your interjection because I listened to you very carefully, Senator, yesterday, and even if you disagree with the conflict, you could at least call on Iran to de-escalate and to stop.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. I have Senator Cash on her feet. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President, and I think it's pretty obvious it's a point of order in relation to direct relevance. It is the opposition's question, with all due respect.
I do appreciate it's the opposition's question, but as you know, interjections can be taken, and so the aim that Senator Cash, I try very hard to maintain order in this place, but if senators interject, it's up to the minister to take or not take that interjection. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you. I'm very happy to come back to the question. I'm just making the point. I would have thought the opposition would agree that it would be good if the Australian Greens occasionally called on Iran to de-escalate. But I will come back to your question. Senator Little, it is a global shock to energy markets, and Australia is being affected. And we are taking action to seek to deal with it, and we will look at every practical measure that is required to shield Australia from the worst of this global uncertainty.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Little, first supplementary.
Thank you. An AusVeg survey of 150 growers found 27% had reduced or stopped planting, 13% were considering it, and growers cutting back had done so by an average of 30%, while 19% had decided not to harvest existing crops because of soaring costs and supply uncertainty. AusVeg warns the impact on consumers will be felt immediately. Minister, how can your government claim this crisis is under control when Australian families are staring down higher prices and less fresh food on supermarket shelves?
Thank you, Senator Little. Minister Wong.
First, I again say this is a global energy shock, and it is having and could have effects throughout the Australian economy. We understand that, which is why we have taken action, including legislation around false and misleading conduct for petrol companies, the convening of National Cabinet, and the Prime Minister has indicated he will call another National Cabinet for Monday, the appointment of a fuel supply task force coordinator, the release of the beginning of the release of 20% of our fuel reserves, changing petrol standards to get more fuel flowing, changing diesel standards so our refineries comply more fuel, task the ACCC in terms of fuel price monitoring, engage with international partners to keep supply flowing, and more. As I said, we will look at every practical measure required to shield Australians from the worst of this global uncertainty.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Little, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, does your government still believe that the fuel crisis in Australia is nothing but far-right extremist scaremongering, as Minister Ayres told the Senate earlier this month?
Thank you, Senator Little. Minister Wong.
I think I have outlined quite a number of times to the Senate over the question times since the conflict began, the nature of the conflict and the nature of the fuel crisis, which is a global shock to energy markets, the largest in history. And I again remind Australians and remind you, Senator, it is true that the Straits of Hormuz only supplies 20% of the world's oil. That of itself is a very large amount. But it supplies the majority of the crude oil going to the refineries of Asia. And the refineries of Asia are where we get our liquid fuels from. So that is an explanation of how the knock-on effects in global markets are affecting us. We are very realistic about that. We are very sober about that. And we are taking responsible steps to do all we can to shield Australians from the worst of this uncertainty.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Australia is in a fuel crisis. Big oil companies like BP, Ampol, Chevron, Shell and ExxonMobil control fuel held at import terminals and how much is released to the spot market, supplying independents that service the regions. Big oil is squeezing these suppliers, forcing regional service stations to raise prices. At the same time, Big Oil owns many service stations, mainly in the city, and is using regional price rises as an excuse to start gouging at their own outlets. So Big Oil is strangling regional independence and using those price hikes to justify price gouging in the city. If the government declared a fuel emergency under the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act of 1984, it could force supply to the regions and stop the gouging. Will you declare an emergency to stop this extortion at the Bowser, as One Nation has called for?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. It is the case that this conflict in the Middle East is an unprecedented shock. I think the IEA Director General was here during the week, and he said that it was, in his view, the largest in history. We are taking every practical action that is open to the government. We are aware, of course, of the powers that are in that Act from the early 1980s, and we have regard to all of those questions in terms of our approach. And our judgment is that the practical actions that we are undertaking now, including in relation to the ACCC's powers in these hours, is the most effective approach. We have to work together. Government, the petroleum industry, including the retailers and distributors, industry more broadly, farmers, miners, manufacturing sector, the construction industry, all work together to deliver the right result. We've already acted to release up to 20% of our diesel and fuel reserves. That is, reserves that otherwise would not have been available but for the actions of this government as a shock absorber for the Australian economy. In our judgment, it was the right thing to do, to release 20% to relieve some of those pressures in distribution chains, particularly, as you point out, in regional Australia, where independent retailers struggle to secure supply on the spot market, in a market that has been constructed historically to provide for the maximum competition. We've given the ACCC new teeth, and we've also lifted the powers of the ACCC that prevent the companies working together to secure supply in a cooperative way.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Minister, you claim there's no shortage of fuel in the country, yet farmers in regional areas can't get diesel to plant crops, keep animals alive and get food transported to supply the cities. Does the minister foresee any impediments for the production, processing and transport of crucial food items into the retail market?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Ayres.
Well, as I indicated earlier this week and last week, I mean, this is a very significant event in the Middle East. It means that we have a very significant impact on our economy in direct and indirect ways. And the longer this conflict goes on, the harder those effects are for the economy to deal with. The minimum stockholding obligation that we imposed and implemented on the Australian economy means that there is that shock absorber. There is that shock absorber. Releasing 20% means that more fuel has been available, and that has had an impact, a useful impact. We're not complacent about that. We are continuing to work with the ACCC, appointed the Fuel Supply Task Force led by Anthea Harris. The government is very focused on these supply questions, particularly in regional Australia.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Minister, your government will collect $300 million extra a month in GST on fuel, off the back of the price gouging that is going on. One Nation is calling on you to cut the fuel excise fully for 3 months and/or cut the GST on fuel, which is a tax on a tax, and relieve pressure off Australians.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Ayres.
Well, this government, as I've indicated, has taken action over the course of the period since the conflict and hostilities in the Middle East began. We've introduced new laws to double penalties for false and misleading conduct, up to $100 million, convened National Cabinet, appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force led by one of our most experienced energy officials, begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves so that shock absorber can get to work, changed petrol standards to get more fuel flowing, made it easier for Australian refineries to access government funding when they run at a loss so that we're not seeing the closure of more Australian refinery capacity, which is what we saw under those opposite. President.
Oh, sorry, Senator Hanson.
Of relevance, I asked a direct question about cutting the fuel excise and the GST.
The Minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Hanson. I'll continue to listen carefully, and if he is, and I'll draw his attention to your question. Minister Ayres.
We've introduced new laws so that the Fair Work Commission can demand companies pay truckies fairly when fuel prices spike. I want to see what you and your colleagues do, Senator Hanson, in relation to those laws that mean truckies get a fair deal.
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. Northern Australia has been experiencing successive and compounding natural disasters this wet season. It has disproportionately affected First Nations Australians living in remote communities. Many communities across North Australia have been cut off and entire communities remain in evacuation centres. What support is the Albanese Labor government providing to affected remote and First Nations communities, and how are the initiatives of the government supporting those communities dealing with the effects of these natural disasters?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. And yes, thank you, Senator Cox. I know you understand Western Australia very well, and I'm looking forward to being with you on the weekend over there in WA as well. You know, it's certainly been an incredibly difficult wet season, and we certainly see where Tropical Cyclone Narelle is now in Western Australia. Across Northern Australia, we've seen its pathway. We've faced successive natural disasters, cyclones, flooding, and now renewed river rises following from Cyclone Narelle. And our focus is on keeping people safe and making sure no one is left behind. More than 1,000 people have been evacuated from remote communities in the Northern Territory, like Numbulwar, Nayu, Daly River, Julkmingan and Palumpa, many for the second time in just a matter of weeks. Julkmingan near Mataranka, Beswick near Katherine has also gone under, and also Katherine. I want to acknowledge too the communities in far north Queensland, from Cowan to Arakoon, who've been impacted, and those in Western Australia who are now preparing for the re-intensified Cyclone Narelle. This has been an incredibly distressing experience for these communities, to be forced from your home, to not know what you will return to, and that takes a real toll on people's lives. I also want to recognise the extraordinary efforts of the Australian Defence Force. ADF personnel have been on the ground and in the air evacuating communities and helping move people to safety. Alongside them are volunteers, emergency services and local workers who have shown incredible care and commitment. In Katherine, we've stood up a 24/7 AUSMAT field hospital to ensure people have access to emergency and essential health care, and that includes a fully operational emergency department and maternity services, making sure care continues. At the same time, we're supporting communities not just through the immediate response, but through resilience.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, for a supplementary.
Thank you, President. This wet season has shown the challenges of life in remote communities, in particular in relation to food resilience. What measures has the Albanese Labor government put in place to support First Nations communities in remote Australia to ensure continued access to food supplies?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Cox. Well, our resilience packages have meant more funding for remote stores across the country to upgrade things like storage, refrigeration and install solar panels. These resilience packages are having an impact, President, but don't take it from me. Dion Kelly, Chair of the Ludjamanu Progress Aboriginal Corporation, said the Food Resilience Grant has made a real difference for our community of Ludjamanu this wet season. For the last 3 years, we've had to fly all of our goods in from Darwin during the wet season, and now that the store has a larger warehouse and new freezer, we can hold up to 10 weeks of stock. This keeps our food security strong during the toughest months of the wet season. President, I'm proud we've announced 75 additional remote stores right across Western Australia, Northern Territory, Queensland and South Australia. Will now be able to apply for these improvements.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. What role are participants in the Albanese Labor government's remote jobs program playing in supporting our communities during this wet season while building greater resilience in remote communities?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, our Jobs and Ranges programs are central to building more resilience in remote communities. And during Cyclone Fina in Warrawee, the RGED workers with Yagbani Aboriginal Corporation were out with the chainsaws in the clean-up. Likewise, during Cyclone Narelle, the Narungalang Raise participants were assisting the Roper Gulf Regional Council in recovery efforts. Our Commonwealth-funded Yirrkala Rangers have been clearing the road to Gathalala in Arnhem Land in the last few days. Our RGED Vic Daily Night Patrol workers have partnered with Larrakia Nation in Darwin to provide extra patrols around the evacuation centres. And this is happening now on the ground, workers in jobs, rebuilding and supporting their communities, assisting everyone in these times of absolute crisis during these floods. These policies that our government have implemented are working, and I'm so proud that we're doubling the number of jobs that we're providing in remote communities to an incredible 6,000 jobs by 2030, backed by $299 million investment.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, can you guarantee that Australia will not run out of fuel supplies?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Again, what I have said is we will do all that we can to shield Australians from the worst of this global uncertainty, Senator. And if you will, you are someone who does understand the global implications of this and the global economy, and you would know this is a shock to global energy markets that we have not seen. And you would understand the importance of us working together. Government, I would hope the opposition, it's a matter for them. Community, the business and the states and territories to deal with the global circumstances that we are navigating, as all countries of the world are. I also have great confidence in Australia and Australians' capacity to navigate these crises. If you look back at our history, whether it's the global financial crisis or COVID, you see that we are a country that has sound policy making, that has the capacity to coordinate well between the public and private sectors, and the capacity for communities to be part of responding to changed circumstances. And so again, what I would say, we will do what is required, all that we can, to shield Australians from the worst of this uncertainty.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Colbeck, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, can you guarantee that Australians won't be forced to ration fuel supplies?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Oh, well, Senator, these are matters that National Cabinet will rightly have to, matters of supply and also of distribution are matters that governments, including through the National Cabinet, are and will continue to look at or act upon. We have acted upon supply measures. We will continue to look at practical measures, and we will ensure that we work with National Cabinet, through National Cabinet, with the states and territories and through the existing task force to look at what is required to deliver fuel to where it is needed, when it is needed.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Colbeck, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, on what date will prices reduce to pre-conflict levels?
Minister Wong.
Come on. Are you looking at what's happening around the
Yeah, Senator Colbeck, I generally have more regard for you than that question would engender, because you know, and everybody should know, that the reality of higher fuel prices is being felt across the world. This is being felt across the world. And as the Treasurer has said more recently, and the Prime Minister, we also know that global markets will not go back to how they were prior to this conflict upon the conflict ending. There is a tail of effects throughout the global economy. You know that, Senator, and you also know that the way we have to deal with it is with the sorts of measures that you are seeing, including the legislation that's coming forward, but also to work to stabilise global energy markets, to look for the supply as the government is, and so forth.
Senator Sterle.
Yes, thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Now, Minister, our road transport industry is vital to keeping our nation's economy moving, as I know better than anyone. But the conflict in the Middle East is having an impact on input costs for our hard-working truck drivers and our road industry businesses. How is the Albanese government supporting truckies to get a fair go? And what other measures is the government supporting to help Australians with current cost of living pressures?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks Senator Sterle, who certainly knows more than most in this chamber about the needs of truckies around Australia. The truth is that without truckies and their drivers, the movement of essential supplies across Australia stops, and that's why we want truckies to get a fair go. It's why the Albanese government has passed significant reforms to ensure our road transport industry is strong and resilient for Australia's future. We're cracking down on sham contracting, and we increase the penalties for employers who dodge their obligations to their employees. Unlike the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, who oppose those changes, the Albanese Labor government has always backed our trucking industry and the workers who are delivering essential goods across Australia. But under the current legislation, the Fair Work Commission must consult for a minimum of 6 months when setting contract chain orders which ensure that truckies get safe and secure rates of pay. This government recognises, with the ongoing war in the Middle East resulting in volatile fuel prices, the Commission needs the power to respond more quickly to contract chain order applications to ensure that trucking companies and owner-operators are not left to absorb these costs on their own. In good news for the industry, this Labor government is taking swift and decisive action to do exactly this. Earlier this week, we announced that we will be introducing an amendment to the Fair Work Act to establish an urgent pathway for truckies to argue for their fair share at the Fair Work Commission. This is so truckies and transport operators aren't left to worry about managing rising costs on their own. It's critical that the costs of rising fuel prices are shared fairly throughout the supply chain so our truckies and transport businesses can remain viable. Now, next week, when this legislation comes on for debate, we'll get to see how much the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation are actually willing to help Australians who are facing fuel price rises.
Thank you,
They've had a lot to say about it. The question is whether they will act.
Senator Sterle, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Magnificent Minister, and I can't wait too to watch them all line up to vote for this magnificent piece of legislation. Helping Australian workers earn more and keep more of what they earn is a key priority of the Albanese government. How is the government supporting workers to deal with cost of living pressures they are facing right now?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Sterle. Sterling, I should say, Sterling. The Albanese government recognises that the conflict in the Middle East is undoubtedly putting pressure on fuel prices, inflation and on family budgets. Low-paid workers are more exposed to financial shocks and experience greater financial hardship, and we support lifting their wages as one of the ways to help them. Today, the Albanese government will lodge a submission to the annual wage review, recommending the Fair Work Commission award an economically sustainable real wage increase to Australia's 2.7 million minimum wage and award-reliant workers. This, along with the tax cuts we provided last year and will again provide this year, are all about helping Australian workers earn more and keep more of what they earn. Now, we know that previous increases to the minimum wage were opposed by the Liberals, the Nationals and the One Nation. There's a bit of a theme here, that ragtag coalition. The chance for them is to say that Australian workers deserve an economically sustainable real wage increase.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sterle, second supplementary.
Thanks, Watto. Now, Minister, workers in low-paid roles work fewer hours and have fewer financial buffers to fall back on. These workers are more susceptible to cost of living challenges, including the rising price of fuel and global uncertainty we currently face. Why is it important that government support these workers to earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Minister Watt.
Thank you very much, Senator Sterle. We understand that workers are doing it tough right now, and that's why we think they should get a sustainable real wage increase as well. But I'll tell you who isn't doing it tough, and that's Senator Pauline Hanson. She is jetting around the country in her billionaire friend's plane, starting in Queensland, where she tells workers she's on their side, then heads down to South Australia, where she tells seniors she's fighting for them, and then she gets on the plane over to Canberra, where she votes against higher wages for workers and against cheaper medicines for seniors, and now she says she wants to govern with the Liberal Party. Yesterday, Senator Hanson confirmed Australia's worst-kept secret. This former Liberal Party member, who votes with the Liberals more than 80% of the time, confirmed that she would be, quote, very happy to use her numbers to help elect a coalition government at the next election. The truth is the Liberals can't form government without One Nation. One Nation can't form government without the Liberals. They are a ragtag coalition who will hurt Australian workers.
Senator O'Sullivan.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. The West Australian reported that Lauren Thompson and Jep Wilson are young Western Australians who plan to drive to Melbourne for Easter. That is until this government's fuel crisis intervened. Ms Thompson said, we're a little bit unsure if we'll get to go because of how much it's going to cost us with the price of fuel at the moment. Minister, what do you say to the Western Australians and all Australians that are cancelling Easter because of your government's fuel crisis?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister Ayres.
Well, as I indicated in my answers to questions earlier, and Senator Wong indicated in her answers to questions on very much the same subject, this conflict in the Middle East and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz is creating a global shock in energy markets around the world. Australia is more prepared and more resilient because of the actions this government has taken, and we continue to act in those areas. We have taken every practical action. We want to make sure that we are prepared for every eventuality. We are aware of the impact this is having and the extension of this conflict. If it continues to extend, is having and is likely to have in the Australian economy.
Senator O'Sullivan, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, Ms Thompson also said, we're not sure if there are fuel limitations along the Nullarbor. We don't want to run out of fuel and get stuck. Minister, you've dismissed warnings about fuel shortages as right-wing extremism. Now, is Ms Thompson spreading right-wing extremism too?
Minister Ayres.
Well, I think, Senator, that what Ms Thompson will be focused on is what practical action the government has undertaken on her behalf and on behalf of Australians. And she will know that we've introduced new laws to double penalties for false and misleading conduct to $100 million. Convened National Cabinet and will continue to use the National Cabinet to coordinate the government's work with our colleagues in the states and territories. Appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator, begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves, so the fuel reserves that we established are able to be used in the interests of Australian motorists and Australian industry, change petrol standards to get more fuel flowing, all of that action and more to protect Australians from the worst of this crisis.
Senator O'Sullivan, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, Australians now worried about their Easter plans and whether they'll be wrecked by high prices and empty bowels as Australians have to travel long distances on their holidays. So can you guarantee today that no Australians' Easter plans will be disrupted by this government's fuel crisis?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister Ayres.
What I can guarantee is that this government will continue to act in the Australian interest, in the interests of Australians and in the interests of Australian industry. The choice you have to make and your colleagues have to make is whether you are going to join the government in acting in the national interest or whether you continue a partisan approach on these questions that diminishes you every single day of the week.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, President. In question time on Wednesday, 11 March, I undertook to provide further information in response to questions asked of me by Senator Canavan in my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy relating to fuel. On the same day, I also undertook to provide further information in response to questions asked of me by Senator Payman relating to artificial intelligence. Furthermore, on Monday, 23 March, I took questions asked of me by Senator Dunham on notice in my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, also relating to fuel. I've written to those senators to provide additional information, and I table these letters for the information of all senators.
Senator Cadell, are you seeking the call to take? Oh, Senator Gallagher.
Well, you've got the message. You have to do that bit.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if Senator Cadell was seeking the call on another matter. Just to make clear to the Senate, take note is going to be deferred because we are now moving pursuant to order to a bill. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
To amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Minister, are you seeking the call or Senator Chandler?
Thank you, Mr Deputy President, and I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026. Now, Mr Deputy President, let us be abundantly clear. This bill exists because Australia is in a fuel crisis and the Albanese Labor government failed to act early enough to prevent it. Now, the Coalition will not oppose tougher enforcement, but we are not going to pretend that doubling penalties fixes the underlying problem that Australians are facing at the Bowser today. This bill is the result of failure. It comes to this parliament only after fuel prices have spiralled beyond control and after Australians have already started to pay the price. The Coalition supports tough enforcement, and we always have, but good policy anticipates problems rather than reacting after the damage is done. Now, the Coalition will not oppose this bill today, but we will use this opportunity to hold the Labor Albanese government accountable for a serious and growing cost of living crisis. This bill proposes to double the maximum penalties available for breaches of competition and consumer law. Now, that is a significant change and one that the parliament should examine carefully. Penalties matter. They are meant to deter serious misconduct. Simply increasing penalties does not on its own create deterrence, and what matters is whether those penalties are targeted, proportionate and backed by evidence and sound policy. Those questions matter even more in the economic environment that Australians are living in today. Mr Deputy President, Australia is facing a genuine national fuel crisis. In many parts of the country, petrol prices are around $2.50 a litre, if not more. Diesel is well over $3 a litre and rising. Prices are changing so fast that these figures are very quickly outdated. In fact, they might even be outdated even now, Mr Deputy President. This hurts families, it hurts farmers, it hurts freight operators, manufacturers, small businesses and entire regional communities across this country. Now, Australians understand that global pressures exist, but when those pressures hit, Australians expect clarity and they expect urgency and leadership from their government. But instead, in recent weeks, Australians have been told different things at different times by different ministers, while fuel prices have continued to climb higher and higher each and every day. This is why Australians are fast losing trust in this government when it comes to fuel. This government didn't warn Australians. They didn't act early. Their solution, let us not forget, Mr Deputy President, was telling people to buy less fuel. Now, this fuel crisis didn't emerge overnight. The warning signs were there, and this government chose not to act. That does raise a serious question about whether what we are debating here today is considered reform or simply a reactive response to a crisis that this government has failed to manage. Doubling penalties is, by definition, retrospective. It punishes misconduct after the damage is already done, and it will not put one extra litre of fuel into the Australian market, and it will do nothing to lower Australia's fuel prices today. Now, that doesn't mean that penalties are unimportant, Mr Deputy President, but we must be honest with Australians about what this bill can do and what this bill cannot do. The ACCC already has significant enforcement powers, and courts already impose serious penalties when misconduct is proven. That makes this government's delay impossible to explain, because if these tools existed all along, then why did the government wait until Australians were paying record prices to act? Mr Deputy President, the Coalition's position is clear. We support strong enforcement, we support penalties that deter real misconduct, but we don't want to see enforcement being used to mask policy failure, and that is why, while we will support this bill here today, we will continue to hold the government to account for its failures in regards to this fuel crisis, because this is a real crisis that Australians are facing right now. It is a crisis that is affecting households, it is affecting small businesses and entire sectors of the economy. Like I say, for that reason, the Coalition is not going to obstruct necessary measures, but we are not going to stay silent while Australians pay record prices because this government acted too late, spoke too loosely and is now legislating after the fact.
Order. Senator McKim.
Well, fair dinkum, Acting Deputy President. This Senate is existing in some kind of alternative reality in relation to this war, in relation to who started the war, in relation to Iran's actions and in relation to the fuel price and availability crisis currently being endured by the Australian people. This Senate is living in an alternative reality. The real facts are these. Fact one, The Labor Party supports this war. The Prime Minister was one of the first global leaders out after the US and Israel illegally engaged in an unprovoked attack on Iran, saying he thought it was a good idea. And he's been joined by the Liberal Party, the National Party and One Nation, the parties of war in this place. And what we're getting today from all of these parties is that somehow the fuel crisis in Australia manifested out of thin air. Well, it didn't manifest out of thin air. It was an entirely predictable consequence of the illegal aggression against Iran perpetrated by the US, perpetrated by Israel and cheer-led on by our sycophantic, mediocre Prime Minister. That's fact one. Fact number two. Iran didn't wake up one morning and decide to start bombing petrochemical facilities in the Gulf region. What actually started the war was an unprovoked illegal act by the US and Israel. That's what started the war. Iran's actions are not a provocation, they are a retaliation to an illegal provocation from Iran, from the US, from Israel, cheer-led on by the Labor Party, who used to oppose wars back in the day, but haven't seen a war, a US war they didn't love in the last couple of decades because they've abandoned their roots, they've forgotten where they came from as a political movement, and they are far more interested in sucking up to Donald Trump than they are in calling for global peace and an end to the suffering, the death, the misery, the injuries and the displacement of millions of people across Iran, across southern Lebanon and elsewhere. And you know who's paying for the warmongers? The Labor Party, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation. If you want to just look in a domestic context, you know who's paying? People who are trying to get fuel at the moment. They're the people who are paying. And no one who supports this war should come in here and pretend that the fuel crisis is somehow happening in isolation. This was an entirely predictable consequence of the illegal invasion and bombardment of Iran perpetrated by Israel and the United States and cheer-led on by the Labor Party, cheer-led on by the Liberals, cheer-led on by the Nationals and cheer-led on by One Nation. This was so obviously what was going to happen. All of the war games that have been conducted for decades said this was going to happen. Don't pretend you didn't know this would happen. Of course it was going to happen. Of course Australians were going to pay the price at the petrol bowser. But I want to say very clearly to Australians, unfortunately and tragically for the people in the Gulf region, we have not seen nothing yet. The human consequences overseas and the economic consequences and the material pain for Australians have unfortunately barely begun. There is no scenario where things go back to the way they used to be anytime soon, and there is every chance that this war is a cataclysmic black swan event for the global economy. And it'll be because of the war criminals Trump and Netanyahu, and it'll be because no one in this place, apart from the Australian Greens, had the stones to stand up and say, we want peace, not war. Well, you reap what you sow, and every one of you should be held responsible by the Australian people for the economic pain they're feeling, let alone the people over there who are being murdered and smeared across the landscape and bloodily dismembered in their thousands.
Senator McKim. Senator McKim, I will remind you that we do need to behave in a way that reflects the chamber, but could you also please move your second reading amendment if you so desire?
Move that amendment, thank you.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President, and I rise to speak to the ACCC Treasury Laws Amendment Bill in the very small amount of time allotted to this chamber to debate a bill where we actually seek to increase the penalties available to the ACCC. But what I'd like to have seen as we enter the 4th week of this fuel crisis is to have had the ACCC on the streets, checking up on local servos, knocking on the door of the big 4 fuel suppliers, launching investigations into how the market was operating, whether gouging was occurring, was there unconscionable behaviour when there were rumours of hedging and hoarding of fuel, as we've seen a trucking industry now struggling with the biggest increase in fuel prices ever. Even at the height of the Ukraine war, fuel prices increased 40 cents a litre. We are now in excess of 80 to 90 cents a litre. And that flows on through our entire economy. Australians are struggling now to pay for the fuel that they need to get to work, to get their kids to and from schools, and industries are struggling to even get supplies of diesel and petrol to keep our agriculture industry going, our mining industry, which pays the bills in this country, our fishing industry and beyond. And as we've seen in reports today, as we head into the 4th week, there is no doubt flow-on impacts right across our economy. There are claims that this hit will be in equivalence to 3 interest rate rises. So for households already struggling with Jim Chalmers and Anthony Albanese's cost of living crisis, this could come at no worse time. And while state and federal governments play the blame game, it's your problem, you take the lead. No, your problem, you take the lead. It's mums and dads lining up at suburban fuel stations or having to make the tough decisions about what they do and don't do and participate in. We've seen absenteeism increase in the manufacturing, retail, construction workforces right now. That's what's happening outside of Canberra. As the Shadow Transport Minister of this great country, I've been in conversations since day one with our trucking industry, who called for this to be declared a national disaster because truckers are going broke. They were going broke at a rate of 2 businesses a week before the crisis, and it's only gotten worse. They've asked for the federal government for disaster recovery arrangements to be activated to help small trucking businesses with cash grants, concessional loans for those businesses with fewer than 20 employees, because they can't afford to pass the fuel increases on. They've asked for the road user charge to be removed. Truckies are paying 32 cents a litre. The government could remove that with a pen stroke and give immediate relief 3 weeks ago. Allow higher productivity freight vehicles so you can move more kit to Coles and Woolworths and shelves. But we just need a regulatory change. We need someone to sign a bit of paper. We can't get that done. Nat Road, cut the road user charge. We need state-level owner-driver cost orders. The shipping industry needs the Coastal Trading Act relaxed so that ports can move freight more efficiently. There are so many suggestions. GST relief for our trucking industry, the tax on the tax, could have done that day one. But instead this government has taken 4 weeks to bring let's increase the penalties of the ACCC. I'm yet to see the ACCC prosecute anyone in the last 4 weeks. I don't know how many penalties they've actually handed out. And you know what? The Prime Minister's big announcement. In 4 days' time, he's got a plan to bring premiers to Canberra to come up with a national plan on how to save our country. These guys are incompetent, and Australia
Senator
deserves
McKenzie,
better.
your time has expired. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Deputy President. One Nation was the first party to call this fuel shortage a crisis. We were the first to call it to the attention of this parliament. That was 3 weeks ago. We asked how much fuel we had on hand, and we were all told there wasn't a problem, just right-wing extremism. And Aussies are buying too much fuel. And now today we have a bill being rushed forward through our parliament because the Albanese government is panicking. We have a big crisis. Minister Chris Bowen must declare a national fuel emergency and force supply to the regions. One Nation is investigating alternate fuel supplies. Our policy will cut fuel excise. Our policy will cut the GST paid on fuel. The Albanese government is profiting $300 million a month from the souring spike in fuel prices while Australians are struggling. As the pain at the pump increases, so do the government's GST take on every litre. The government is taking 52.6 cents from every litre in excise tax and then applying a 10% GST on top of the total sale. It's an absolute disgrace. We've seen the price of diesel double over the last few weeks, and that's if you can get it. The offences that this bill amends to increase penalties for, guess what? No one has ever been charged under them. Not once. 0 multiplied by double is still 0. This bill won't do anything to crack down on the supply manipulation by big oil companies. That's why One Nation has called for the Emergency Fuel Act to be triggered, so supply can be forced out into the regions, bringing down prices for everyone. Over 500 service stations across Australia have run out of fuel. In my home state of WA, the acting Shire President of Esperance has revealed that fuel arriving in the town port is trucked 1,400 kilometres and it travels in tankers all the way to Perth before it comes all the way back to Esperance so that it can be available at the local service stations. Our farmers are hurting. Our farmers are seeding soon, and putting a crop in at a much greater cost is a potential double hit if farmers can't put enough fertiliser in at seeding due to availability and cost. If our farmers aren't getting the fuel and support they need, where is our food going to come from? Australia has got to have a plan. One Nation's plan is clear. Trigger the National Fuel Emergency Act 1984. Force supply to be delivered to regional areas and independent distributors. Prioritise defence and essential services. Drop the fuel excise for 3 months or the GST on fuel to reduce cost pressure. GST tax relief on fuel for 3 months is $300 million per month. Develop policies that allow Australia to find, process and distribute fuel and net zero. Refine our own fuel. Build new refineries. Consider a national reserve with crude oil companies to prioritise supply to Australia. The needs of Australia must be catered to first. Increase our fuel storage capacity. Strategic fuel storage must be controlled by Australia on Australian shores and remove the impediments to using domestically produced fuel. I see the Greens have tacked on their failed private senator's bill on price gouging. One Nation spoke on this extensively previously, but I will just state again for the record that the government already has the powers to act on market manipulation by supermarkets, and they should use these powers. The Greens amendment is vaguely worded and unworkable, and One Nation will not be supporting it. One Nation will abolish net zero and stop the billions in subsidies that Australians are paying for wind turbines. This will not only reduce power bills and rescue families and businesses, but it will put about $30 billion back into the pockets of Australians by abolishing the Department of Climate Change. This will resolve many of the issues businesses are facing by trying to meet the net zero safeguard mechanism targets. One Nation has been saying that we need to be self-reliant, that Australia must stand on our own 2 feet for decades. We need to regain our sovereignty. We must take control of our country back. One Nation has a plan. The Greens have outrage, and the Labor government have no plan.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Senator Cash.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I too rise to support the bill before the Senate, the ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026. We have been imploring the government, the Liberal Party and the National Party now, for over 3 weeks to take action to assist Australians in managing what is now a fuel crisis across our country. But let's be very clear. Let's not try and pretend that at 4 o'clock today, because this bill will go through the Senate in 35 minutes' time, let us not pretend this bill fixes the real problem that Australians for 3 weeks now have been telling the government they are facing. Service stations across Australia are not just running dry, they have run dry. In other words, you turn up at a service station in Australia and you may well find out it has run out of fuel. Our truckies are telling us they are now worried about keeping freight moving across our great country. Our country is a big one. It relies on our transport sector efficiently working. The truckies are saying they don't know if this will continue to occur. Our farmers could not have been clearer. They have been begging this government to help them get diesel. Not yesterday, not the day before, but for the last 3 weeks. Do you know why? Because they have a planting window. And if they don't plant during that window, guess what? There are no crops. Ausveg has been pretty clear. Get the fuel to where it needs to be to. And small businesses across Australia, they're just now saying to the government, we just don't even know if we're going to be open next week. On top of that, people across Australia are now cancelling their Easter plans. Why? Because they're already in the middle of a cost of living crisis. They've just been hit with another interest rate rise. And guess what? They now see the price of fuel at the Bowser, it's hit $3, probably going to $4. And guess what? They cannot afford now to go away at Easter. But the government, in every question we asked them, says this. A, we understand the pain Australians are feeling. Well, you've been saying that now for 4 years. You've done nothing about it. The pain's got worse. But they say they're taking practical action. So I'm going to today call on Minister Bowen to take this practical action. The S-Bend service station, 30k south of Geraldton, it is the only fuel station within a 60-kilometre radius. They have said they are running out of fuel. Yesterday, in fact, they ran out of diesel. This is the practical action that Minister Bowen can take. The government has said there is more fuel in Australia circulating than there was before the Iran crisis began. So Australians understand this. As of today, there is currently more fuel in this country than there was before the crisis. This is the practical action the minister can take this afternoon. The S-Bend, only servo within 60k radius, has run out of diesel. You know where the diesel is. This is what the minister can do right now, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You pick up the phone to the companies because you know where the fuel is, you know where the tankers are, and you direct one of them to start driving to the S-Bend servo 30 k's outside of Geraldton. Let me also tell you, you want to talk about practical action? Here's some practical action. The Waste Recycling Industry Association have been clear. We will not be picking up people's rubbish. Now, if that's bad enough, they've also said in relation to the health sector and the aged care sector that problems start if rubbish has not been picked up within 48 hours. Public health problems will commence. They have been left off the fuel priority list by this government, and they have said that is potentially catastrophic. The minister today can actually amend the fuel priority list and he can add the waste collection industry. This is a government that likes to have meetings when all they need to do, pick up the blasted phone. Call the blasted fuel companies. You know where the fuel is. You're just too lazy and you don't like action. There are two practical things the minister can do. Get a tanker, please, to the S-Bend servo in Geraldton, and please ensure our rubbish bins are collected.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. This so-called crackdown on price gouging is a con. It will do nothing to stop price gouging, and it won't stop corporations using the cover of war to rip people off. It does not do what it says on the tin. This legislation increases penalties for companies caught lying about ripping you off, but it doesn't actually stop them from ripping you off, which it could do if the Greens amendment passes. But let's see if that happens, because this government would rather just gaslight people about what they're doing and tinker around the edges rather than actually fixing the problem. What is the point about stopping petrol companies lying about price gouging when you could simply stop them from price gouging in the first place? It is the ultimate window dressing that will do nothing to fix the real pain that people are feeling. Now, the Greens want to make price gouging illegal right across the economy. No tinkering, no loopholes that corporations can just exploit, just ban it, make it illegal. And we drafted a bill to do that, and we brought it into this place. And who do you think voted against it? The Labor Party, the Liberal Party, the National Party and One Nation. All of these parties voted against stopping price gouging just 2 weeks ago. This bill is just trying to make the government look like they're doing something while they just continue to do absolutely nothing meaningful to stop price gouging. Australians are being slugged at the bowser thanks to a war that this government is backing. We're the first in the world to back, and your response is just to simply fiddle at the margins, as usual. There are no provisions in Australian law that stop fuel companies price gouging because you are not backing them. All this bill does is increase existing penalties on existing offences. Why are you misleading the public that this bill does something that it does not do? People are hurting and they need a government that is willing to stand up to big corporations, their obscene profiteering and their price gouging, and actually offer real cost of living relief. The price of fuel is the #1 topic on people's lips in the country right now, and it is the biggest domestic impact of an illegal war that your government has backed, that all of the war parties in this chamber have signed up to and continue to support. And it is wreaking havoc not just in the Middle East, not just on civilians, not just on schoolgirls, it is wreaking havoc on Australians in their everyday cost of living at the bowser. Ordinary people are paying the price of this war, and the big corporations are making bank. The gas corporations, the oil corporations, the billionaires, the weapons manufacturers, they are loving this conflict. It is making them richer and it is making everybody else's life harder. And that is your job, to try to fix that. We could be taxing those big corporations, making them pay their fair share and using that revenue to help people. We could be taxing those export gas companies whose profits have already skyrocketed since this illegal war began weeks ago, and using that money to help people. Make public transport free, stop price gouging, actually invest in the things that make people live a good life and help them deal with the pressures that they're under. And it might sound crazy, but maybe on a bill that talks about price gouging, you should actually fix price gouging. That's precisely what our amendment will do. The impacts of this war are not going to stop at petrol, though. We already know that the impacts on fertiliser costs are going to go up, and that will flow through to both farmers and food prices. Now, under pressure from the Greens, 3 months ago, the government finally brought in restrictions on price gouging by the big supermarkets. But do you think it's taken effect yet? No. They're making people wait 6 months before it takes effect. And they voted against making price gouging illegal across the economy. I wonder how much profit Coles and Woolies will make in the 6 months reprieve that they've got to continue to profiteer off people, to continue to mislead people and continue to rip people off. If this government actually wants to stop petrol companies from ripping people off, price gouging families and truckies for $3 or more a litre, you could actually just stop price gouging. You could get us out of this illegal war, you could tax the big corporations and you could invest in helping people address the cost of living.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australia is facing a genuine national
energy and fuel crisis. We're now seeing those skyrocketing prices at the bowser hitting Australian households with petrol around $2.50 per litre for unleaded and for diesel up to $3.20 per litre. Prices that many Australians have simply never seen before. So no wonder panic is beginning to rise. And the uncertainty and the mixed messages that have been coming out of this government have only made the problem worse. Fuel stations now, we are hearing, are running dry. Around 600 petrol stations around the country are either running out of both or one type of fuel, and the impact on Australian families is entirely unacceptable. Those rising fuel costs are disconnecting Australian families and communities. It is totally unbelievable that Australian families have to rethink everyday things like a school drop-off, like an extra run to the supermarket where the shelves may well be bare, like visiting family over Easter, like driving kids to carpooling to school and to sport, just to save money. The planned family holidays over Easter, the most common time of the year for a driving holiday, is now being rethought. Now, Australians expect leadership, and all they have had is mixed messages. We want urgency, we want action. This is only one step, one small contribution to the action plan that we are expecting from government and yet seeing so little of. There is concern about prices today, but there is more concern about what happens tomorrow. What happens when the food can't get to the supermarket because fuel prices are too high? What happens when our docks slow down and imports and exports slow dramatically? What happens when farmers stop harvesting or stop planting the next harvest because they're concerned that they can't get access to either fertiliser or fuel? What happens when rubbish trucks stop picking up the rubbish from our bins, not just in our homes, but at our hospitals, at our aged care centres? This is what we've seen from this government, a lack of forward thinking, and at the same time, a complete backflipping in messaging. First of all, there's no problem at all. In fact, anybody that was saying that there was a problem, that was pointing out that there was a crisis, was some sort of right-wing, scaremongering extremist. Well, what an enormous insult that was to all of those Australians outside of the Canberra bubble that could clearly see that there was a problem. The next thing they said was, actually, there is a national crisis. Sorry, we got it wrong, there is a national crisis, but then they did nothing. Finally, they called a national cabinet meeting. It had to be dragged kicking and screaming. And that was really so they could push the responsibility back out onto the states. Thank goodness some of the premiers have stepped up, although I do say only some. Then they blamed consumers. I thought this was terrific. It's the problem of consumers. They're panic buying. It's un-Australian to go out and fill your car with petrol when prices are lower today because you know that they're going to be higher tomorrow. Apparently, that's un-Australian. I would have called it perfectly rational. But it was un-Australian, according to Labor. This is a government that has been caught flat-footed and asleep at the wheel, and then in denial about the scale of this crisis. Fuel costs are hitting farmers, manufacturers, freight and logistics. They're hitting small businesses. It's an economy-wide impact that cannot be ignored, and these costs are being directly passed on to consumers because, let's face it, at the end of the day, it's always the consumers that are going to pay. And because inflation has run rife in this country for the last 4 years, it hasn't been kept under control, that has been allowed to be unfettered across the country because Labor has failed to do its job. Well, you were already suffering from a cost of living crisis before this fuel crisis began. It's Australian small businesses that are most under pressure here. They're the ones that are finding that no one's coming to rescue them. No one's coming to rescue them. What if the only way that you can distribute your goods is through delivery? And yet now we're seeing Australia Post, a government-owned enterprise, increase its fuel levy on small businesses right around the country. It's small businesses that are suffering terribly. They're already facing industrial relations pressure, inflation from government spending, rising taxes and compliance costs. And fuel costs are just another hit on their already stretched margins. And it's the worst possible time for the tourism sector, who are relying on this Easter break to be able to fill their coffers, increase their margins that will cover them for the rest of the year. This crisis is urgent, it's real, it's hitting Australians right now. The government needs to do one thing. It's got one job, and that is get fuel flowing. Its priorities are all wrong. This is just going to touch the sides. It's only going to scratch the surface.
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank senators for their contribution on this bill. It is an important bill, and I think the passing of this bill this week, and as one of the last things the Senate does in this sitting week, is very important. The bill doubles the penalties for false or misleading conduct and cartel behaviour to a maximum of $100 million per offence. This is an important part of our response to some of the impacts that we're seeing flow through to our economy as a result of the Middle East conflict. These laws will help to tackle price gouging at its source, outlawing false or misleading representations, including lying about the reason for price increases, price fixing, colluding on prices and other cartel behaviour, misuse of market power to lessen competition, including by refusing to supply to third parties like independent fuel retailers, and unfair contract terms, especially in relation to business conduct, to stop big business pushing around small and family businesses, exclusive dealings that reduce competition, and unconscionable conduct like taking advantage of vulnerable people. This is important legislation. I thank the Senate for those contributions today, and of course it builds on the action the government has already taken, which includes releasing 20% of the baseline minimum stockholding obligation for petrol and diesel, getting more fuels into the market by temporarily amending the fuel standards, working with the ACCC to authorise major suppliers to get fuel where it's needed in the regions and ramp up fuel price monitoring, and engaging with international partners to strengthen supply chains and fuel security. These are the actions of a responsible government that's been dealing with the outcomes or impact of the Middle East conflict carefully and appropriately, and will continue to do so as this conflict unfolds and the impacts of the conflict unfold on our economy.
Thank you. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those in favour? Those against? The noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I think I got it. Who knows how long? Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 25. The matter is resolved in the negative. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against? Thank you. Yep. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? Do I say those in favour? Yeah. Those in favour say aye.
No, there being no objection.
Oh, there being no objections, it is so ordered. The question is that this bill stand as printed. Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. I move the amendment that's been circulated in my name on sheet 3735. Minister, I just want to see whether you're prepared to put your credibility on the line and join with the Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, the Leader of Government in the Senate, the Leader of Government in the Senate, Senator Wong, and Minister Ayres by suggesting that this bill addresses price gouging in the fuel sector. And the reason I'm interested in that is we in the Greens have a very strong view that both Minister Ayres and Mr Wong have misled the Senate by claiming that this bill addresses price gouging, and I want to lay out precisely why that is. Precisely why that is. This bill doubles penalties for existing provisions in Australia's competition and consumer law. Now, those existing provisions are things that make unlawful misleading or deceptive conduct, cartel behaviour and other things, but which actually don't make unlawful price gouging. Now, the reason we know price gouging, well, actually, anyone who's expert in this area, including, I might add, Professor Alan Fells, will tell you that there is no provision in Australian law that makes price gouging unlawful, except for the provision that you introduced last year that makes price gouging unlawful in the supermarket sector. So my question to you, Minister, is if the existing body of consumer law in Australia is so deficient that you needed to introduce something to make supermarket sector price gouging illegal, how is it that you can claim that existing laws actually address price gouging across the rest of the economy? And the short answer is you can't. You can't suggest that price gouging is unlawful on an economy-wide basis or anywhere else other than the supermarket sector. So when Minister Wong, when Minister Ayres, when Treasurer Chalmers claim, as they all have this week, that this bill will address price gouging in the petrol sector, isn't it a fact that they are wrong? Now, the reason that's so important is this, and this is the last thing I'll say in this contribution. Wherever you go in this country right now, the barbecue stopper issue is petrol prices, diesel prices, fuel prices and fuel availability. That is all anyone is talking about. And when you have a crisis of this nature that is putting pressure right across the economy and right across household budgets, people expect a couple of things of their government. One is that the government will do what it reasonably can to address the issue. And in that context, what you reasonably could do is actually act to make price gouging unlawful in the petrol sector. The second thing that people expect from a government is that they will front up, be honest with the Australian people about what they're doing and explain why they're doing it. And you have failed both of those tests. You're not being honest with the Australian people because you're claiming this bill addresses price gouging when it obviously does not. And secondly, you're not doing everything you reasonably can, because if you were, you'd introduce legislation that actually does ban price gouging across the economy, including in the fuel sector.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I'll probably take that as a comment. I'm not sure there was a question in there. And just in the interest of time, if I can just repeat what I said in the second reading speech, that these laws will help to tackle price gouging at its source by outlawing false or misleading representations, including lying about the reason for price increases, price fixing, colluding on prices and other cartel behaviour, misuse of market power to lessen competition, including by refusing to supply to third parties like independent fuel retailers, unfair contract terms, especially in relation to business conduct, to stop big business pushing around small and family businesses, exclusive dealings that reduce competition and unconscionable conduct like taking advantage of vulnerable people. That is what this bill will do by increasing and significantly increasing, doubling the fines, the penalties for breaches of the Australian Consumer Law and the Competition and Consumer Act. The government is being upfront and transparent about what we are doing here. We are bringing legislation to the chamber for senators to vote on. It doesn't get much clearer and more transparent than that. And I am hoping that the Senate will agree to pass these laws today. They are an important response to some of the effects that we're seeing flow through to our economy, including on prices on fuel, since the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East, and I look forward to the Senate's support.
The question is that the amendment... Oh, Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, if all of those things that you just mentioned, deceptive and misleading conduct, cartel behaviour, misuse of market power, if all of those things that you just mentioned, if they either individually or collectively constitute price gouging, why did your government need to introduce specific legislation to ban price gouging in the supermarket sector?
Minister.
From advice from the ACCC, yeah. Well, as Senator McKim knows, that was the decision around the legislation in response to supermarkets was done in response to the work that ACCC had conducted in an inquiry, including advice to the government, and specifically found that the supermarket sector to be dominated by two players, and we take advice from the ACCC seriously. They have been consulted on the laws that we're debating right now, and we will continue to work with the ACCC over as we work through some of these issues that we're seeing. And we expect, and I know that the chair of the ACCC and all of her staff are working around the clock to respond to some of what we're seeing and some of the concerns people have raised around fuel and fuel pricing and distribution across the economy, and we support the work of the ACCC and the advice that they provide government.
Senator McKim.
Well, at the risk of mixing my culinary metaphors, that was a blancmange as well as a word salad, Minister. Seriously, you don't need to... I chaired the Select Committee, the Senate Select Committee into supermarket pricing. Please don't give me a lecture about the competition status in the supermarket sector. I'm going to back it in that the evidence that we heard through a long and comprehensive inquiry where we exposed for the Australian people the perfidy of Coles and Woolworths, and the fact that together they have about 2/3 of the share of the supermarket sector in Australia. I'm going to back it in. That evidence says quite enough to the Australian people about the lack of competition in the supermarket sector and the resultant opportunities that Coles and Woolies have, which they are availing themselves of to price gouge Australian shoppers. We know all that. But let me tell you another thing. The fuel retail sector is not all that much more competitive than the supermarket, the fuel wholesale sector, I should say, is not all that much more competitive than the supermarket sector in Australia. But that is actually not relevant to the question I asked you. Minister, do you claim this bill addresses price gouging in the fuel sector or not?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I've answered the question.
Any further speakers? If not, pursuant to the order agreed to earlier today, the time allocated for the debate on the bill has expired. I will now put the question before the Chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. I will begin with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Greens. The question is on sheet 3735, that the amendment on that sheet be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please. The doors, please. Appoint Senator McKim and Senator Collins. I'll put the question that the amendment on sheet 3735 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say, move to the right of the chair. Those against to the left of the chair. Opposed. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. The committee has considered the Treasury Law Amendment, double penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026, and agreed to the bill without amendments. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and that the bill now be passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
The bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill. And we go to motions to take note of answers. Senator Adele.
Hello.
Adele.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, we heard in question time today, and I like to throw things in with a quote. There's a quote that is sometimes attributed to Napoleon, sometimes Omar Bradley, and it says that amateurs talk tactics and professionals talk logistics. And we are seeing that this government is an amateur when it comes to national debt crisis. They are seeing they are amateur when it comes to planning for the future because they are not planning logistics. They are talking about tactics.
Senator Cadell, you need to move the motion, please.
I move that we take note of all questions asked by coalition.
Thank you. Please continue.
So this is what we're seeing. We're seeing the amateurs in charge of a response to make Australia fuel-led. Because what we're hearing is we're hearing about the Strait of Hormuz and we're hearing about the Ukrainian gas problem. We're hearing about these things in the world. Well, I tell you, Acting Deputy President, we are not seeing Putin on the Bruce Highway. We are not seeing the IRGC on the M1, and we are not seeing the mullahs on the Hume Highway. What we're seeing is a failure to get the fuel from where the government tells it is to where it is needed. And that is the real challenge we are facing here, is when we're seeing service stations in regional areas run out, such as the one in Western Australia, we're told by Senator O'Sullivan today. What we're hearing about is these things there, it's not working out there. And what do? We hear about the tactics used by this government to fix it. We hear about the ACCC will fix it. We're giving them extra powers. We're giving them extra penalties. The ACCC can't look into price gouging. They can't look into this thing that is happening out there in the service states. They can't look into the big oil and the way they put that around the world. When we're talking about the tactics of releasing 100 million litres a month, let's get down to it. That is less than 1 litre per person per week. That is the big steps we are taking on this. And it is not about the Strait of Hormuz and what happens there, because they keep saying we have more oil in country than we had at the beginning of this. Well, if that is true, how come the service stations can't sell it? How come the big enterprises of the world can't get the urea to make the glue that goes into kitchen cabinets and pine board and particle board? How come we are not getting the diesel on farms that they sell? Because the big guys show up, they're now supplying. They used to have the little wholesalers on the spot market. They're not selling to them anymore because the big boys have got it. I got my fuel, I'm going to come there, I'm going to use my market dominance at this area. They're going to come out and say, oh, your tank's not compliant, I'm not going to fill you up. Or, oh, this, it's not underground. Oh, this. Any reason in the world. And so I go to my home in the Hunter. I have an operator here who felt he got ripped off a couple of weeks ago because he had to prepay 3 weeks of fuel at $2.30 a litre. $200,000. He's feeling he won the lotto when he did that. I'll say that now. Because now it's $3.50. He's in the market buying more. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing a fuel system and a logistics system that is breaking down. And they have powers to do this. There is Section 11. We have all sorts of these national powers. And what is worse, the ABC reports, we ran a simulation through NEMA, through the National Emergency Management Agency, last year. Last year, they ran a simulation on what they would do in this situation. So this is them at their best. This is them with recent practice, them and then after having an exercise on what they would do had this happen. So God help us out there if they didn't do that. Imagine what would be happening now. And what we heard, no guarantees, 2 simple questions. Can you guarantee we won't run out of fuel? No guarantee came. Can you guarantee there will be no rationing? No guarantee came. And this is why we know the amateurs are in charge of this response. Because when all we hear is the global shocks, the global shocks. You can't have it both ways. You can't have more stocks on country now than there ever has been and less fuel in service stations and we are in control. Those things are not compatible. And that is how we go forward. So when we go here, forget the tactics, forget the politics, get to the logistics and keep Australia moving.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Now, we've all spent this week in this chamber listening to the collective of the Greens over there implying that Australia started the war in Iran, and our friends across the chamber here from the coalition who are just very busy being very loud and very wound up and very excited about trying...
Senator McKenzie, please. Senator Grogan.
There we are, Senator McKenzie, proving my point.
Senator Grogan, can you please resume your seat? Senator McKenzie, and I will remind you, as others in the chamber, that it is disorderly to interject on speakers, and I will give the call to Senator Grogan to continue.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, we could all just stand in here and shout at each other. I'm not sure what that really achieves, given we've been at it for 4 days. There is a situation in the world, a global challenge that is impacting Australia. So unlike the assertions of the Greens and particularly Senator McKim, Australia did not start the war in Iran. Australia is not part of the core challenges in the Middle East. Those challenges have been around for a very, very long time. But what we do know is that those things impact Australia. Now, it's very easy to kind of go, oh, well, you should just stop the war. You know, newsflash, people, that's not something that the government of this country, regardless of who is in government, has the power to do. Sorry to upset your hysterical narrative, but it's just not. So when we come to the issue at hand here of like what's happening on the ground in Australia, what I can tell you is that I know people on the ground are hurting right now. They're driving past the petrol stations, looking at the price and thinking, How on earth do I afford that tank of petrol ongoing? How long is this going to last? They're looking at the situation in some of those regional areas where they pull up and there isn't any petrol. Now, that is not widespread, but it is happening. And so what this government has done is look at all the levers that we can pull, all of the levers that we can pull to make a difference, to get as much of the fuel supplies that we need to the places we need them. Now, do we know that people are running out of petrol in some areas? Yes, we do. And is that work ongoing to try and make sure that everybody has what they need? Yes, it is. And this little bubble in here, this little red bubble in here, shouting and carrying on like pork chops, isn't necessarily helping, because you're terrifying the living daylights out of people that they're never going to get another drop of petrol. And again, Senator McKenzie cannot help herself. Senator McKenzie has to keep shouting and carrying on. It's 4 minutes, right? You cannot talk for 4 minutes. It's not that hard. Senator McKenzie?
Senator Grogan, just return to your comments, please. And I remind senators that interjecting is disorderly and it's not helpful. Senator Grogan.
So we are working very closely with all of the people we can, I know I'm very short on time, to pull all of the levers we can to ameliorate the impact of this global challenge, supply challenges that we can't influence at source, but we are doing everything to influence it everywhere along the supply chain that we can. We are making moves to ensure that price gouging is dealt with, that we cannot have companies of any sort out there making a buck out of the challenges for people on the ground in Australia. This government is doing everything we can to make a difference to Australians on the ground when we are faced with what is a global challenge. We cannot control global events, but we can control how we respond to them.
Senator Little, you have the call.
Thank you. Well, outside of here, in the real world where real people live, outside this place, ports are telling us right now that trade could grind to a halt. Apprentices, young people who have been going to work have been stood down from their jobs. Primary producers and vegetable growers are reducing production as they consider, can they even get to their crops or their animals? Can they even get that produce and their commodities to market without going broke? These are decisions of real people like rural doctors who are having meetings about how they're going to get to their patients and how many may be untreated. It is this government that's allowed this fuel crisis to escalate to the point where it is now disrupting trade, jobs, fuel supply, health services and frontline operations right across Australia. Minister Bowen, the reality is he's a part-time energy minister in what is a national crisis. He's asleep at the wheel. This government is outsourcing responsibility right now to a fuel coordinator instead of being fully focused on fixing the problem. I would have thought these government ministers across here, well, the only thing that each and every one of them would be doing right now is working out how each Australian is going to be affected in every portfolio, in every electorate by this mess. It's impacting aged care, agriculture, Indigenous Australians in remote communities, volunteers who do incredible work in our communities, the transport industry and every type of small business. This government not only has a problem with finding solutions, it also has a problem communicating what it's doing with the Australian public. It is the government itself that has fuelled confusion, anxiety, not right-wing extremists as they claim. My colleagues and I have been raising this for weeks, demanding attention to this obvious risk. Demanding answers in this place does not make us or me a right-wing extremist, I'd have thought. This government has sought to cover up its incompetence by seeking to blame everyone else. One of the reasons it's doing this is because it hasn't found a solution. It's hard to believe that with all the resources at its disposal, all the intelligence it's got at hand, The fact it's been in charge for 4 years, they still seek to blame everybody else. It should be unbelievable, but it's actually true. And now it's failing to tell the Australian people how it will work its way through this. It's still looking at the levers we just heard. Well, we want you to pull them. Sure, there is conflict in the Middle East, blocking a supply route, but the economy was already in trouble. This has just made a bad situation much worse. Remember, just a few weeks ago, you were pretending there was no supply issues, even though people were pulling up to Bowsers, including me, and it said, not in use. That should tell you there's a supply issue. Now the government is telling us to work from home. In fact, the International Energy Agency, that was only here this week, has got a list of recommendations. Work from home, reduce highway speed limits, encourage public transport, get a carpool, use an EV, divert LPG, avoid air travel, switch to other modern cooking solutions. But you know what should have been the #1 recommendation when they spoke this week in this very place? This Labor government needs to get on with it and stop blaming everyone else.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, recent global conflict and shipping disruptions have shown us just how fragile our fuel supply chain can be. We know Australia imports the vast majority of its fuel from overseas, and that is a vulnerability that we simply cannot ignore. And I will get to just how we got into that position shortly. But in my home state of Queensland, we operate one of Australia's 2 only refineries, the Ampol refinery in Lytton, home to more than 550 refinery workers. And they have been working around the clock to keep up with the current peak in demand. So we thank them for their hard work at this critical time. And supporting the work of our refinery workers are Queensland's hard-working truck drivers and transport operators. Our transport operators have been delivering tanker after tanker of fuel across the country. They have also been feeling the pinch of the demand in the spike in fuel. This government has taken action to help our trucking industry manage the impacts of the Iranian conflict. The government will amend the Fair Work Act to allow truckies and road transport businesses to make an emergency application for an order to deal with the current spike in fuel prices.
Senator Mulholland, the point of order is Senator Mackenzie.
Question before the chair. Madam Acting Deputy President, this is to take note of answers. The government solutions bore
Senator
no...
Mackenzie, we know that this is a wide-ranging debate considering
She's referring to legislation
that we're taking notes of all
that...
coalition questions. Please resume your seat. Senator Mulholland, please continue.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I do note the question from Senator Little was about how did the government allow this crisis to escalate, and we're exactly talking about how we got to that position. The actions or the inactions while Senator Mackenzie was sitting on the front bench of the last government is exactly how we got here. And rather than going around in trucks and pretending to be a truck driver, we are doing something
Senator
about this
Mackenzie.
industry, and we are putting through legislation to protect this industry at this critical time. So I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Transport Workers Union on this important issue. And we must remember it was the union movement who has always defended our sovereign fuel capacity in this nation. And we know it was the Australian Workers Union who has always come to this capital city to defend our local refineries, particularly Lytton Refinery. It took the AWU back in 2020 to come to Canberra to fight to save our Lytton Refinery, which was going to shut under the Morrison government. Remember those guys? Yeah, we do. This is the same coalition that bowls into question time and tries to rewrite history about their legacy with our sovereign fuel capacity, which is ironic given Senator Cadell comes into this place and waxes lyrical quoting Napoleon. These are the same characters who said nothing when 6 of our 8 refineries closed in this country. 6 of our 8 refineries gone under the last coalition government. Thousands of Australian jobs in industry gone under their watch. That is 75% of our refineries shut under the coalition.
And the coalition opposite, many of them at that time were sitting on the front bench, and they didn't say a word. They didn't say a word. They sat by and they watched our refineries shut, one after the other, in Queensland, in Western Australia, in Victoria, in New South Wales, all of them gone. Just like the car industry, gone under the coalition. This is a coalition who wants to talk a big game about sovereign capability in manufacturing and our critical industries, but their legacy was killing off our car industry and shutting our refineries. And just yesterday, the Nationals were in here talking down efforts to protect our smelters. They came into this place yesterday mocking the deal the government has done with the Queensland government to protect the Boyne aluminium smelter in central Queensland. More than 3,000 jobs are sustained at that one smelter alone, and they couldn't care less. They mocked it, mocked those jobs in central Queensland. That's their legacy.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Collins.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I tell you what, talk about looking in the rearview mirror. This is the government right here, right now.
That's right.
And what are they doing?
Senator McKenzie, you interjected on those on the opposite side. Can you please not interject on your own senator? Senator Collins, please continue.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy President, but I encourage Senator McKenzie to interject.
Well, it's disorderly. Senator Collins. Senator Collins, I ask you to resume your seat. I'm in the chair at the moment, and it is not helpful when you encourage your colleague because it is disorderly. So please continue.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Let me explain myself a little more fully. I think we need more senators in this place that are shouting to the rooftops about this issue, because there are Australian families out there, Australian farmers, people in the cities now, that don't have access to fuel. That it is not just a problem for this week, it's a problem for next week, it's a problem for next month and the winter time and the summertime, when all those farmers that haven't been able to sow their seed, that have no crops, will end up in a very dire strait indeed. And so, yes, I encourage people to stand in here and shout and scream and yell about this problem, because I tell you what, we are not getting any answers from this government about what they're going to do. We have heard from Senator Ayres, and I'm glad he's in the chamber here today to hear this. We have heard from Senator Ayres for the past 2 weeks that, firstly, it's not a problem. Secondly, it's a problem with the Australian people filling up their jerry cans. And thirdly, they don't actually have any plan at all to deal with it. There is no guarantee about what they're going to do about this rationing. There is no guarantee about what they're going to do about the distribution, and there is no guarantee about what they're going to do about the rising prices. And it is a problem for all of us. And we have heard from our senators in the opposition today that the waste industry is not on the priority fuel list. Now, what's going to happen when the supermarkets and aged care are not going to have their waste collected? Who's going to pick it up? It is going to be a public health catastrophe. We have an economic catastrophe, we have a public health catastrophe. We have the ports that are potentially going to grind to a halt. Vegetable growers are reducing their production. A quarter of the growers have said that they will reduce or stop their planting. Just have a think about what that's going to do for your Coles shelves and the Woolies shelves when you go and buy your apples and bananas for your school lunches. We have a government that has its head in the sand on this issue. There is no plan for any of this. And they stand there and they look in the rearview mirror and they point at the failures of previous governments. Well, it is their job now to be dealing with this issue. We need communication with the Australian people. They don't need to be told that this is right-wing scaremongering, disinformation, misinformation. They just want to feel secure. They want to be able to plan They want to be able to go away on holidays. They want to be able to know that when they cross the Nullarbor, they're going to have somewhere to fill up their car. And the kids in the back won't be stranded in the heat. And so, this is what we have. We have a government that has lost control. They've lost control of the Australian security, of the budget, and they've lost control of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answers given by both Senators Farrell and Senator Wong. Could I first of all
sorry, Senator Shoebridge, I wasn't sure because of the change in the way we're doing taking note. I need to put the question for the previous
that's fine.
Motion to take note, and I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, declare it carried. And now I call you Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I rise to take note of the answers given by both Senators Wong and Senator Farrell. Could I first of all deal with the answers given in response to a question from my colleague, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Hanson-Young was asking a simple question. We've now seen a high-profile case in the United States being delivered against some of the biggest, meanest global platforms for the toxic nature of the product they're selling. Hundreds of millions of dollars ordered in damage. And in light of that, Senator Hanson-Young is asking, well, when is this government, when is the Albanese Labor government going to move from empty words to actually legislating a digital duty of care? And I've read the answers and I've listened carefully to the answers. It was the biggest load of waffle you could ever imagine. Like, it was an extraordinary inability to come to grips with the core issues. When are we going to get a digital duty of care? Well, anyone who listened to the answer from the Albanese Labor government would have no idea. Indeed, would be fearful that they weren't quite sure how to turn a computer on. That would be the sort of fair summary you'd get from Labor's response to Senator Hanson-Young's basic question. So why do we need a digital duty of care? And why do we need the second tranche of the privacy reforms? It's because this government, the Labor government, and it's consistent with what the coalition did when they were in government, they've given a blank cheque to the tech platforms. Whatever they want, whatever data they want to suck out of Australians, however they want to manipulate Australians, however they want to maximise their profit by driving hate and division, their coalition and Labor and their mates in One Nation who live off that hate and division say whatever you like, the blank cheque to these big US tech platforms. Well, Australians are sick of it. They're sick of a government that refuses and fails to back in the interests of Australians and instead is deregulating for some of the most noxious players on the planet. What do we need to do? Well, what we could do, first of all, is do a lift and shift of the regulations in place in Europe that actually put some constraints on big tech. Force transparency on algorithms, force transparency on the data that they hold about Europeans, and actually give people in Europe the right to say no. In an extraordinary moment, I recall in the AI inquiry we had at the end of the last Parliament, we had Meta come in, and it had just been discovered that Meta had scraped off every Australian Facebook post, Instagram post, photo, going back to 2007, and they'd been put on a public post, and they'd fed it into their AI. Fed every single one of them, every comment, every post, every photo, all fed into their AI. And there was this faux outrage from Labor at the time. Oh, how could you do this? This is terrible. And then I remember asking Meta, I said, well, you know, why did you do this to Australian users and why didn't you do it to European users? And they said, oh, well, there's a law that prevents us doing that in Europe. They actually have laws. What's happened in the, more than 12 months since? Zip, zero, nada from this government. Our privacy rights, our online protection rights are not even fit for the 20th century, let alone the 21st century. Give us a digital duty of care. Lift and shift from those European regulations and controls that platforms already know how to comply with, and actually give us the right to say no. And help put those transparency provisions in so at least we can see what's being fed into these toxic algorithms and we can make decisions to get away from it. That's what's needed. But why won't Labor do it? Because they are frightened of retaliation from Donald Trump. It's the same story, time after time after time. Spinelessness. Complete spinelessness, because they won't take on Donald Trump because they think that he's going to go and say mean things about them if we take on American tech. Well, it's about time to grow a spine. Can I finish with reflecting on some of the answers from Senator Wong? Senator Wong's statement about we've got a fuel crisis, we're working with our neighbours, we're working with our regions. She mentioned we're working with Singapore. Well, I wonder if Minister Wong has read the statements that were just given by Minister Wong's counterpart, the Singaporean Foreign Minister, who in the last 24 hours told some basic truths, said that the US was now a revisionist power. This is the language of the Singaporean Foreign Minister. That basically the underwriter of this world order has now become a revisionist power, and some people would even say a disruptor. Imagine if our Foreign Minister was speaking with independence and truth like that.
Thank you. My guide's indicating there's potentially another crossbench speaker taking note, but that's not the case.
Take note of. Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Reflecting on the responses given by Senator Wong, the Australian people expect independence and a bit of spine from their government. And yet what we have witnessed since the beginning of America's war on Iran, an escalation and expansion of the war in the Middle East, which has now been going for so many years, for which the US bears such incredible responsibility. What we have seen from the Australian government is utter spinelessness. This government will bear for all time the shame of being the first nation in the world to back in Donald Trump's war on Iran. To look at this man and his administration, its vile track record in every area of policy and go, that's the one. We'll go all the way with him. That sounds like a good idea. And tonight across the country, families from Western Australia to South Australia to Victoria to New South Wales, in Queensland and in the NT and here in the ACT and down in Tasmania, they are paying the price for the spinelessness and the lack of vision of this government. Not only have they followed along behind the United States into an escalation of this conflict, preventing us from playing a role in the urgently needed de-escalation, the urgently needed negotiation, the urgently needed peace that is the only thing that will give us any hope of restoring the conditions necessary to relieve people's cost of living pressures, let alone to actually end the bloodshed that continues right now as we debate this question. But they sit here condemned of one of the most shocking acts of failure to do the basic work of government that I have seen in nearly a decade in this place. I can't believe it has to be a statement made this evening But our nation is an island nation. And in a time of crisis, our access to the basics required to function as a country depend on one of two things: either our ability to manufacture, create and supply those basics here at home, or our ability to source those basics from the region around us. Now, this dynamic is not new. It has always existed. And the COVID-19 pandemic threw this into clear relief. It showed us in devastating detail that in so many areas of essential goods and service, from the supply of food to the supply of medication to the supply of petrols and diesels and fertilizers, that where once had existed systems able to supply the community in times of crisis, systems able to self-sustain, now existed privatized, corporate-run systems that existed solely for making a profit. And that those systems were not fit for purpose in an emergency. And what did you people do with the years given you to act? Well, tonight, people would be fair enough in looking to this place and answering nothing. And we are now paying the price.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele. John, I note that Senator Shoebridge moved that the Senate take note of those answers. Those in favour? Against? It's carried. Thank you. We now move to item 17, which is the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the report of the Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee on Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Amendment, Ban Unethical Contractors Bill 2025, together with accompanying documents.
Thank you.
And in addition, I also present the 231st report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties.
231st.
Yeah,
excellent.
that's a lot.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Now, Senator Polley, you're seeking the call?
I am. I present reports of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement on examination of the 2024-25 annual reports of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and the Australian Federal Police, and I move that the Senate take note of the reports.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Polley.
I rise as the Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement to present the committee's report examining the Australian Federal Police Annual Report 2024-25. I note the retirement of Mr Rhys Kershaw, APM, from the role of AFP Commissioner in October 2025. The committee thanks Mr Kershaw for his service to the AFP, including 6 years as AFP Commissioner, and for his assistance to this committee's work over the years. The committee welcomes the appointment of Commissioner Chrissy Barrett, APM, the first female to be appointed to the position of AFP Commissioner. The committee acknowledges Commissioner Barrett's priorities for the AFP, including future-proofing the workforce, supercharging global operations, defending domestic and regional security, protecting vulnerable communities and investing in technology and capabilities. The committee looks forward to the AFP achieving this vision under her leadership. Regarding the AFP's annual reports for 2024, I'm pleased to report that the committee did not identify any major issues of concern. The AFP met all but one of its performance criteria during the reporting period, and for the target that was not met, a detailed explanation was provided. As Australia's national policing agency, the AFP defends and protects Australians and Australians' future from domestic and global security threats. Key achievements for 2024-25 included restraining over 143.6 million in criminal assets, responding to 22,706 incidents at airports and charging 96 people as a result of child exploitation investigations. The committee recognises the increasing complexity and long lead times of some AFP investigations which do not fit neatly into an annual reporting period. The inclusion of a case study containing the details of operations is helpful to illustrate this aspect of police work. During the period, Operation Firestorm was established to counter organised cyber criminals groups engaged in large-scale cyber-enabled fraud. The AFP worked with its Philippines partners to track down a major scam centre which had impacted approximately 5,000 Australians. Operation Kraken focused on disrupting the use of Ghost platform by organised criminals to import drugs, launder money and commit violent crimes. As of the 31st of December 2025, through this operation, the AFP executed 99 search warrants, charged 55 offenders with numerous offences, seized firearms and weapons, prevented 50 threats to life, seized 242 kilos of illicit drugs and $3.7 million in cash and retained assets valued at $24.37 million. The committee wishes to highlight the work of the AFP in delivering the Pacific Police Partnership Program. As of the 30th of June 2025, approximately 106 AFP members were located across the Pacific and Timor-Leste, working directly with local law enforcement. The AFP plays a vital role in ensuring security throughout the region and reducing the flow of illicit drugs to Australia. The committee commends AFP for maintaining strong relationships across the Pacific and with its international partners. Regarding the AFP's countering child exploitation work, the committee recently undertook a site visit to the Australian Centre for Counter Child Exploitation and heard firsthand about the crucial role the AFP plays in protecting children in Australia and around the world. The committee acknowledges the difficult and important work of the Australian Federal Police in this space. The AFP is focused on establishing the ACT portion of the National Firearm Register, and the AFP is currently in the initial discovery and design phase, which is scheduled to be completed by early 2026. The committee looks forward to the integration of jurisdictions into the central component of the register, which is expected to be ready by the end of 2026. The AFP's most important asset is its people. They have been progressing several initiatives to improve recruitment and wellbeing, and the AFP dedicated recruitment efforts are positively impacting on the organisation. The AFP has also introduced enhanced paid parental leave provisions for all parents, including expanding paid parental leave to 18 weeks for primary carers and introducing a phased increase to entitlements for secondary carers to enable more AFP members to spend early parenting time with their families, and the committee expects this will be positively impacted on its workforce. I commend the AFP for continuing to perform well in a very complex operating environment to protect the safety of Australians, and I wish to thank the AFP officers who gave evidence to the committee and also my fellow committee members for their contribution to the committee's important oversight of this role, and I commend that report to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Polley.
And I also, as I am moving the ACI's annual report 2024, I rise to speak to that report as well.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. As I said, I rise as Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement to present the committee's report examining the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the ACIC annual report for 2024-25. And I am pleased to report that the committee is satisfied with the performance of the ACIC. No major issues of concern were identified in this annual report examination. The ACIC fully met 9 of its 11 targets and substantially met its 2 remaining targets, and detailed explanation for the ACIC's results were provided in the annual report. As Australia's National Criminal Intelligence Agency, the ACIC purpose is to protect Australia from serious criminal threats by collecting, assessing and disseminating intelligence and policing information. Its key achievements in 2024-25 included the generation of 2,002 new products, dissemination of intelligence products of 12,500 times to 291 agencies, delivery of reliable and effective national policing information systems, processing over 7.26 million police checks, the highest volume since this system was established, introduction of a new national automated fingerprint identification system, and the continued expansion of the National Criminal Intelligence System. The committee recognises the work of the ACIC in continuing to upgrade the information systems relied on by policing agencies around the country. The committee is pleased that the national continuation and the checking capabilities for working with children and police checks will introduce a real-time checking capability as opposed to the point-in-time checks. The committee looks forward to seeing this capability becoming operational, and the committee acknowledges the continued process and uptake of the National Criminal Intelligence System. The committee notes that every state and territory is consuming information from the system and that some jurisdictions are working to address quality issues before feeding information into the system. The committee understands that the platform is assisting law enforcement agencies in their frontline operations. The next phase will be to integrate historical data into the NCIS and expand access to this information. The committee will continue to monitor progress of this project. Since 2024, the ACIC has been developing the National Firearm Register. The project is expected to take 4 years and will streamline information between jurisdictions to help make Australia safer. The committee understands that ACIC is accelerating the delivery of the register by the end of 2026 so that jurisdictions can integrate into the central component as a matter of priority. The committee commends the ACIC for its efforts in relation to staff wellbeing, retention and recruitment. The committee is pleased to report that the ACIC is attracting high volumes, high calibre applications to its recruitment processes. Staff wellbeing has also increased from the year prior, and the agency saw a significant improvement in its attrition rate from December 24 to December 25. Overall, the committee is pleased with the performance of the ACIC, and the committee has monitored and reviewed the performance of the ACIC since 2010. From the 4th of June 2026, this oversight role will transfer to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. While we are a little sad about losing the oversight role, there needed to be a change in this parliamentary oversight, and it will still be appropriate for ACIC to provide written submissions or appear before the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement at public hearings for inquiries relating to serious and organised crime. And as such, the committee looks forward to the continuing engagement with ACIC, and I commend, along with the committee members, their work and thank the officers of the ACIC for their important contribution to reducing the harm to Australia from transnational serious and organised crime. And I commend the committee's report to the Senate, and I appreciate, as I said, both the AFP and the ACIC who do their job every day to keep Australians safe.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Polley, and I certainly Okay, and I would also like to note your long-standing service on that committee and the important work of that committee. So Senator Polley has moved that the Senate take note of each of the examination of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission Annual Report 2024-25 and the examination of the Australian Federal Police Annual Report 2024-25. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried. We move then to item 18 on the order of business, which is consideration of documents which are listed on page 9 of the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. So we'll first deal with the documents 1 to 6 listed on page 9. And Senator Steele-John, you have the call. Which document?
I'd just like to take note of document number 4 in this section and seek leave to continue my remarks on that.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Does anyone want to take note of any other documents? Senator Collins.
Yes, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note and seek leave to continue remarks for documents 1, 4, 5 and 6.
Okay, so that's the addition of documents 1, 5 and 6. Thank you, Senator Collins. We've only got documents 2 and 3 left. Senator Grogan.
Okay, I shall take 2 and 3.
Excellent. Thank you.
I take note of documents number 2 and 3 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator Grogan. So we'll now move to item 19 of the order of business, and that is further consideration of reports and responses. And so we're proceeding consideration of committee reports, government responses and the Auditor General's reports, which are listed on pages... Oh, sorry, Senator Smith?
I may be in the wrong spot, but I was hoping to speak to one of the reports.
One of the reports?
In the notice paper.
Not one of the documents? A report? Which report?
Page 12.
You're not in the wrong... You haven't missed your opportunity.
We're coming to you. Eager beaver. Okay,
We're coming to you. Senator Smith, you've heightened the sense of anticipation in the chamber. So item 19, so we're looking at the reports listed on pages 9 to 12 of the notice report. Any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Smith.
Great. So I rise to take note on item 28, a report of the Education Employment Legislation Committee into the quality of governance at higher education providers.
Yep.
For item 19 on the notice paper.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Are you seeking to speak on that item now, or simply...
No, just to take note and seek leave to continue remarks for report response number 4 on page 9 of the notice paper.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Collins. Senator Smith, please.
I'm back. So I'm...
Third time lucky.
I'll give it a crack. So I rise to take note on item 28 of the notice paper at page 12, the Education Employment Legislation Committee report into the quality of governance at Australian higher education providers' final report. Acting Deputy President, over the course of this inquiry, our committee heard from 81 higher education providers and major sector bodies. We received over 200 submissions and held public hearings across 3 states. And the fact that became incredibly clear to us over the course of this inquiry is that poor governance at our universities has failed both staff and students, who told us over and over again that they felt betrayed, undermined and let down. We heard from staff who had dedicated decades to teaching and supporting students, but were shut out from decision-making processes. Students who advised that budget cuts had led to overbooked classes. They felt like their overall learning experience was being undermined, and during some classes we heard students were sitting on the floor. They could not take a place at the table. Clearly unacceptable for students who leave behind their homes, their families often, to go to university, to fulfil that lifelong dream and don't get the education they deserve. And we were told that when students raised their concerns, they felt like they weren't heard, they felt like they were openly dismissed or ridiculed, that they didn't have a say at the table. Staff told us of the insecure work and its impact on their lives, and in some institutions we heard 70% of teaching was being performed by casual or sessional staff. And we heard how these staff were working unpaid hours, struggling to access basic entitlements, and did not have the security to help underpin the quality of education that their students expected. Staff and students felt betrayal. For many young Australians, tertiary education is the key to unlocking the future they dream of. But poor governance at our universities has let these students down. We made a number of recommendations, including ones which went to executive salaries. Our committee heard that 300 university executives were earning more than their state premiers. And I fully understand and accept that universities need to be competitive in the fight for global talent. But they are also public institutions established for the public good, and it was our committee's view that their salary arrangements should reflect that. We recommended in our interim report that their salaries be guided by new classifications and remuneration ranges set by the REM Tribunal. Our final report added an additional 8 recommendations for change, including reviewing rules to ensure public education and research stay front and centre, and updating the governance of universities to make sure that leadership reflects that mission. We recommended stronger guidance from TEXA. We recommended improved accountability and more data collection on the number of casual staff and the statement of expectations on internal governance issues. Our recommendations went to a much greater role for TEXA in monitoring and reporting on course quality and staffing, and greater powers when it came to matters in the interests of students, and a positive duty on providers to comply with the threshold standards. These recommendations built upon our interim report and are about ensuring our universities meet the standards and expectations of students, staff and communities at their heart. We need to raise the bar on the governance in higher education, and our report lays out a plan to do that. I want to acknowledge the important work underway by the Minister for Education and the way he has dealt with both our inquiry and the other reviews which have been underfoot. We know that universities will now be required to report annually on their compliance on an if not, what not, why not basis. We know that there are big reforms to TEXA coming, thanks to the Minister's work and the work of state and territory governments too. Our government is going to give TEXA the power they need to step in and act when required, including on university governance. This report was really significant. It came off the back of staff and students in a sector who were crying out for reform, staff and students who felt thoroughly betrayed in a sector which should be the pinnacle of standards in our community. So many young people strive intensely to go to university. They give up a lot to do so because they know a good university education can and will change their lives, not just their lives, their families' lives, and it will add to the broader development of knowledge and research in our community, which makes Australia competitive and which makes Australia great. But they have been let down by failed governance processes in this sector, and that has to change. There is no longer time for excuses. There is no longer time for delay. There is a roadmap now, thanks to the report of our committee. I want to acknowledge Senator Sheldon and all of the members who served on this committee, including Senator Faruqi and Senator Kavasic as well, for their work on this report too.
On this matter, Senator Sheldon. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the final report of the University Governance Inquiry has revealed deep cracks in the institutions that are so key to our economy and the economic empowerment of the next generation of working Australians. The universities the court identified, and I quote, "In recent times, our regulatory and university governance arrangements have been too slow to recognise and respond to several important issues." And of course, the Fair Work Commission told the inquiry that it had recovered $176 million for 80,000 underpaid higher education staff between 2019 and 2024, and the figure has gone into tens and hundreds of millions of dollars more. The inquiry has heard evidence that up to 70% of teaching is delivered by casual or seasonal staff, many of whom work under precarious conditions with low pay and no job security. Now, the final report called on universities to embed a staff voice mechanism in their governance structures so there is centralised oversight over wage compliance. Staff voice is a critical part of reform to the sector. Their voice is an asset for running of universities, not a token role that helps university councils manage the expectations of their staff. These staff are among the smartest and brightest in the country and at some of the world's top universities, but universities are not using them or their talents. Last year, the National Tertiary Education Union released a report which examined the experience of staff representatives who sit in university councils. That report found that only 17% of participants were very positive when asked to describe their board cultures, while 59% were very negative. At the same time, Vice-Chancellors are outsourcing the responsibilities through consultancy firms that have vested interests. These firms are advising universities on how to restructure their organisations, and surprise, the result is the use of more consultants. Vice-Chancellors are handing over the keys to the safe. Consultants should add value and not replace the expertise that is already at the universities. The inquiry heard evidence that 1 in 3 universities have someone from a consultancy firm on the board. According to recent reporting in The Australian, the sector spent roughly $1.5 billion on external consultants and contractors in 2024. Universities self-govern themselves like a corporation, but without the corporate accountability. Now, I'm not saying these organisations don't need to be successful. A successful university sector is a key to our national interest. But universities are public institutions whose core purpose is for the social good. Therefore, but the structure and makeup of the university boards have been going in the exact wrong direction. Too many vice-chancellors and chancellors have ducked and weaved when they put their decisions were put under the scrutiny. It was reported on the Saturday paper on the weekend that TEXA Chief Executive Mary Russell had written to ANU's Chancellor Julie Bishop, outlining a series of concerns, including that ANU's Governing Council was not receiving information that was needed for effective governance, and the same members were not enabled to participate in the governance of ANU because of the impact of others' conduct. This is on top of the shocking spending habits of Julie Bishop herself. She had the university spend $800,000 on a new office for her in Perth, billed ANU $150,000 in a year for travel expenses, and has 2 employees of her own consulting firm working simultaneously in her ANU office. And at the same time, ANU were cutting jobs, cutting courses, and handing big contracts to Nous Group, a consultancy firm. More than 95% of ANU staff in the survey said they had no confidence in either the Chancellor or the Vice-Chancellor. Now, the government undertook the Universities Accord to do the investigation of these matters at the same time. That's why Minister Clare has moved to strengthen the powers of TEXA and introduced a new set of government principles which will put into law, and universities will have to report against them. Minister Clare has reached an agreement with education ministers around the country to establish an independent process for the salaries of senior executives. It is a condemnation of our public institutions that 306 senior executives are earning more than the premiers of the university that they reside in. I want to thank the NTU for the relentless pursuit of higher standards in the sector and dedicate this government to have your back. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Could I take note of reports?
But just before you finish that one, can I just ask Senator Sheldon whether he might like to continue his remarks on the report that was, and then we'll return to. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I'll now go back to page 9 and ask if there are any reports on page 9 of the notice paper.
Hi. I would like to take note of report 21 in the report section and seek to continue my remarks.
Okay, I was going to come to that. I'm going to go through these page by page. So have you done page 9?
Item 18, documents, and then we moved on to item 19, which is reports.
That's right. And so committee reports and government responses on page 9, reports 1 to 4 on that page. Does anyone want to?
So reports 4, sorry. reports 4 and 28 have already been mentioned at an earlier time, and I'm just placing 28.
28, okay. On page 10, 5 to 14, are there any reports that... Senator Steele-John.
Sorry, I thought you were going to move around the chamber, but on page 1, which is what you... On page 9, sorry, report number 3, the Treaties Joint Standing Committee agreement among the governments of Australia, United Kingdom, Northern Ireland and the United States of America in relation to naval nuclear propulsion, the government response there. If I could take note of that and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. So page 10, anyone on page 10? 11? So you've completed all of reports. So Senator Steele-John.
I want to flag with you a need to take note of reports numbers 4, 21, 4 and 21 in addition to 3, if that's okay with you. And then I will need to seek leave. I will need to speak to report number 23 of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS. It's a bit of a messy one this evening.
Okay. So, Senator Steele-John, if you would like to speak on report number 23.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do appreciate it. So I take note of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS's annual report number 1 of the 48th Parliament. I was a proud participant in this inquiry and I was proud particularly to bring the voices of people with disability into the Parliament as well as the disability community as a whole. The report made some very important recommendations, but there are some further issues relating to the NDIS that were not addressed within this report that I would now like to touch on. A crucial part of the picture when it comes to the NDIS and NDIS participant safeguarding is the harmful impacts of the 2024 NDIS bill, and indeed the harms that it meted out upon participants and the harm that is resulting right now from NDIS policies and actions. Let me be very clear. Removing the reasonable and necessary criteria as the basis for funding supports and moving instead to a strict in and out NDIS support list has meant that many people are now unable to access the disability supports that they have relied on for years and are essential to their daily needs. The safety and well-being of many disabled people needs to be at the centre of the planning process because they are particularly at risk, and the support and well-being of all disabled people within the scheme should be at the centre of everything that the NDIA does in relation to decision making. The in and out support lists are too restrictive. It blocks access to individualised supports that people need, especially people with co-occurring disabilities. We need to return to the reasonable and necessary definition, the basic criteria of a reasonable and necessary support as the basis for supports funding. Now, people who blow the whistle, who speak up about harm within the NDIS should be protected, not punished. Currently, the safeguards within the NDIA Act do not provide these protections. The disability sector is the only sector within the purview of the government without these safeguards. They exist in aged care. They exist for those in the broader parts of the corporate economy. Disabled people deserve the same protections. And let me give the Senator a tangible example. of the impacts created, of the risks that are run, because these protections don't exist. A worker at an NDIS provider witnesses harm against a participant. They resign and they report it to the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. Because they are former employees, they aren't covered by whistleblower protections. They have no legal protection. The Commission investigates, but since they are under no obligation currently to protect the identity of the whistleblower, they don't. The result, someone who did the right thing by reporting harm is financially punished. The Greens would like to see stronger laws that increase protections for whistleblowers. It is so important that people feel safe enough to report harm that they witness within the NDIS. Another big concern is that the upcoming bill introduces a new power that allows the NDIA to request information from a participant or provider as they submit a claim. These are broad new powers. There is no limit on the scope of the information that can be requested. There are no privacy protections in place. And that, in and of itself, could result in a system where you are asked as a participant or a provider to produce information. You can't, not because you don't want to, but because you don't have the paperwork, and for that you are punished. We must address these gaps in the system.
Your time has expired. Now, just a final call to make sure that all reports that need to be reserved in this section have been reserved. Thank you. Are there any ministerial statements?
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning Housing Australia, the State of Australian Cities Report, the National Anti-Racism Framework, the Race Discrimination Commissioner, the Home Guarantee Scheme, the E-Safety Commissioner, and the Integrated Assessment Tool and Support at Home Classification System.
The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to exempt this bill from the bill's cut-off order.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I table a statement of reasons justifying the need for this bill to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statement incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted.
I move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to this bill.
Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? The motion is carried. Minister.
I move that consideration of general business not proceed today.
Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. That was definitive. I propose the motion that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. It's been Minerals Week 2026, and I recognise a sector that does not merely talk about national prosperity, but that actually delivers it. It is a timely reminder of something that should be front of mind for this Parliament, whether Australia is genuinely backing the industry that powers our economy, funds public services, sustains regional communities and underpins our strategic future. Because mining is unlike any other industry to this country. It is the engine room of the West Australian economy. The same is true of the national economy, which I'll come to in a brief moment. In 2024-25, the mining industry supported more than 134,000 jobs, with a further 4,200 in exploration in my home state of Western Australia. WA recorded $220 billion in resources sales and $33 billion in mining and petroleum investment. Real jobs, real incomes and real commodities, from the Pilbara to the goldfields, from the Midwest to the Kimberley. A strong resources sector helps fund essential infrastructure and public services without placing additional pressure on households. When mining revenue remains strong, it takes the pressure off the government's bottom line, reducing the need for higher taxes or increased borrowing. In 2022-23 alone, the industry paid around $74 billion in taxes and royalties and accounted for 30% of all company tax, more than any other sector in our economy. On the national stage, mining contributed $212.9 billion to GDP in 24-25, representing 8.1% of the economy. It employed more than 300,000 Australians and supported around 1.25 million jobs in total. This is nation building by any measure. During Minerals Week in particular, the Parliament should recognise this contribution and ask itself whether current policy settings are strengthening or weakening this vital sector to our economy. The stakes are rising, particularly in regards to critical minerals. Western Australia holds globally significant reserves of lithium, nickel, cobalt and rare earths, materials that will shape supply chains for batteries, advanced manufacturing, defence systems and emerging technologies. Employment in the sector exceeded 25,000 direct jobs in 2023-2024. This should be our moment. But there are signs, unfortunately, that we are not fully capitalising on this opportunity. While the Albanese and Cook Labor government limit their activities to announcements, other nations, particularly China, are moving with both scale and strategic intent. Since 2023, China has committed more than $120 billion into mining and processing projects globally, reducing reliance on Australian exports. Australia cannot afford complacency. Yet under Labor, there is a clear gap between ambition and delivery and an over-reliance on the dig and ship model. High costs and increasing complex regulatory environment mean we struggle to establish competitive downstream processing. This was laid bare last month when it was announced that the closure of the $1.5 billion Kemerton lithium hydroxide refinery in Western Australia, less than 4 years after it was open, costing around 250 jobs. Labor's industrial relations changes are now having real consequences, particularly in the Pilbara. Mining companies are reporting a surge in union activity after decades of stability. BHP's Chief Executive Mike Henry has said the company is now dedicating resources simply to manage the explosion in right of entry requests. Rio Tinto's Chief Executive Simon Trott has warned these changes are disrupting a model that has delivered productivity and stability in the Pilbara for decades. BHP sites recorded nearly 900 right of entry requests in 2025 and a further 164 in just the early months of this year. Minerals Council Chair Andrew Michelmore warned of the scale of these risks. At the same time, Australia's productivity ranking has slipped from 17th to 21st globally in just a few years. These trends matter. Capital is mobile. Labor's nature-positive laws risk introducing further delay and uncertainty. Where Australia becomes slower, more costly and less predictable, investment will shift. In some cases, it is already happening. Without the right policy settings, we are failing to deliver on their potential. Reducing delays, supporting productivity, providing certainty for investment and recognising the scale of global competition must be our priority. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. This is the peaceful, hopeful cry for freedom that the people of Palestine and their allies have been making for decades. It's a chant that's reverberated across the globe as people have taken to the streets in their millions to demand an end to Israel's genocide in Gaza and an end to the illegal occupation of Palestinian land. But for the past 2.5 years, we've seen a concerted effort by the Israel lobby and its enablers in the media to criminalise speaking the truth about Israel and to criminalise this call for justice. Earlier this month in Queensland, my home state, 2 young people were arrested in Brisbane for protesting Israel's genocide. One wore a singlet that read, "From the river to the sea." The other, Liam Parry, who explained that the words were a call for Palestinian freedom, has been charged under Queensland's new hate speech laws that have prohibited the phrases "from the river to the sea" and globalised the Intifada. It is very clear what is happening here. After failing miserably to smear and demonise a peaceful movement protesting the slaughter and starvation of Palestinians, governments have unleashed the full force of the state to try to crush dissent and silence those exposing their complicity. And guess what? It's not working either. Palestinians and their allies are still turning up to tell the truth and oppose the genocide, risking their own freedom to fight for a righteous cause that should animate us all. People see Israel for what it is now. The bad faith accusations of anti-Semitism have lost their power. An entire generation of young people have watched Israel's war crimes in real time, and they no longer believe the lies. Israel is a colonial apartheid state run by a fascist government that is even now trying to expand its territory northwards by invading southern Lebanon. Defence Minister Katz even admitted that the invasion of southern Lebanon would follow the model of Rafah in Gaza. From the river to the sea is not hateful. It is a moral, just demand for an end to this apocalyptic madness and a peaceful future for all. As my colleague, Senator Faruqi, said yesterday, people are choosing courage. Governments are choosing cowardice. We will keep choosing courage. We will not be silenced. No law, no arrest and no threat of prison will change this. The truth does not just disappear because those in power are afraid of it. The charges against Liam Parry and others must be dropped and these draconian anti-free speech laws overturned. Labor must withdraw support for the Trump-Netanyahu war and demand an immediate end to the bombing of Iran and the invasion of Lebanon. And Palestine must be free from the river to the sea.
Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Australian Labor Party and the Australian trade union movement want a better deal for working people in this country. The Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association brought an important class action against the fast food giant KFC to that end. Tens of thousands of KFC employees were not provided the rest breaks that they were legally entitled to. The SDA, on their behalf, brought a case to enforce those rights, and the result was a settlement producing nearly $29 million of compensation for Australian workers to repay them for those entitlements. Now, that's a great result for those KFC workers, but it is an important result for workers all over Australia. The case highlights yet again this power imbalance that exists between employers and employees and demonstrates the vital role that unions play, like the SDA, in exposing wrongdoing, protecting young workers and upholding our nation's workplace laws. The precedent may apply to other cases underway, but it also serves as a warning to large employers exploiting or mistreating young, casualised, vulnerable or lower-paid workers in this country. Thousands of KFC workers gave evidence that between 2017 and 2023 they were denied 10-minute paid rest breaks that they were entitled to under law. Now, this isn't some minor or technical issue, some simple oversight. It was a systematic denial of a rest break. a systemic exploitation of workers so that a corporation, a large corporation in this case, KFC, could improve their profits. For many Australians, fast food chains like KFC provide their first experience with work, their first interaction with a manager. The lead applicant in this case, Roshanpal Singh, summed it up perfectly when he said, "Like a lot of young people, this was my first real job. You don't question things. You just show up and you do what you're told." Preventing workers, particularly those working on their feet in a busy, crowded and hot kitchen, from being able to take rest breaks, however short they may seem, increases the risk of fatigue, it undermines safety, and in the long term it undermines the well-being of those workers. Fellow class action member Lily O'Sullivan rightly pointed out, those rest breaks weren't a bonus, they were something the workers were legally entitled to. We cannot allow large corporations to set this example for young Australians entering the workforce. Individual workers do not bargain on an equal footing with their employers. Individual workers, especially those who are young, who are employed in low-paid, casualised and vulnerable industries like fast food, cannot take on employers alone. And that's where our unions and our labour laws function as a countervailing force to balance some of that inherent inequality. And this case shows why strong industrial relations laws matter, and every member of the Albanese Labor government is committed to fighting for strong laws that protect vulnerable workers. The proposed settlement of $28.8 million didn't happen by accident. It happened because workers like Roshanpal and Lily decided to stand up to their employer and seek to vindicate their rights. It happened because the industrial relations system that the Labor Party has worked to improve over years and decades provides legal pathways to hold corporations and franchise networks to account. And it happened because those workers had the support of a strong union, the SDA, who was willing to take up the fight and get the result. And it was a great result, achieved by workers and their union taking the fight to the company, and I commend the SDA and its officers for their tireless efforts on behalf of these young workers. But I do want to stress this point. No worker should have to wait years to be paid what they are lawfully owed. No worker should have to wait years to be treated fairly, to be treated with respect. And this result sends a message. Yes, rest breaks matter, but workplace laws matter, workers' rights matter, and lawful behaviour in the employment context matters. These are not optional. Employers that seek to upsize their profits through the mistreatment of staff or the systemic underpayment of staff, particularly junior staff, will be pursued and they'll be made to pay those entitlements. Now, the ability to seek compensation after the fact is important, but it is imperative that we have strong unions, strong legislation and strong Labor governments to prevent this happening in the first place.
Thank you, Senator Brun-Senurascu.
Thank you, President. Liberty Bell Bay, located in the north of my home state of Tasmania, is Australia's last manganese smelter and as such is a vital piece of nationally strategic infrastructure. Earlier this week, my Tasmanian Liberal colleagues and I called on the Albanese Labor government to step up and intervene to save the jobs at risk at the Liberty Bell Bay smelter. Manganese is essential to steelmaking, lithium-ion batteries and agricultural production. It is a critical input for emissions reduction, renewable energy technologies and advanced manufacturing. Industries the Albanese Labor government would have Australians believe they champion. Yet despite all the rhetoric and policy slogans such as Future Made in Australia, the workers and the community at Liberty and across northern Tasmania have been left dangling as collateral damage from the business decisions of Liberty's owner, GFG Alliance. This week, for the second time, the Tasmanian Liberal Senate team wrote to Minister Ayres seeking his direct intervention to save the jobs at Liberty Bell Bay. We are calling for urgent and decisive action on behalf of the workers at the smelter, a significant employer that supports more than 200 workers, their families and the broader region. If Liberty Bell Bay closes, the consequences will be devastating locally, hundreds of jobs lost in a region that simply cannot afford them. But the consequences will not stop at the local level. The national implications are just as serious. Australia would become entirely dependent on imported manganese, leaving us more exposed to global supply shocks. Australians already feel the cost of that vulnerability every time they fill up at the petrol bowser. If Australia is serious about sovereign capability and supply chain resilience, this is precisely the type of facility that should be protected. The Albanese Labor government's stated commitment to the renewable energy transition and reducing emissions in industries such as construction will rely heavily on manganese as a critical mineral supporting that transition. Australians are already paying the price for the government's decisions on advanced manufacturing, and that cost is becoming more evident by the day as instability in the Middle East continues. Labor has not been upfront. The economy is weak and fuel supplies are just not guaranteed. Losing the last manganese smelter in the country would take us further down that same path. We must secure the critical assets we still have before Australia loses yet another element of its advanced manufacturing capability. The Albanese government has already shown that it is willing to intervene when it suits politically. Taxpayers are underwriting a $2.4 billion bailout of the Whyalla Steelworks, also owned by GFG Alliance. The hypocrisy is stark. Indeed, just yesterday, Industry Minister Senator Tim Ayres announced a $2 billion bailout of the Boyne aluminium smelter in Queensland, the latest in a long list of support packages for smelters across the country facing financial pressures similar to Liberty Bell Bay. Under the Albanese Labor government, taxpayers have already funded $2 billion for the Boyne aluminium, $1 billion for Tomago aluminium, $2 billion for Whyalla Steelworks, $600 million for Mount Isa Copper and $135 million for Nearstar. Yet the workers at Liberty Bell Bay have been abandoned by the federal member for Bass Jess Teasdale, Minister Ayres and the entire Albanese Labor government, which appears content to watch these jobs disappear on its watch. Why are jobs in Tasmania considered expendable while jobs in Queensland, New South Wales and South Australia are deemed worth saving? The Labor government must stop treating Tasmania as a second-class state and step up to intervene, help find a buyer and save these jobs, just as it has done for other states. Tasmania deserves the same treatment and the same deal as other communities across the country. It is time for Jess Teasdale and the Albanese Labor government to turn their words into action and step up to save these jobs.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, President. Last week, millions of people around the world, including here in Australia, marked Nowruz, the Iranian New Year, a time of renewal, hope and peace. But as communities gathered, we have seen a dangerous escalation between Iran and Israel, with missiles, drones, retaliation and civilians caught in the crossfire. But I also want to be very clear. The Iranian people are not the Islamic Iranian regime. They are a proud, ancient civilization. They have also shown extraordinary courage in recent years, particularly women leading protests, young people demanding freedom, and citizens risking everything to stand against repression. Too often, however, the distinction is erased in domestic debates. Most consistently, it is erased by those who claim to speak the loudest in the name of peace. And what we hear from the Australian Greens and parts of the anti-AUKUS movement is not principled anti-war advocacy. It is selective outrage that is dressed up as morality. They lecture us about militarisation. They oppose AUKUS, claiming it makes Australia less safe. They call for the dismantling of our strategic partnerships without offering any credible alternatives. But when it comes to regimes like those in Tehran, one that jails its own citizens for protesting, crushes dissent and exports instability around the world, moral certainty seems to evaporate. Suddenly, the language also becomes cautious. Outrage becomes optional. This is not anti-war, this is anti-West and anti-Australia. The pattern is unmistakable. When democratic allies act, they condemn. When authoritarian regimes act, they contextualise. And when Australia strengthens its defences, they protest. And when others escalate, They remain silent. This is not foreign policy. It is an ideological reflex, and it comes at a cost. It sends a message that some aggression is more excusable than others. Some victims matter less, and some regimes are held to a lower standard. And in doing so, it abandons the very people it claims to stand for, including the people of Iran. So if you truly stand for human rights, if you stand for Iranians protesting in the streets, if you stand for those political prisoners, and you stand for those risking their lives for freedom, you should not soften your language when it becomes inconvenient. Peace is not maintained by slogans or wishful thinking. It is maintained by strength, alliances, and importantly, deterrence. And that is something that the Foreign Minister has made very clear day after day in question time this week. That is the purpose of partnerships like AUKUS, not to provoke conflict, but to prevent it. That is why Australia is acting to support our friends in times of need. In response to Iran's missiles and drone attacks across the Gulf, Australia has provided practical military support to the United Arab Emirates. And this includes a RAF Wedge-tail aircraft alongside dozens of ADF personnel and advanced air-to-air missiles to defend against incoming threats. This is not symbolic. This support is tangible, and these are real deployments protecting real people in real danger. And it is important to remember that the same Wedge-tail that monitored the skies over Germany and Poland to help protect Ukraine is now flying in the Gulf skies, helping defend our partners from Iranian attacks. And Ukraine, in turn, is helping the Gulf states defend the same Iranian-made Shahed drones that have been killing Ukrainians for many years. So when some dismiss our alliances or pretend that these partnerships are theoretical, that this is what they are dismissing. Australians serving in harm's way, standing with our partners to prevent escalation, yet they still cannot answer a basic question. If Australia should not stand with partners like the UAE, when should they then face those missiles and drone attacks? Then what is the alternative? We must be clear about the world today. It is more dangerous, more contested, and demands more than performative politics. Australia stands for de-escalation. We stand for international law and the protection of civilians everywhere.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Your time has expired. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday the 30th of March at 10 a.m. Good night, Senators.